Tempting the Rockstar, Rock Candy Series Book 1 by Virna DePaul, narrated by Christina Renault. Chapter 1. Abby. When Dr. Bronsky handed me my Master of Music diploma from Juilliard in December and said, "You and that cello are going places, Miss Chan," I was pretty sure he didn't mean the North American leg of a rock band's world tour. Needless to say, it's not what I pictured myself doing either. By now I was hoping to be playing for the New York Philharmonic, making my way to principal cello and shining like the diamond of the string section, as I'd imagined it my entire 23 years up until this point. However, a cellist cannot live on bread alone. So when good friend, fellow string performer, and violinist Rosemary Bain told me that Point Break, the rock band on the cover of the most recent Rolling Stone, 4 guys covered in tattoos and piercings, how original, was looking for an on-tour cellist to replace the one who dropped out last week, I forced myself to hear her out. Rose had already auditioned for their string section months ago and had gotten the part. "Join me, Abby," she said. "It'll be fun," she said. According to Rose, all I'd have to do was play backup to their 2 love ballads, sleep on a bus from April through July, and collect my paycheck. At summer's end, I'd return to NYC and hopefully have enough money to pay off some school loans and put down money for my first apartment on the Upper West Side. I could audition for the Philharmonic, make my mother proud, marry a famous conductor, and live the rest of my life in perfect harmony. Hey, a girl could dream. So when I told her that I hadn't even had to audition, the manager hired me over the phone based on Dr. Bronsky's recommendation, Rosemary had squealed, bounced, and hugged me tighter than an E-string. I am so crazy for doing this, I'd thought. And Samuel, my boyfriend of 4 years, agreed, warning me if I took the job, he couldn't guarantee he'd be there for me when I got back. Is that right? So be it, I'd thought. In fact, I'd taken the opportunity to do what Samuel had been hedging doing. I'd broken up with him. Part of me knew I had to do it, if only to see what the world had to offer outside of Samuel Batista. Part of me was relieved that taking the job had forced an end to a relationship I knew hadn't been working for quite some time. And part of me just needed $18,000. So here Rosemary and I were, a week after they signed me on and 2 days after arriving in LA for the first time, ready to see what the world of rock and roll had in store for us. After a couple of informal rehearsals sans band, the string section seemed ready. Now I was about to jump my next hurdle, getting through Point Break's Feel the Burn kickoff party, a real Rockstar Soiree as far from Brooklyn as one might possibly imagine, at the posh Southern California home of their manager, Robbie Levine. Never would I be accused of being a party girl back in Brooklyn. In fact, the most partying I'd ever done was the night after my strings final exam at Samuel's parents' house, where Rosemary, Jaden, Kim Lee, and I all sat around the Batista's living room, laughing, drinking wine, and talking about how we were going to make it big one day. We'd meant playing for any of the world's most prestigious orchestras, not following around a screaming frontman and his guitar-plucking toadies as they reveled in alcoholic excess and female companionship. So this was another league altogether, and to be honest, it was scaring the crap out of me. Next to me, however, Rosemary was all fluttery eyes. "Wow, Abby, did you ever imagine this would be our first real gig?" She beamed, beer bottle in hand, glancing around the partyscape. We'd been working since we graduated, of course, but that had entailed the occasional wedding. Nothing like this. I imagined it a little less LA. I mean, we're in LA, so that didn't quite make sense, but even this was beyond where my imagination had gone. I clung to my wine glass like it might keep me afloat in the sea of money and fluff. "Abby, we're in Beverly Hills. Beverly freaking Hills." "Don't say freaking, Rosemary. It's so..." "Rockstar?" "Exactly." She giggled. Giggling suited the tall, blonde, skinny French coquette thing she had going on. Next to her, graceful swan self, I felt like a mallard duck. "Rehearsal went really well this afternoon, don't you think?" she asked. "Sure, if you consider the actual band members not participating a success," I said. She smirked. "I think it was meant for everyone else. Strings, lighting, sound crew." "What kind of musicians don't need to rehearse?" I scoffed quietly. She leaned into my ear. "The kind whose songs are all 4 beats to the measure. So I think the rehearsal was only for us new people." "Ah, yes. Please don't remind me." I couldn't have felt more out of place. In one corner of the mansion's palatial gardens was a group of Greek goddesses dressed in white and gold bikinis, all fawning over a man in red pants and a black t-shirt. The girls must have coordinated their hairstyles before coming, since they all had either streaked curls or severe ponytails, pulled up tight, making their eyebrows arch up high. On another part of the patio, sectional sofas abounded with more tanned, glossy-legged women, all gathered around a man in black pants and open shirt, knees apart, each of his arms laced around a fine copper-toned set of shoulders. Wow, LA women took their beauty seriously. But that shouldn't have been a surprise. Seeing it front and center somehow drove the point home, however, and made me wonder if I should have skipped the wine, given I was probably one of the only women at this party whose thighs actually touched. The music blaring from the speakers thumped and pounded. An honest-to-goodness DJ spun real records, pressing headphones to her ears and dancing to her own mellifluous offerings, all while sporting a tight turquoise mini dress. "How many people do you think are here?" Rosemary scanned the crowd. I did a quick calculation of the patio and pool deck and estimated another 50 or so inside the house, more in the room upstairs, I was sure. 150 at least. "You think they do this before every tour?" "Jaden said they do this before every show and every night in between." Rosemary's eyes widened. "Are you serious? How would he know?" "He said he's a Point Break fan, Rose. There's money in this business. It's all showmanship, album covers, women-filled videos, self-inflated promotion. Real musicians don't care about stuff like this. Real musicians just want to play, even if it's to an empty auditorium with 3 cats listening." Even as I spoke, I mentally winced. I sounded like a ripe old snob, and a bitter one at that. Real musicians shouldn't diss other musicians, period. I knew that. And normally I didn't. But now, here, I needed to hold on to some semblance of confidence. Even if I was overcompensating, I was only doing it in front of Rosemary, who hopefully wouldn't hold it against me. "You don't have to tell me twice." Rosemary downed her beer. "But it's still awesome to be a part of it. You want something to eat? I'm going to go get something." "I'm fine, thanks." I wasn't so sure there was anything awesome about this. In this world, music was a means to a lavish lifestyle. In my world, the lifestyle was a means to the music. Losing yourself in the music was all that mattered, which was why I'd made it a point not to get sucked into Point Break pics, gossip, and drama before coming. I read only what I needed to know about the band, recording history, and discographies. Wikipedia, nothing more, nothing less. "By the way, you really look hot in that dress." She winked and slinked away. "In this?" I fidgeted with my pearls, glancing down at the only cocktail dress I owned, a black A-line, more at home at a Manhattan shindig than a party in the hills. "Thanks," I said, not entirely convinced. Before I knew it, Rosemary skittered away, leaving me alone with my not-so-hot self. I should have gone with her, but I'd been following her around the whole night, clinging to her skirt like a little girl behind her mama, hiding from scary boys. Which wasn't too far from the truth. In retrospect, now that Rosemary had left me alone, I wished I had perused Point Break's online pics before coming, so I would at least know what they look like. But between my mother's life lectures, packing for the trip, and fighting with Samuel, I didn't have much time. Plus, I'll admit, I hadn't wanted to look. I told myself it didn't matter who my bosses were or what they looked like. It didn't matter if I liked or respected them. This was just a temporary job, one I had to get through to make my own dreams come true. However, I'd started to think I'd been unprofessional by not doing more homework. I should at least introduce myself to my new bosses and thank them for the job. That's the main reason I was here. Looking around, however, I tried guessing who the band members might be, hoping no one would notice the solo cellist standing by the potted tree. Much to my dismay, it was a bigger call to attention than I'd feared. A pair of smiling eyes zeroed in on me from the opposite end of the pool, wearing loose jeans, a leather vest over his strong bare chest, a cowboy hat, and a big silver belt buckle. The guy looked like a punk cowboy who'd lassoed himself a few ladies. Flanking him were 5 girls in bikinis, although upon closer inspection it appeared that 2 of them were topless. They played with his hat, laughing and taking it off, passing it around. His heavily tattooed right arm was wrapped around a girl's waist. His other hand held his phone. He raised it, aimed it in my general direction, snapped a shot, then tucked it back in his pocket. Did he really just take a picture of me when he was surrounded by all these nearly naked girls? I tucked my hair behind my ears, feeling more self-conscious than ever, fingering my pearls some more. No, that didn't make my awkwardness any more obvious to him, of course not. I wanted to hide, call it a day, and run back to my hotel room to the safety of my big, fluffy Hilton hotel comforter. 2 guys careened by me just then, loud, obnoxious, holding each other up in their inebriated stupors. "Oh, sorry," one said. "If I hadn't stepped out of the way just in time, he would have knocked me into the pool." He had a stubbly short beard, intense brown eyes, and a rascally smile when he flashed it at me. In the illuminated blue water, a bevy of bikini angels laughed at them. "Jacob, throw Corbin in," one of the girls cried. Corbin, I recognized the name. Was the cutie with the short beard part of the band? And what about his friend Jacob? Was there a Jacob in the band? No, I was pretty sure the band members were Liam, Wes, Corbin, and one other one. "Yeah, we'll take care of him," the other girl laughed, beach ball in her manicured hands. I watched with mixed emotions. On one hand, I was annoyed that anyone could laugh so outwardly, without shame and pure confidence, while wearing strings and flaps of fabric for swimwear. Who gave them the right to look so perfect? On the other hand, I envied them. Not just the girls and their beautiful bodies, but the guys, too. The way they managed to get the girls' attention and be so at ease while goofing around. It was baffling to me. I would never fit into this group dynamic, not in a million years. But I didn't have to fit in. I was just here for background noise, literally, and only for a few months at that. If Samuel were here, he'd tell me they were all drunken buffoons, Neanderthals, devoid of intelligence or class. However, since Rosemary and I arrived, everyone in this production had been super nice. Catered meals throughout the day, a car to go anywhere, whenever we needed it. Apparently money either made you act incredibly stupid or incredibly generous. Finally, after more poolside wrestling, Jacob and Corbin faltered and sank into the pool with a huge splash, eliciting cheers from the partygoers. The bikini girls flocked to them, hanging off their shoulders. Shortbeard started making out with one of them. "Nice." Standing near me, a guy with incredible green eyes lifted his drink high into the air, his arm wrapped in a tribal tattoo much like punk cowboys. Like most of the men at the party, he was easy to look at, though not as easy on the ears. "That's what I'm talking about," he shouted, bending over to laugh. Then he straightened and walked past me, surveying my side of the pool. Suddenly his eyes fell on me, and the man literally turned on his heels to head my way. Oh God, where was Rosemary when I needed her? He sauntered over and paused in front of me, one hand on his hip, the other lifting his glass to his lips. His eyes, face, and brain took in every inch of me from head to toe. Not that I had much on display for him to ogle. "Hello, Asian persuasion." Oh, no, he did not just say that. "That's not funny." I gave him a deadpan glare. "You're right, I apologize." Sort of, but not really. "Can you, He grazed his glass along my arm. He smelled like vodka, I thought. "Wear a kimono for me later. I promise I'll make it up to you." Eyebrows danced over those bright green but mischievous eyes. "How about I kick you where it hurts instead?" I said before I could calculate a more refined response. His eyes flew open for a moment. "Ha!" Then he closed them and shook his head in silent laughter. "A feisty one, I love it," Vodka Breath said, holding on to his stomach. Meanwhile, my stomach sank, my heart pounded. I was about to get away from him, but then... "Tucker!" The scent of sweetness and sun-warm skin wafted by me at the exact moment my mouth was open and ready to send this idiot back to his cave. It was Punk Cowboy from across the pool. He had light brown eyes and was over 6 feet tall, well-built with strong hands, shoving the green-eyed douchebag in the shoulder. "Shut up, bro. What's wrong with you?" He towered over me in my 5'2" frame, scowling at my aggressor. Vodka Breath, Tucker I guessed, was shorter than Punk Cowboy, but still a lot taller than I was. He held his arms out wide. "I'm just talking to her. What's wrong with you?" "Bro, have some class. Don't you see you're clearly out of your league here?" He gestured to me, side-glancing with a tiny smile that made me think perhaps this was an act, and the two were in cahoots in a chick pickup scheme. Not that they needed me to hit on at a party full of silicone goddesses. "I'm sorry he's bothering you." Punk Cowboy placed a gentle hand on my lower back. Though he was certainly taking liberties, the small gesture felt nice, and I wasn't about to object. He was hot, though I normally did not check out a guy's physique before his personality. Then again, he was being a gentleman, too, compared to his friend. I wasn't bothering her, bro, but look at her. Tell me she doesn't look like the chick from the happy massage place that was here earlier today. Tucker pushed his drink tumbler in my direction. Am I right? Great, high school jokes all over again. I clucked my tongue. The last time I clucked my tongue, Samuel's friend Nicholas earned himself my handprint on his face. Enough was enough. I didn't need any more Asian jokes when I was already feeling like an idiot for being here. Say it again, I prompted. Say what again? Tucker pressed a hand to his chest. You're not mad at me, are you? Sweetie, I'm just paying you a compliment. You are without a doubt the finest Japanese princess I've ever laid eyes on. Dude, stop. My defender shoved Tucker's chest and simultaneously pulled back on his shirt, throwing him off balance, which was actually helpful given I just shot out my wine glass and dumped its contents down his hairless chest at that precise moment. The liquid created a shiny trail down his pants. I'm not Japanese, I'm American of Chinese descent, if you must know. We're not all alike. I turned to walk off, find Rosemary, leave the party. At this point, I didn't care, but I wasn't going to stay here and take this. The people next to me broke into cheers over my display of bravado, but I couldn't focus on them. I'd come here for one thing and one thing only, not to party, not to bond with my fellow tourmates, not to experience a Beverly Hills party for the first time and last time in my life. No, I'd come only to meet my bosses, wherever they were, if they were even here. Hey, Punk Cowboy's hand reached into mine, warm and strong, and he spun me toward him. Are you okay? I'm fine. I'm sorry about Tucker. Not to defend him, but he's just drunk. Normally he's a stand-up guy. I hadn't counted on harassment being part of the job. Guess I already had something to report to my boss. Can you tell me something before I go? You seem a decent enough guy. I took my hand back and gripped my purse strap instead. Sure, anything. Can you tell me where Liam Collier and the other guys are? I just came to say hello, then get going. He studied my face carefully, as though maybe I was kidding, as though I was some clueless fish that just flopped out of the water. I'm Liam Collier. His hand, covered in silver rings, extended toward me. Pleased to meet you. And you are? Mortified. Abby Mortified Chan. Chapter 2. Liam. The angel standing before me was a cross between Audrey Hepburn and Lucy Liu, a vision in classic black with porcelain skin and minimally painted eyes. Yeah, she stood out like an Aston Martin among Chevys and Toyotas, but I liked that about her. Her delicate hand slipped into mine, and I felt the thick pads of her fingertips. Okay, maybe not so delicate. Oh, I didn't realize you were... Nice to meet you. She fumbled with her words, squeezing my hand softly instead of shaking it. I'm Abby, your cellist. Cellist? My mind flew to an image of this tiny girl cradling a huge cello. Sorry, wow, that's awesome. That you work for me, and that you play cello. Fantastic. I was fumbling my words. Few people left me speechless anymore. I'd seen it and done it all these last few years, but I'd never had a prim and proper class act join my tour before. She stood wringing her hands as though we were at an 8th grade prom, and I was asking her to dance. I didn't know why, but I felt like I had to be on my best behavior around this chick. And here I was, thinking you didn't need me for anything after the way you handled Tucker over there. I gestured in the general direction he'd fled. Was he a friend of yours? She asked. Man, she really didn't know us from a hole in the wall, did she? Refreshing. Tucker? He's our drummer. You've probably heard of Tucker the... you-know-what. Never mind. And that guy right there? I pointed to the guy in the pool who'd been wrestling with Jacob in front of her before they'd both fallen in. That's Corbin Ross, our bassist. Right. What about Wesley Shaw? She asked. Wes? I scanned around for our lead guitarist, but he was more the private type and was probably upstairs. I don't know where Wes is. Probably better that way. Well, you're wrong. I do need you, she said, clearing her throat. For something that is my paycheck, she clarified, breaking out another thin smile. Ha ha, good one, I grinned. Then because I talked to everyone at this party except for her, I sat against the edge of one of Robbie's potted plant things, crossed my legs, and studied her. The way she scoped around, trying not to notice the naked people in the pool, as if hoping horse blinders would appear on the sides of her face. I wanted to put my arm around her and tell her it was going to be okay. The lifestyle might be a little crazy, but we were basically all good people. We'd never had a string section on tour with us before, but back in December, I told the guys that I thought Save Me Tonight and Never Again could use some instrumental backup on stage. Other bands did it for their live shows, and their songs were all the richer because of it. Wes, Tuck, and Corbin had been on board, but the hard part had been convincing Robbie. He'd thought it would give us too serious an appearance, like an older band wanting to grow as musicians when we should still come across as bachelor playboys. He'd finally relented, if only because I insisted, so I was really bummed to have missed the string rehearsal this afternoon. Unfortunately, there had been 1,001 things to do before we headed for San Francisco. But if I'd known Abby was going to be there... Well, I just wanted to say thank you for employing me. She laughed in a really cute, nervous way, hands clasped in front of her. I look forward to the tour starting tomorrow. You're welcome. Thanks for doing an awesome job. Playing the cello. I pretended to hold an oversized cello upright and slide an imaginary bow across the strings. She reached out, placed her small hand over mine, and corrected my wrist, swerving it back and forth. It needs to bend like this in order to keep the bow straight. Oh, gotcha. I did my best to imitate her hand movement, but the truth was, I couldn't focus on anything but the touch and feel of her hands on mine. Thanks for the tip, Teach. I'll see you at the buses tomorrow. She smiled and wow. Tucker was right. She looked like the girl from the Happy Massage Place, yeah, but 10,000 times prettier. Without hardly any makeup, without her hair done, and most of her body covered too. It was hard not to imagine her dressed in something shorter, tighter, with maybe a pair of black patent leather boots up to her knees and some red lipstick outlining that perfect mouth. My brain shivered. Will do. Have a good night. She turned to leave, then stopped and faced me again. And thanks for stepping in earlier. That was nice of you. Anytime. I gave her my best smile, and she walked off, joining a tall, leggy blonde waiting for her nearby. I wondered if she worked for me too. But my interest in the blonde was fleeting. Abby was smaller in stature, but the impression she left on me was huge. Again, I pictured her playing her cello, and like a string, I quivered. Chapter 3. Abby. Rosemary rosined her bow like she wanted to kill it, hard. She was fierce this morning, ready to practice the second half of Save Me Tonight over and over again until she got it perfect. This was her M.O., beating the composition to death until it was emblazoned in her mind. She sliced the bow along her violin's open G, then D, then A, then E strings, tuned the pegs, then tweaked the fine tuners. Clouds of dusty rosin floated into the rays of light filtering in through the hotel blinds. Something wrong? I pulled my cello out of its case, eyeing Rosemary carefully. She rested the violin on her knee, gripping it by the neck. I can't believe he talked to you as long as he did. She didn't have to clarify who she was talking about. There'd been only one man who talked to me recently who mattered, Liam Collier, the same man I'd been thinking and dreaming about since we'd met, thinking how sweet he'd been. Last night, remembering what Tucker had said about me resembling the Happy Endings massage girl, I tossed and turned long after Rosemary had fallen asleep, unable to get rid of the image of me and Liam together, and me, well, making him happy. I'd seen it all in Blu-ray clarity and intense Technicolor, despite the fact I'd never in my life given anyone a massage. Abby? Abby? Horrified, I blinked rapidly, licked my lips, and struggled to remember what Rosemary and I had been talking about, even as she side-glanced at me knowingly. I cleared my throat, striving to sound cool and composed. Yeah, Liam Collier talked to me for a bit. Are you mad about that? I loosened my strings to adjust the bridge of my instrument, which had shifted since yesterday. Yeah, my hands were shaking a little, but I shifted my body slightly in the hope Rosemary wouldn't notice. What's the big deal? For a second, Rosemary looked suspicious. Then she blew out an exasperated breath. Just the way he looked at you, Abby. I watched from a distance. He was into you. And no, I'm not mad. Just super envious. That was Liam Collier. Yes, Liam Collier, who is sexy and gallant. To Rosemary, I just said, so? Liam Collier, who walks and talks like anyone else, who uses the bathroom like anyone else, I said, giving a mental fist pump at how convincingly casual I sounded, who graces the cover of Rolling Stone and wins Best Rock Performance at the Grammys like anyone else. She tilted her violin like a ukulele and played the C major scale in a fast frenzy. The whole thing was just surreal, that's all. Well, we do work for him. We were bound to run into each other and strike up a conversation at some point. Kind of hard not to. But I hesitated for a second, then said, Normal. It was true. As sexy and larger than life as Liam Collier was, he'd also seemed relatable, down to earth. For a rock god, that was saying something, and it was probably the only reason I'd been giving him as much mental time as I had. I was intrigued by his complexity, by the tension between his celebrity status and his unassuming charm. Really? I heard he's elusive, Rosemary said. Even for rehearsals like yesterday, which he missed. Maybe he saves his energy for his shows. I'm sure his act is all drama and little real vocals. But even as I said it, I didn't believe it. The man I'd met last night, I couldn't imagine him being anything but superbly talented in anything he chose to pursue. You've never heard any of their songs. Never heard the man sing at all. Other than playing the 2 songs during rehearsals, I hadn't. And I'd never been tempted to listen to Point Break's other songs until last night. After the party, I'd had to force myself not to pull up a Point Break playlist. His voice had been so lovely just talking to him, and since I knew the melody of the ballads he sang, well, let's just say I didn't need the sound of his voice all sultry and lovelorn echoing in my ears as an accompaniment to the slideshow of sexy images I'd already stored away and played over and over again in my dirty little head. Of course, I wasn't willing to admit any of this to Rosemary. He's a rock star, Rose. I'm sure most of what he does is scream into a microphone. Abby! Her eyelids fell to half-mast. Not all rock singers scream. Liam actually has a pretty decent voice. You should have done a little more homework on him. Josh Groban sings. Placido Domingo sings. What Liam Collier probably does is create smoke and mirrors with theatrics, I said, remembering his punk cowboy attire at the party last night and how he wore it well. Oh, so well. Rosemary shoved her violin chin rest against her neck. Still, doesn't excuse the fact that the only Point Break songs you've heard are the ones we've already rehearsed. Not when you're going on tour with them. Today, I might add. I've been busy, I sighed, but I had a feeling that before the day was over, I would have given in and listened to some of Liam's songs. I was too curious. It wasn't as if Liam Collier would ever be interested in someone like me, anyway. Not with the bevy of bikini goddesses he had at his disposal 24/7. Can you pass me the rosin? Look, I'm not trying to disrespect the band. I'm just saying the average consumer of rock music wouldn't know a singer from an actor, a cellist from a flautist. All they care about is eye candy, a few well-placed tattoos, a couple of piercings, a brooding demeanor, and poof, famous. Meanwhile, real musicians like us have to work twice as hard for a fraction of the pay. We should be the ones making the big bucks. Listen to you. Rosemary tossed me the rosin. Last time I checked, you played the cello for the love of music, not because you wanted to make big bucks. I clamped my mouth shut. That was true. I would be completely content with a small Manhattan apartment, performing at Avery Fisher Hall, making tiramisu on weekends, and playing at my friends' weddings. I would call that a full life. So why did I feel so envious? Why did the thought of Liam passing me over make my heart hurt? Did you like the house last night? She asked. I was grateful for the slight change in subject. The party wasn't my thing. I didn't ask about the party. I said, did you like the house? Would you want to live in a house like that? When I didn't answer her right away, she continued, It could be all yours, Mrs. Future Collier, for the low, low price of marrying a rock star. She bit her lip and wiggled her eyebrows. The image hit me like a freight train. Me in a white dress, walking down the aisle toward Liam Collier, his eyes shining with love. Holy moly. But my imagination was working overtime, and in all the worst possible directions. Don't be ridiculous. I only talked to him one time, and now you're marrying me off to him? As much as I'd found Liam Collier attractive last night and couldn't stop the ridiculous fantasies I kept having about him, I could never date anyone like him. Seeing him surrounded by all those gorgeous women, I'd always feel like the ugly duckling in comparison. He barely talked to anyone last night, only you. I watched him after you left, like a hawk. She played a zippy sound on her E-string like a bird taking flight. You were the only person he had an actual conversation with. That's absurd, I said, though my heart suddenly skipped a beat at the thought. Was I really the only person he talked to for any reasonable amount of time? Why would he have any interest in the geeky cello player? Hey, she pointed her bow at me. Geeks rule the world. Never be ashamed of that. I'm not ashamed, but this is all in your overactive imagination. Well, I have to imagine him with someone, if not me. He didn't even so much as glance my way, Rosemary said with a shrug. Trust me, I tried my flirty eyes. Your flirty eyes work on everyone. Not Liam Collier. She blew out an exasperated puff of air. I took a breath and let it out slowly. Now, can we get through this song at least once? We still have another one, and... He's hot for you. A slow smile uncurled on her lips. I saw it, Abby. All over his face, a man acts different when he's trying to impress a girl. Tucker picked up on it too. That's why he bolted. I plucked a flyaway horsehair from my bow. He bolted because I threatened to hurt him if he didn't stop with the Asian jokes. Holding the bridge in place, I tightened my strings one by one. I can't believe he's the drummer. God, how embarrassing. Rosemary pressed her forehead against her violin and laughed that silent laugh I loved where her shoulders shook but no sound came out. What would I have given to be there at the moment instead of stuffing my face with crab cakes? You know me, always full of surprises. I smirked, because I was, of course, the complete opposite of spontaneous. I tuned my strings, and together we warmed up with fifths, starting with CG on open strings, then octave CC, then fourths. In a few hours, we'd be leaving for San Francisco, so I wanted to get in at least one more hour of practice time, even if it was just in the hotel room. Once we arrived tonight, we'd be playing the first show, and I hadn't completely learned all of Save Me Tonight yet. Not that there was anything challenging about playing quarter notes for 16 measures at a time. I will say one thing, though, I said, opening the sheet music. Yes? No one, I stressed, has the right to smell as good as he did. Swirling stars sprang out in Rosemary's golden eyes. Did he really? Oh yeah, he smelled like... Go on. Almonds or lemon or I don't know, but it was delicious. Rosemary snorted a laugh. So you do find him attractive, Abby. Your pheromones are talking. I love it. Maybe they are. I suppressed a smile. But that doesn't mean he's hot for me. He was just being sweet, I think, because of Tucker. It was probably all an act, I said, thinking there was no way a man with all those women surrounding him would come talk to me unless it was to help out. He was really very gallant, more than I would have expected. Then he's probably interested in you. Rose, he was only being polite. We're new. We're not part of his regular crew. You know. I'm sure, given some time, he'll start acting like the self-absorbed lead singer he probably is. That was exactly why I could not allow myself to entertain Rosemary's delusions. I did not now, not ever, want to be a part of the rocker lifestyle. Well, according to everything I've read, he is quite a player. He's been linked to everyone from Brienne Campbell to Reese Newfin to Giselle Vici, Rosemary said. But that's to be expected. Women throwing themselves at his feet all the time comes with the territory, I guess. I suppose. Not like I realistically expected him to ever like me. He was the lead singer of the hottest rock band in the world. This is all moot anyway. I plucked out the first line of the song Pizzicato. Why's that? Because I just came out of a 4-year relationship, Rose, with a guy who wanted to manage me like one of his accounts. I wouldn't want to jump into another one so soon. Also, once the tour is over, I'm auditioning for the New York Philharmonic. Yes, you've only said it like 55 times. Sorry, but when you have debts to repay your mother like I do. The thought lingered in the air while we played the first half of the song. We were in perfect sync as usual. The reason why Rosemary and I often played wedding gigs together for side money. We were definitely the treble and bass clef duo of choice at most Long Island and Westchester County weddings. Apparently, Rosemary wasn't happy with my reason to pursue the New York Philharmonic because she huffed and said, But Abby, your mother not making it to principal cello wasn't your fault. She got pregnant. You were only a baby. I'm sure she was happy to take care of you. Personally, I prefer raising a baby over having all that pressure hanging over my head. You don't know my mom, I said. I know her need to quit wasn't my fault. It was my dad's, for disappearing when she needed him most. Anyway, doesn't matter. I want this for myself more than for her. Though wouldn't it be really lovely to tell her I made it? She nodded, smiling. Definitely. You're an awesome daughter. Now let's do the whole piece straight a few times. Then we can start on the other song. Let's do it. We finished the ballad, a surprisingly pretty piece when arranged on stage with the string section. The more we practiced, the more I understood the song, its flow and cadence. I wondered if Liam wrote it, or someone else. I'd be quite impressed if it was him. Suddenly there was a knock at the door, but neither of us got up to open it. We kept on playing. The knocking grew louder. Rosemary scoffed, yanking her chin off the rest, setting the violin on the bed. Did you order more towels? No, we got ours last night. She headed for the door and undid the lock while I repeated the last 4 measures, throwing in an edgy vibrato for flair. She opened the door and I heard a man's polite voice asking if Abby Chan was a guest in the room. Yes, bring it in, please. Right over there is fine. I looked up. An enormous arrangement of gorgeous yellow roses, mixed in with some sunflowers, and pink gerberas, sprouted from the delivery man's hands. He was followed by another man carrying a silver bucket with a wine bottle propped up inside. They set both down on the dresser and turned to us with a half bow. Have a lovely day, ladies. Thank you, Rosemary spoke on my behalf, since I was completely speechless. Slowly, I eased down the cello and walked over to the bouquet, searching for the little card that usually came with these things. The men left the room, and Rosemary closed the door behind them. She turned to me with an all-knowing grin. She clapped once and did a little bounce thing. Could they be from Samuel? In the 4 years I was with him, not once had he ever had flowers delivered to my house. I'd also traveled to many a destination wedding, yet I never received anything in any of my hotel rooms, and not because he didn't have the money. Then again, this might be a general welcome to our Feel the Burn tour gift for both me and Rosemary. I shuffled through the roses to find the little envelope on a stick. Plucking it out, I slid my finger underneath the seal and slid the card out, reading aloud. Abby, the wine is to replace what you spilled on Tuck. The flowers are so you won't think we're all jerks. So sorry again, L. Rosemary clucked her tongue, skinny arms folded over her chest. He's not interested in you, eh? Why would he ever like a geeky cello player like you, eh? She huffed, walking past me with a flip of her hand. Figures. I opened my mouth to speak, but no sound came out. Only the ferocious wail of Rosemary's violin singing Save Me Tonight echoed throughout our hotel suite. Chapter 4. Liam. It was the day after the kickoff party, just past noon, and I was waking up in no mood to visit with all the girls I knew would be hanging around. I didn't want to deal with their chatter, questions about my life, what it's like to be famous, or how to score with Wes, Corbin, or Tucker, blah, blah, and more blah. In an ideal world, if I was going to spend that kind of energy talking to a girl, I wanted her interests to match mine, so I wouldn't have to explain what it's like. I wanted to be completely taken by her charms. I wanted someone who made me want to ask the questions. Such a woman had made it into my life only once before, senior year in high school. Later, I'd broken her heart. Then she'd gone and married a high-powered lawyer 10 years older than she was. But not before she dealt with some serious things. Serious things I'd been a huge factor in creating. Of course, thinking of Vanessa made me depressed. Checking my phone, I saw about 18 missed texts and calls. Dude, what was everybody's panic at the start of every tour? We'd done a North American tour 3 times now, and not once had the world ended. People seriously needed to chill. One text was from my high school buddy, Garrick Mays, asking if I was excited to be heading out. Another was from Helen, asking if I was awake yet. And another was from Giselle, with a smooth, sunlit selfie and a bonjour beau, which she always sent me. Ah, Miss Vici. How stunningly beautiful she still was. A world-class supermodel. She was also the only girl I'd ever been remotely interested in, post-Vanessa. She had as much money as I did, so I knew she didn't want me for that. I scrolled through internet pic after internet pic of her. Her name should have been Gazelle Vici with those legs. Last year, Giselle took a 3-month break to go on tour with us, and it made for fantastic press, what with all the photos of us partying together, holding hands, doing shots, or making out in public. She was great for my ego. But Giselle also had a thing for Corbin, too, near the end of the tour, and there was some bad vibes for a bit. I wouldn't be dramatic and say she nearly broke up the band, but I was kind of hurt, for like 20 minutes. Giselle had been messaging me for a few weeks now, sending pics and texts like, I miss you so much, please let me come along, I swear I'll behave. But I'd been strategically ignoring her. Last I heard she was spending time with her mother in Vancouver, one of the stops on our tour this year. She'd probably show up at our concert there. In a way, I kind of wish she would. A bad girl always made the news. A bad girl appearing with a bad boy, well, that would just make more headlines, something we could never get enough of. The truth was, however, I wasn't really interested in seeing Giselle. No, there was only one girl who was managing to hold my interest. One girl I couldn't stop thinking about. One girl I was hoping enjoyed the flowers I'd sent her. Abby. Maybe the flowers were too much, but I'd been driven by some inexplicable need to make sure she was happy working for us. It would suck to spend 3 months of your life thinking your bosses were jerks, right? But even more important, I didn't want her to think badly of me. I didn't want her to think that what she witnessed at the party last night was all I was about. Why do I care so much about her opinion? Note, Yeah, she was beautiful and elegant, and I did catch her checking me out. Getting to know her wouldn't be a hardship, but I had to keep things real. A woman like Abby would want more, and more was something I couldn't give her, not now. I was firmly entrenched in a rock and roller's wild life, and that wasn't about to calm down in the foreseeable future. Why would I want it to? I was young, and I knew these days of fame weren't going to last forever. I didn't want them to. But for now it was fun. It was what my bandmates and I had worked so hard for. I had to stick with women who knew the score. That way I could live the life I wanted without worrying that I'd repeat past mistakes and hurt another woman the way I'd hurt Vanessa. Back then, I'd had the excuse of being a snot-nosed, wide-eyed kid adjusting to a new life as a freaking rock star. Today, I had to be the man I was and do the right thing, for myself and for Abby, and that meant staying away from her. By the time we finally got on the 6-hour stretch of road, it was already 1 p.m. Luckily, our roadies, rigging crew, and lighting technicians left 12 hours earlier than we did, so they were in San Francisco setting up our elaborate new stage before we even got the sleeper bus cranking. We wouldn't be performing until our opening act finished anyway. Our backup musicians were probably already on the road too. Abby would be on that bus. Despite the talk I'd given myself earlier, I couldn't stop thinking about her. I wondered if she liked her flowers. I wondered if she'd taken them and the wine with her on the bus or left them at the hotel. I wondered why I was wondering about Abby. Again. The ride to San Fran was full of the usual. Has anyone seen my drumsticks? Dude, can you lower the Xbox? I'm trying to sleep. Does anyone want to play Grand Theft Auto? Can you tell the driver to lower the AC in the back? Can you tell the driver to... Finally, Robbie piped up and told Tucker, Jeffrey, the driver's name is Jeffrey. New rule number 1, learn the bus driver's name. I firmly agreed with that new rule, not so much because it cut down on the number of times we had to hear Tucker say, the driver, but because our lives were in his hands, so my man Jeffrey here was part of the family. Respect your crew. Hey, Jeffrey, I yelled. From the front of the bus, Jeffrey waved, smiling eyes in the rearview mirror. Yes, Dad, Tucker fake snarled at Robbie, tossing a lanyard at me. That's for the venue. Got it. Someone smacked me on the back of the head. Grabbing his arm before he could get away, I caught Wes smiling at me, unlit cigarette dangling from his lips. It bobbed up and down as he spoke. What's up, my ninja? Heard you went home last night. I couldn't find a bed at Robbie's. Is that so? What? A guy can have downtime, you know. I know. Wes twisted a knuckle into my tense shoulder muscle. Trust me, I know. Robbie stood at the front of the bus, phone in hand, and waved us all together. Come on, guys, group pick. Make it a sweet one for our scrapbook, and don't be goons. We assembled in the center row and faced him. Say, we'll be good, Robbie. No way, Robbie, everyone echoed me. We held our pose until Robbie took a series of shots. Then he shook his head and sat down again. Goons, but I love them. Once we arrived at AT&T Park, the crowd was howling, the energy was pumping, and our opening act finished their set. It was T-minus 5 minutes when I called the guys together backstage, and we stood in a circle as usual. Some bands had crazy pre-show rituals, like downing tequila shots or rolling around in oil and glitter, but not us. We prayed for a good show. This time, though, I wanted to add something new. After all, we were starting our first world tour. Our stagehand assistant Daniel ran over with a box I'd asked him to pack while we were still in L.A. What is this? Corbin asked, hands on hips, all lanky cool. Confetti canyons, I said. Everybody take one. What do they do? Wes reached into the box and grabbed a big black tube. Bro, you've never seen one of these? When I say go, just twist and pull. Don't point it at anyone, just straight up. Wes, Corbin, Tuck, and I each raised a cannon, touching the tips in the center of our circle. Let's do this. Let's show them why we're number 1. Let's give them what they came to see, boys. Let's murder this show. Ready? Go. 4 simultaneous blasts of compressed air later, fireworks of colored paper strips exploded above us, raining down on our heads. The backstage crew clapped, cheered, and high-fived. I clapped at everyone watching, shook a few hands, and was keenly aware that I was looking for Cello Girl. I was hoping she'd seen the blast. Guys, you're on in 60 seconds, Robbie said from behind a side panel. We walked out single file in pure darkness, screams of fans reverberating throughout the venue. Point break, point break, point break, echoed all around. Always my favorite part, the calm before the storm. Taking my place at center stage, I closed my eyes and absorbed the potential energy about to turn kinetic. I pulled the mic and cupped it around my mouth. San Francisco, are you ready to feel the burn? More shouts as the boys began the opening refrain. The seats trembled with anticipation. Cameras flashed, and hundreds of glowing screens filled the stadium. This was what I lived for. We rocked the first 7 songs, and there wasn't a single person in the house sitting down. Then we began the ballad that had propelled us to #1 for 18 weeks in a row, Save Me Tonight. Wesley began his signature guitar riff, and soon my ears flooded with a beautiful sound, a powerful rising string section that gave the song the complex added layer I'd been hoping for. Whoa, so different from the studio version, but man, this was just what this baby needed. Streaks of violet and yellow appeared as a curtain of light behind the string section, darkening them in a silhouette that reminded me of that old movie Fantasia. Bows of violins slid up and down, and hands gripping bass and cello shook in vibrato. I put my heart into it as best I could, the only way I knew how. And right when I hit my trademark falsetto note, the crowd went wild. I dropped to my knees at the front of the stage, a praying man at the altar of rock and roll. Save me tonight. Roaring voices echoed along with me. We were one, our fans and us. Then boom, silence. The bridge that Corbin usually picked up on bass was being played by the smooth, deep, rich sounds of a single tenor string instrument. I couldn't see her face, only her darkened outline, but I knew it was her, cello girl, Abby, bowing and swaying, making a beautiful song even more beautiful. The crowd, my rock and roll minions, went crazy for her. When the lights came on, I let her see just how awesome she was with 2 thumbs up. First she didn't catch it. She was so absorbed in the solo, passionately bowing away. But when she looked over again, I hit her with the Liam Collier grin, and she nodded in recognition. A nod, not a flirty smile like I was hoping. Just a nod. Man, she'd be a tough nut to crack. But suddenly it hit me like a tsunami. My life was crazy. She wasn't a girl who would put up with it. I didn't want to hurt her, and she deserved better than me. But none of that mattered anymore. I wanted to get to know her better. I wasn't going to play games. I'd explain to her how it was. I'd give her a choice with no promises or false expectations. I'd give her every opportunity to turn me down, but I was going to do whatever I could to make sure she didn't. After the show ended, I searched for her. Not obviously searched. I still had to shake hands with people, take pics with celebrities, and meet the winners of various fan club contests, but I was always on the lookout. A gaggle of groupies nearly knocked me over, hugging and playing with my hair. Whoa there, girls. I'll see you in the back room later. I have to go do just one thing. We'll see you later, Liam, a familiar hot blonde chimed in with a wink. She wore short shorts and a glittery white tube top. Don't be late. Oh, I won't. Great show, buddy. Robbie clapped me on the back. And you were absolutely right about the string section. They sounded even better tonight than they did at rehearsal yesterday. And they were pretty awesome then. Incredible, really awesome. I'm in serious shock. I know I sounded facetious, but I totally meant it. And a twinge of guilt hit me just then, that I hadn't been at rehearsal to hear it before the show, when the whole thing had been my idea. Good call, Liam. Getting them was easy, too. Just called up Juilliard at NYC and said, I need a few of your people. He laughed, pretending he was on the phone with his fingers. Fantastic, I said, wiping my forehead with the towel someone handed me. The girl who did the cello solo killed it. Yes, she was great. Forgot her name. Robbie tapped his forehead. Abby Chan, I offered. A fair-skinned, raven-haired, natural beauty. A girl who could tell Tucker off and still rock her classy string of pearls. Loved it. Robbie eyed me like I was an alien who'd replaced the real Liam Collier. Learned the driver's name today, and now the cellist's. I'm impressed, Lee. Dare I say your 22nd birthday has actually begun maturing you. He smiled and smacked me on the shoulder. I smacked him back. I've always been good with names, Robbie. Liam, we've had the same hairstylist for 2 years now, and you still call her Lisa. Her name's not Lisa? Brenda. He shook his head. Let's take one before I lose you for the rest of the night. Robbie pulled out his phone for another pic, a selfie of the 2 of us. He was plump and dad-looking next to me, but then again, he was 40 years old. I hoped I was as awesome as he was when I was his age. I posed on my good side, and in the screen an image reflected back at me. Abby. She strolled by with that other girl from the party, the tall, gangly one. and for one brief second our eyes met in the phone's back camera view. I spun around. "There you are." She paused, caught off guard. "You were looking for me?" "Yeah, man. Way to kill it on those 2 songs. Awesome job, thanks." I gave her a friendly punch on the shoulder. Ugh, a punch. Liam, really? "Oh, thank you," she smiled. A polite smile when I so desperately wanted to see her grin big because she simply liked me. "By kill it, you mean? You rocked it. You were awesome. Fantastic." I ran a hand through my hair, something I did when I was nervous, which I could tell surprised Robbie almost as much as it surprised me. He gave me one last lingering stare, and when he realized I was too wrapped up in a conversation to finish taking the selfie with him, he winked at me and walked off. So, I turned back to Abby. She wore a classic long black skirt and a white ruffly top. Not exactly a wicked outfit, but then again, she was under no obligation to follow any rules of rock. She played by her own. Still, maybe by the end of the tour, we could have all our orchestra dressing in leather jackets and mini-skirts. The girls, anyway. That would be sick. "Thanks for the flowers, by the way," she said, wringing her hands. "And the wine. You didn't have to do that, you know." "Oh, hey, I know that. Just felt bad about what happened." I folded my arms over my chest, trying to look relaxed and cool when I was probably coming across as an idiot. What was it about her that had me reverting to a high school geek once again? I thought I'd shed that skin already. "I just wanted to say," she fumbled with her fingers. "I mean, you don't have to do that again. I don't mean this in a negative way, but..." She took a deep breath, then let it out. "I'm not one of your groupies." She stressed the word like it was poisonous. "So before you go thinking anything, we won't be getting together." Her tall friend tried to discreetly elbow her in the back, but I caught it. I wiggled my eyebrows at Abby. "Whoa, meow." My fingers curled into cat claws. Her concrete outer shell should have, for all intents and purposes, put me off, but there was something sad about it, and it spoke volumes about what she must have thought of me. I guess rumors have their downside. "Hey, listen, I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to say sorry and thanks. That was it, I swear. Can't a guy do that anymore? With $100 bottle of wine?" She raised an eyebrow. Recoiling, I scoffed. Abby, listen, I swear I'm not trying anything inappropriate." Okay, given my determined thoughts earlier, that was a bit of a lie, but it was also a bit of the truth. I really did want to get to know her better. At that moment, her friend held up her camera, trying to dispel the tension. "Can I get a pic of the 2 of you? That cello vocals duet on stage was brilliant, eh?" We turned toward her and smiled, just as 2 people photobombed us from behind with rabbit ears and bottles of beer clinging to their hands. Tucker and Helen. Tucker slammed me with his chest and put my head into a chokehold. "We killed it, bro." Yes, we did. "Now let go of me, you idiot." "I guess I'll see you later," Abby said quickly, darting off before I could get 2 more words in. "Hey," I called out, but she'd already bailed. I'm sure she split because of Tucker, and luckily, he didn't see Abby, being too drunk to notice. But Helen hung back, watching us a moment, then slipping past me, leaning into my ear. Her words would haunt me the rest of the night, even as the party plowed on and the booze flowed until the bottles were empty. "Don't bother, Liam," she said with an all-knowing smirk. "She's not your type." And there it was. Even Helen could see that Abby was someone I shouldn't mess with. That might be the case, but she was wrong about Abby not being my type. Maybe someone like her had never been my type before, but right now, she was the only type of woman I was interested in. Sexy but classy, talented and fierce, tough, yet someone who provided glimpses of vulnerability in a way that made me want to howl, beat my chest, toss her over my shoulder, and carry her off to the nearest cave. I definitely had a thing for Abby Chan. The only question was what I was going to do about it. Later that night, away from prying ears and eyes, after losing the paparazzi down a dead-end hallway, I slipped into a dark room, flicked on a dim light, and sat on the floor to call the one person I could when my life was going haywire and I didn't know what to think. "Hey, buddy, how's the tour going?" Garrick asked, laughter in the background. "Good. What's going on with the new show?" I asked. Garrick was a Hollywood actor and had been in a bunch of action movies, but he was up for his first role in a television series as a romantic lead. "It's down to me and one other person," Garrick said. "I'm sure you'll get the part, but keep me posted." Garrick laughed. "Will do. So tell me what's up with you." "Well, there's this girl on our tour. I think I like her," I said, the words sounding foreign, but to my heart they were familiar. "I don't know. It's weird. We haven't talked much. and 1 or 2 times she blew me off. But I feel like I could get past her exterior if she just gave me a chance. Which is weird for girls around you, my friend. Maybe that was why I felt attracted to Abby, just the fact that she was the opposite of the usual girls I went for. Well, that and her cello playing on stage blew me away. I don't know. Am I making any sense? I asked. Sure, I haven't felt that way about a girl in a long time. Not since She Who Won't Be Named. But I always knew one day you'd fall for a girl, and hard. I almost winced when Garrick alluded to his ex-girlfriend Rachel, who cheated on him with his brother. We'd both been burned in the past, but I was still open to a relationship someday. Garrick, not so much. I've known you so long, I don't know. What should I do? I don't want a repeat of what happened with Vanessa. On the other end, Garrick sighed. If you like her, talk to her. And if she likes you too, then just be fair, like you were to Vanessa. Nothing wrong with being upfront and honest. But I'm not there to see it, man. Has Tuck met her? Tucker was the only other band member who'd known me as long as Garrick and Helen had, and I just didn't feel like I could talk with Helen about Abby. Maybe Garrick was right. Maybe Tucker had a better vantage point. He's met her, but you know how he is. I shook my head. In his background, laughter rang out again, and I realized it was probably a bad time to call. Listen, man, thanks. I can tell you things I tell no one else. Anytime, my brother. Garrick called out to someone nearby, telling them he'd be right there. And though I didn't want to tie up any more of his time and we didn't get to talk long, I felt better already. Though I often forgot it, I had tried to do right by Vanessa. I'd been honest with her, and as long as I remained honest with Abby, things would be okay, whether we ended up starting something or not. I was really hoping we would. Chapter 5. Abby. Abby, he is so your type. Rosemary handed her violin case to the guy stowing luggage and crates on our bus in the wee hours of the morning. He's perfect for you. Opposite of Samuel. Wild, crazy, loves music. Hotter than sin. I didn't see how a man who was hotter than sin could be my type, but I was willing to give it extended consideration. I handed the roadie my cello case. Please be careful with that, I said, cringing the moment I said it. The older guy with graying hair and hazel eyes paused to glare at me. Sorry, didn't mean to tell you how to do your job. I've been putting up and tearing down road shows for 30 years. Trust me, I got it. He smiled. Thank goodness. Rosemary and I headed for the bus doors and climbed up the metal steps. He's not my type, I whispered, making a beeline for my bunk. Stop saying that. We don't know anything about him. All I wanted was to crash until the morning light hit my face. It would be 13 hours until Seattle, one of my favorite cities in the whole wide world. Not that I had ever been outside of the U.S. before, other than to Hong Kong when I was 5 to visit my dying grandmother. But staring at travel pics all my life, Seattle was definitely in my top 5 of cities for Abby to see. He likes you, Rosemary flopped onto her bunk. Oh man, this feels nice. I need a foot massage. Somebody give me a foot massage. She kicked off her flats. I gave her big toe a squeeze, then lay down next to her. That's as much of a massage as you'll get from me. Wow, cheap you are. Driver, can I get a foot massage? She laughed. Of course she did, because the driver was outside smoking a cigarette, totally not hearing her lame attempt to be brazen. Okay, I said, taking her foot and pressing on the ball with the palm of my hand. Let's assume he does like me. But for how long? I stared at the underside of the bunk above us. Until he conquers the black sheep, the weird one, the geek girl? Until he gets bored? Rose, I only intrigue him. If I intrigue him, because I'm different from his usual women. However, it's inevitable at some point I won't be lively enough for him, hot enough, wild enough, whatever. That is the day he'll toss me away. Yes, Punk Cowboy was sexy and provocative and even persistent. Plus, he actually surprised me with a great set of pipes tonight. But the fact was, we were too different, and I wasn't dynamic enough for his personality. I didn't own a bikini, never colored my hair, and I wouldn't know how to tame a cowboy if I was handed a whip and some corn cakes. In summary, he was barking up the wrong tree. A few others from our string section entered the bus. Roger, Lauren, and Peta, who played the upright bass, despite being all 5'2". Good show, everyone, she cheered in a terrible British accent. Good show. Thanks, you too, I called, making an effort to be friendly. I hadn't gotten to know much of anyone outside my Juilliard circle in the last few years, so I needed to meet new faces. I lowered my voice so the others wouldn't overhear us. That's another reason Liam Collier scares me. I was delirious now, talking with my eyes closed, swirls of color and light behind my lids. He's new to me, and he's friends with 1,000,000 more people than I am. Did you hear what you just said? Rosemary whispered, being a pal so our busmates wouldn't overhear her erroneous theory about Liam Collier, the ringmaster of this carnival, was contemplating a relationship with me, of all people. You said you're scared of Liam Collier? That says it all. All I meant was that it's not going to happen between us, I argued. Rosemary scoffed, twisting and flinging the corner of her blanket. Abby, we are going in circles, and you need to give yourself more credit. I need some sleep. It's been a long day. We'll talk in the morning. Love you, girl, even though you're more stubborn than a dead elephant. Good night. She rolled over, pulled the covers over her shoulders, and faced the bus wall. A dead elephant? I lay there a few minutes before climbing to my own bunk. Thank goodness we got to use the venue dressing rooms to change into our regular clothes, or we'd have to change in front of strangers. Lying in the low lights of a bus, getting ready for the road again, I popped in my earbuds and hit play on my Bach playlist. Dead elephant. Yeah, so I was a little stubborn. But scared? She'd be too if Point Break's frontman, a guy who was front and center on the world entertainment stage, had his eyes on her. Maybe I was being presumptuous. But if Liam Collier really was interested in me, he would hurt me. I knew he would. I witnessed the party at Robbie's house. I saw the women hanging off of him. I read the online articles about his bad boy reputation and the pics of him with that Italian model Rosemary showed me this morning after the flowers arrived. In fact, right now he was probably still at the arena doing God knows what with God knows who, following our successful first night. Could I ever fit into that scene? Absolutely not. I looked over at the little curtain separating my bed from my junk bunk, the area containing all my stuff. Sweeping it aside, I beamed quietly at the collection of yellow roses and sunflowers. I should have left them behind, but I didn't have the heart. It was the only bouquet I'd ever received in my life, and it came from Liam Collier. Liam Collier of Point Break, along with a bottle of $100 wine. Addressed to me, Abby Small and Meek Chan. Ugh, shake it off. I was responsible, a planner, ambitious, and yes, cautious. But being that way had served me well. I wouldn't be where I was right now if I hadn't taken extra care with my life decisions. Some might call being careful a good thing, so why was I feeling guilty over it? Why was I allowing Rosemary's pressure to irk me? She couldn't possibly be asleep so quickly, so I texted her a postscript to our conversation just to drive the point home. He's a showman. Showmen know how to act, perform, to get what they want. My message was immediately delivered and read, and a second later she formulated her reply. He's a musician like you. Don't forget that. I sighed. Below me, Rosemary giggled. He was a musician. Maybe not one I'd listen to on a regular basis, but he was undeniably talented. Half the time he screamed to music, and the rest of the time he sounded like he was aching, as though someone were cutting him with a warm, beautiful knife. During Save Me Tonight, I'd caught glimpses of real vocals training. He wouldn't have been able to hit that falsetto note without it. So maybe I was right, and most of it was indeed an act. Maybe underneath the facade was someone who really did adore music as much as I did. Was it right to judge him without knowing for sure? I sighed and closed my eyes, giving into the lulling rhythm of the road below us. Would it hurt me to find out? Most definitely, I thought. He could hurt you like you've never been hurt before, Abby. So be careful, be on guard, enjoy your fantasies of him, but don't think it can ever be more. Driving into Seattle the next morning was the proverbial dream come true. Even though we took I-5 instead of the more scenic route through the mountains, the sights as we drove into the city were simply amazing. Spending 2 whole days here would be worth the entire trip. Once downtown Space Needle came into view with Mount Rainier in the distance, my heart raced. I took pics to show my mom. As we approached our next venue, I was in a great mood, ready to start the day. An awesome catered breakfast was set up, most likely just for us lesser crew members, since I never caught sight of any Point Break band boys. And after breakfast, it was rehearsal time with the rest of the orchestra. Our conductor, Richard Littlebrook, was a classy older man with carefully coiffed silver hair, a slender shape, handsome features, and a penchant for younger women. "Excellent, Miss Chan," he said, not for the first time. "Though we might want to work on the last few measures a bit. Stick around during the break. I'll help you." He winked, then scanned me up and down. I was wearing a long gray skirt and yellow tank top, nothing risque or out of this world. Rosemary swiveled in her chair and gave me a sly, pouty look. "Yes, Miss Chan, stay during the break so you can love me for a long time," she whispered. I jabbed her in the shoulder with my bow. "You too, Miss Bain," Richard eyed Rosemary. "You may want to stay as well. It'll only take a few minutes." I lowered my face and snarfed a laugh down the back of my cello. "Yeah, Miss Bain, it'll only take a few minutes." I laughed so hard my eyes leaked. Oh man, I needed to laugh more often. Rosemary's shoulders shook. It was only a matter of time before we got into a full-blown giggling fit, the kind that had been commonplace in our early freshman days. While we waited for Richard to finish figuring out why Peta's bass sounded sharp, then walking over and tuning it for her, I thought about how packed to the gills the stadium would be tonight. Last night had been the most humbling experience. I'd played for large indoor audiences before, but nothing like the collective wailing, chanting sea of people that overtook the arena last night. Normally, I didn't get too nervous about performing, but then again, I'd never come face to face with 30,000 people before. What must Liam feel like, I wondered, standing center stage, soaking in that kind of adoring attention? I remembered him standing there, absorbing the energy. He'd stood straight, feet together and arms splayed wide, a huge white light shrouding him in silhouette, making him look like the Messiah of rock. It was no wonder he must feel invincible. It was no wonder women flocked to him and the other guys. That was one thing the classical world would never see in a million years, chanting minions. Yes, our music halls were filled with adoring fans as well, but their reactions were vastly different, restrained. Only loud applause, cheers, and the occasional standing ovation told us we'd done well. How cool would it be just once for all those people in snazzy suits, tuxedos, and Versace dresses to stand on their chairs and shout their love for us, scream their heads off as they carried the principal cello off in a wave of undulating hands. I could hear the cheers, "Abby, Abby, Abby." Wow, time for a break. And to get a grip on myself. Luckily, Richard gave us a half-hour downtime. He was too busy with poor Peta to remind me and Rosemary to stay behind, so we took advantage and left the stage. "I'm going to hide in the bathroom," she said. I needed fresh air to clear my head, so I exited through the double doors and headed outside for a walk. It was just past noon, and the venue was situated on a private garden adjacent to the arena that I'd heard was really beautiful. Outside, the noontime sun warmed my face. I walked past the convoy of buses, past the crew carrying heavy rigging, and past the main bus, which had "Feel the Burn" written in white paint on the windshield. I'd never seen the band getting in or out of the bus. They were night owls, so I assumed it was because they operated on a completely different schedule. I wondered if Liam was in there right now. What would he be doing? What would he be thinking? What if he really was interested in me? The "Feel the Burn" question then was, would I be able to handle him? More important, would I want to? There was something very compelling about the fact that a rock god like him seemed interested in a quiet girl like me. That didn't happen in real life, did it? Rosemary was right. The very thought scared me. After 4 years with Samuel, I felt my stomach flip at the thought of being with someone new, someone different, someone built like an ancient Greek statue. Holy heaven. The concrete parking lot turned to a gravel walkway, and before I knew it, I was on the path to someplace beautiful. All around me, bees buzzed, butterflies flitted, and the smell of summer hung crisp and refreshing. Big shady trees lined the path, and laughter dotted the landscape like an allegro melody suspended on a staff. Scattered on the bright green lawn lay several blankets with members of our road crew on them, soaking up some sun or having a picnic. The relaxed ambiance put a big smile on my face for the first time since I'd left New York. In the garden on the other side of the central fountain, someone was singing a Point Break song. It was one of their other ballads, the one they'd done acoustically last night. It wasn't half bad. It left a soulful echo in my mind. Whoever was singing did a fantastic Liam Collier impression. I hummed along, strolling around the fountain. In my head, I imagined propping up my cello and accompanying the singer, just one of those spontaneous, let's make music together things you see happen in YouTube videos all the time. But of course, I didn't have my cello, and even if I did, I wouldn't do it. When I get you alone, when I get you alone. The voice crooned into a falsetto, then cracked artfully, like warm honey being poured in an open wound. Wait, rounding the fountain where the singing was loudest, I froze. Was it him? Out here in the garden in the middle of the day? Well, it's not like he's a vampire, Abby. The man is allowed to roam during the daylight. Without screeching guitars to weigh down his voice, his vocals, if it was him, were even more lovely, melodious, rich, and layered. Another few steps, and I edged my way around the stone benches by the fountain. A light mist of watery spray dissipated in the breeze, cooling my skin. I inched closer, and then I saw him, though he wasn't alone. Heart in my throat, I retreated and listened. Chapter 6. Liam. It wasn't every day that Tucker Benning acted like a decent human being, but every so often he put down his bottle of Grey Goose. He might even take a walk with me away from prying ears and eyes to listen to me brood in a garden full of flowers and fountains. So what's up? He planted one foot on a stone bench and stretched his bass drum leg, then the other. There's a girl, I said. His face swiveled toward me. Please don't say that. There can't be a girl. There might be a girl. Liam, last time there was a girl, she pitted us all against each other. She's nothing like Giselle at all. I began pacing down the stone benches, then back up again. So she's short, fat, and ugly? Tucker reasoned, doing his best to commiserate. That is so offensive. You need to stop doing that. Tucker twisted his body at the waist and cracked his back. 13 hours on a bus could make your body freeze up. I'm just kidding, man. Okay, so who is it? I can't tell you yet. But I will say this. She's so different. It's refreshing. In fact, she's so different, she probably hates me. Refreshing? Different? He mocked me. From what? Women are all the same, bro. They're not, Tuck. Remember Katrina? The one you used to salivate over every time she walked by in the hall? No, there was nothing to salivate over. Okay, no, that's not what I mean. What I mean is, she wasn't just eye candy. Katrina was in my drama class. She was smart, funny, full of wit. She blew the other girls away with her pure self. Do you know what I mean? Oh, you mean before. Yes, before I met Vanessa. I'd been too scared to chat up Katrina, so I went for Vanessa instead. I'd really cared about her. I think she loved me more than I loved her, even though she taught me loads about myself, and I would always appreciate her. Unfortunately, I'd ended up hurting her, and the memory still left a bitter taste in my mouth. Tucker's arms reached the sky, then his whole body swooped down to touch the ground. He looked like one of those old jazzercise exercise gurus my mom still liked to watch sometimes. I think I'm feeling you. So what you're saying is, she was all class, and because of it, she refused to give you the time of day. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, that's what this girl is like. So she's not eye candy. Tucker raised one eyebrow. She could be, but not in the typical way. She's natural, and it drives me bonkers that she won't talk to me. Not because I can't take it when a girl doesn't give me the time of day. On one hand, part of me wants to show her that I can be a nice guy. On the other hand, part of me is like, dude, you're crazy. You've only talked to her twice, and she's nothing like you. Your brain talks to you like that? Tucker recoiled as if a snake had bitten him. You don't get it. I want to talk to her, ask her questions. But it's like I feel like a sewer rat. I don't get that way about anybody, Tuck. You know this. I feel you. Just talk to her, Liam. Tell her you like her, because she's different. A little persistence never hurt anyone. She's already decided she doesn't want to like me, I said. But even as I said it, I knew she could change her mind. If only I could impress her with something. Music, most likely. But even then, why would I want to? I had more girls than I'd ever need. Well then, your reputation precedes you. For a minute we were quiet, and then he laughed. What's so funny? I was just remembering. Tucker actually looked off into the distance, as if seeing his memory there. How bad you wanted girls to like you in high school. So bad you took drama as your elective so that they'd have to talk to you in fake situations. You have to admit, that was pretty clever of me, I said. He reached into the fountain and stirred his hand around in the water. Now you're surrounded by women, and the one you want is the one you can't have. I watched him. Garrick was right. This was why I needed to talk to Tuck. He had a way of putting things in perspective. I cleared my throat and sang the opening notes of When I Get You Alone one more time. I was trying out a catchy new opening that would segue right into the recorded version. Don't get too experimental with that opening, bro. You know how the minions get. I tried the opening again. Maybe it was last night's cello solo and hearing Abby bring real music to the stage, but I wanted to try something a little more melodious. Something that would sound like I took more than 20 minutes writing it. What was that noise? Tucker straightened like a meerkat to scan the garden grounds. Liam, we shouldn't be out here so close to the fence. Why, because the forest abounds with evil butterflies? I did my best impression of a villainous garden insect. Dude, because you know as well as I do that once the fans know we're out here so close to city sidewalks, they'll come tromping over for pics and autographs. Let's go. It's getting late. Suddenly the crunch of gravel beneath rubber soles sounded nearby. I stopped, pointing to my ear. Tucker nodded. We listened. There was no more crunching, but the moment we took another couple of steps, more crunching. Someone was hiding nearby and trying to mask their footsteps by mirroring ours. Hey, who's there? I asked. It was silly the way someone hovered there, breathing quietly, just out of view. I hoped it wasn't a paparazzo. Next thing you know, Tuck and I would be on the cover of Rumor magazine with the headline, Liam Collier trysts with Tuck in garden. It's just me, said a familiar voice. I swear I wasn't eavesdropping. I was just walking, and I saw you here. So I tried to be quiet and waited. Abby came around the fountain, looking lovelier than a summery Seattle day. The first thing that happened was my heartbeat picked up speed. There she was, the very girl I'd been talking about, the object of my strange obsession. The second thing that happened was I gave her a smile. Not a Liam Collier heart zinger, but a real, genuine, so glad to see you smile. She made me feel like I was middle school Liam again. Tucker made a show of buttoning up his shirt. Oh, hey, no drinks today, I hope. He took a few dramatic steps away from her. You have a death wish, don't you, man? I mumbled to him. No, she said, but if I did have a drink to spill on you again, you deserve it. Abby padded out of the shadows in her cute long skirt, tank top, and a pair of flip-flops. Abby, I said, rule number 1, don't ever, ever listen to anything this guy has to say. Ever. I pointed to Tucker, who smiled with his mouth open, a cat panting in the summer heat. He is only trying to push your buttons, okay? That is so true, Abby. Tucker nodded somberly. I can admit that now, because I'm sober. She glanced down sheepishly and tucked her dark hair behind her ears. What about you? She looked up straight at me, eyes connected with mine a moment too long. Should I take offense when you say some girls are not eye candy? Some are just natural? Ouch. I didn't say being eye candy was all good, and I did say you could be eye candy if you wanted. But why would you? You are a goddess from heaven, a veritable Venus on the half-shell, a cello-playing enigma. Thank God, Abby laughed quietly at that. Yeah, okay, sounds like complete drivel to me, she laughed again. Scorch, Tucker cried. Then he looked at me, then at Abby, then at me again, and his mouth fell open. Suddenly he understood. For once in his life, nothing came out. His pointer finger did a little dance between me and Abby. Then he shoved his hands into his pockets and turned back the way we'd come. I'm just going to get going. I'll leave you two alone. He sang the last word in a Barry White way. Oh, but before I go, can you tell me what time it is? He asked Abby. I almost laughed while she pulled out her phone. 1:30? Thanks. We watched Tucker leave, and it gave us a few minutes to absorb the inevitable. We were going to talk now. What was that about? She turned back to me. What, oh, the time thing? He just got you to give him the time of day. I laughed to myself. Don't worry about it. Insider joke. No, I get it. She shook her head in embarrassment. Tucker's a good guy, I said. I lay down on the stone bench and stretched out. It wasn't until then that I realized I was still wearing pajama pants with my tank. I sat back up so I wouldn't so obviously display myself. What are the chances that you'd go walking in the garden at the same time I did? Unless? Unless? She asked. Unless it was no accident. You followed me here. I made spooky, crazy eyebrows that made her giggle. Abby Chan, you're not stalking me, are you? I was relieved to find that her sense of humor was a little more intact today. No. Good. Because this just might be a sign. This? This. Us meeting here. I have no clue what you're talking about. She laughed, shaking her head. I hope she was finding me silly in a cute way, not stupid. What I mean is, my parents have always believed in signs, and they've been married 30 years. 30 years. Complete and total opposites my parents are. Fell in love at a U2 concert at 18, and they've been together ever since. Wow, that's amazing. I nodded. It really is. They're very inspiring to me, you know. In this world where everyone gets divorced at the drop of a hat, my mom and dad are still there, still having fun, still proving everybody wrong. Why do you think that is? She asked. Because they have fun, I said. That was the truth. My parents didn't take stuff so seriously. "You look happy about that," she said, snapping me out of my daydream. I was staring at her, her skin so perfectly smooth, shiny, and flawless. I loved her eyes, too, and more than anything, her full, sensual mouth. I am. My parents are the best. I have pretty awesome brothers, too. That's wonderful. She fidgeted and started to pick at her cuticles. Now that I've run into you, I just wanted to say something. I'm sorry for what I said yesterday. I honestly had no clue what she was talking about. I felt dizzy, as if I wasn't fully awake from a dream. She went on. I was completely out of line to tell you that we wouldn't happen. First of all, it was presumptuous of me to even assume that you want that. She glanced at me for a nanosecond. I wasn't going to agree with her. And secondly, you were just being sweet. She pressed her lips into a sad smirk. What I should have said was thank you. Oh, you're welcome. Wow, that was a 180. A woman who could admit she was wrong. Impressive. Sweet. I admired her even more now. This was looking better by the second. Maybe this was my chance to talk to her some more. Get a sense of whether she'd want to board my crazy train of a life for even a short time. I invited her to sit next to me on the stone bench. So maybe I'm right. About what? She asked. About us meeting here. Maybe it's a sign. We should talk more often. I smiled. Luckily, she smiled back. Both of us coming here, in this little corner of... I scanned the familiar grounds. Where? Seattle Center, she said. She didn't argue about us getting to know each other more. That was definitely promising. See, you have all the answers. I like that about you. I don't have all the answers, just that one, Abby chuckled. I bet you have more. I bet you probably know every city we're going to, how many hours it'll take to drive between each town, and exactly what time every show starts. She frowned. Are you mocking me, Liam? You assume that because I play cello, I'm straight-laced and nerdy, that I probably got straight A's in school and a full scholarship to college? She may be frowning, but she could not get me that easily. Because I'd be right, right? Abby laughed out loud, the most angelic sound I had ever heard in my life. Even her voice matched her music. You got me there. I would not be a good actress. Let it be known that I was not oblivious to the huge smile on my face at this very moment. Taking a huge risk, I reached out to take her fingers, keeping my eyes on them. This was a deciding moment. Maybe I could go slow and see where things led. If I felt things were going well, I would let her know. I would give her full disclosure on my feelings. Do it, Liam, I heard Garrick say in my mind. Seriously, you're smart. You pay attention to details. You're pretty amazing, I said. Abby didn't pull her fingers away, and I flipped her hand over gently to touch her fingertip. The mark of a cellist, huh? Abby was breathless. Her words came out on a string of airiness. After a while, you develop thick skin, I guess. I pulled her hand a little closer to me, but that was it. I couldn't scare her away. With Abby, I would need to take my time. She was not a groupie. She'd already let me know that in no uncertain terms. Besides, you couldn't rush perfection. Trust me, I know all about that. You do? Oh yeah, not everyone loves me. I have my critics. What do they say? She asked. I shrugged. Some think I'm talentless. Some think I'm a Bono copycat. No originality. Looks like Bon Jovi's ugly cousin. You name it. She giggled, then covered her mouth. Sorry, when I first saw you, I thought you looked like a punk cowboy. Punk cowboy, huh? I kind of like that. I brushed her hair away from her eyes. She didn't fight me, but she didn't exactly jump on me either, which was refreshing and classy, and the reason I was keenly aware that I needed to get to know her better. I don't think you're talentless, she said. I heard you a cappella just now. You have a beautiful voice. Wow. Coming from her, I was truly honored. Seriously. Really? I gotta tell you, I thought for sure you'd think I was a fake too. You care what I think? Of course, I care a lot. Girl, you were a cello pirate in there last night, pillaging and plundering and taking no prisoners. You put everyone to shame. I would take your opinion over anybody else's any day. A soft smile filtered onto Abby's face, like nobody had ever talked like that to her before. But it was the truth, and I was simply letting her know it. In fact, I added, I was trying out a new lead-in to the song right before I heard you here. I heard it, she said, refocusing on pressing back her cuticles. I like it for the live show. Gives it a little uniqueness for the concert experience, while keeping the integrity of the recording for fans who like getting what they expect. I stared at her so hard my eyeballs almost fell out. I wanted to hug her tight. "See, you get it. You just get it, Abby-chan." A yellow and black butterfly flew between us just then. She grinned and leaned forward and kissed me. Chapter 7. Abby. I'd heard it said before that life was not made up of minutes, hours, days, or weeks. It was made up of moments. If that was true, this was one of them, and clearly I was temporarily insane. But Liam's light honey eyes looked so pained, so perfect. I had to do it. There he was, worried about his credibility, talking music and plundering and things that mattered, when suddenly I felt overwhelmed by the urge to tell him that I understood him. I got it. I, too, had always felt like I wasn't doing enough. Do better in school, Abby. Get better scores on your chair exams, Abby. Make Samuel appreciate you more, Abby. My own words, not anyone else's. Sure, my mom wanted the best for me, sometimes pushed me, but most of it was purely self-driven. I, too, doubted my own talents. Why I couldn't have told him all that without locking lips, I didn't know. Maybe Rosemary was right, and my pheromones were telling me things my brain wasn't willing to listen to, and it led to this, a single, sweet kiss. I closed my eyes and without thinking, pressed my lips against his soft mouth. For the first time since our conversation began, I breathed. I breathed in the scent of his skin. I breathed in his aura. I breathed in the mist-spattered garden air. I breathed in life. I pulled away, my eyes opened, and his shock was clear. I just kissed Liam Collier, Rockstar, after that whole rant about how he wouldn't be conquering me. "Wow," he mumbled. I'm so sorry. No clue at all what came over me." Great, and if he had an ego about himself, I just made it 10 times bigger by showing how weak I was around him. "Whatever it is, I like it." He reached for my hand, a light smile at his lips. "No," I pushed him away slightly. "I shouldn't have done that. It was impulsive, imprudent. I should be getting back." I stood from the bench and backed away. "Abby, don't leave." He grasped onto my arm. "I have to. Richard, he gave us a break, but that was ages ago. I'm already late making it back." "That was awesome," he said. "Really it was. I don't think there was anything imprudent about it, but if that's how you feel, then okay." "I had no right to surprise you like that." "Why not?" He chuckled lightly. "I loved it." So had I. For a second my insecurity vanished and joy skipped through me, but only for a second. Why? Why had I done that? Was I so desperate for emotional and physical connection I didn't even realize how much I needed it? Had Samuel left me so devoid of both that now I needed to correct things? I stood there watching his longing face, his sad dog eyes. Rosemary was right. He was ruggedly beautiful. Not a pretty boy, not a fashion model, just naturally wow. My chest pounded in agreement. My brain tried to make sense of what happened. I couldn't start anything with him. I was only here to spend the summer with Rosemary while making some money. But then, as though a little cartoon devil had suddenly perched itself on my shoulder, I thought about what other girls would say, girls I admired for being so assertive and strong. What? It's not like I want to marry the dude. I just want to kiss him. But I was never any good at keeping things simple. "I can't get involved with you, Liam," I said. "It was just a kiss, Abby." He tugged gently on my arm, coaxing me to sit down. "Come on, let's just keep talking." "I can't, really. I need to be getting back." "Abby," he said, in a way that no one had ever said my name before. He drawled out the A, breathing life into it. "Don't be scared." There was that word again. I wasn't scared. I was terrified. But then I thought about how this moment would be over soon, and I'd have to go back and tell Rosemary one of two stories. One, how I kissed Liam Collier, and he wanted more, but I left him high and dry by chickening out. Or how I kissed Liam Collier, and he wanted more, so I leaned in and I gave it to him, like a boss. Girls high on confidence intimidated the dickens out of me, but here was my chance to be one of them. I couldn't pass up this opportunity. Tentatively, I stepped toward him and slowly sank my butt onto the stone bench again. I took a deep breath, letting it out slowly. "You can do this. It doesn't have to be serious." Liam scooped up my hand. His other slipped into my hair behind my head. "It's okay." He leaned in just a little, chin tilted, eyes studying me. He wasn't asking for another kiss, but he was making it clear he was ready for one if I wanted more, which I did. Never before had one kiss driven me so close to unraveling. I felt it in every pore of my body, the tingling of being alive, turned on. Every inch of my skin ached for it. "No? Terrible idea," my brain screamed. "Just do it, Abby." My body sighed. At war with myself again, but my brain had ruled me for way too long. It was time to listen to my body for once. So I did. I leaned in, and we kissed again. With Liam, I thought I would feel like one of 1,000 women he'd been with before, but I didn't. I felt beautifully alone in this honor and privilege. He made me feel as though I were the only woman ever in his life, which of course was just silly. We sat there wrapped up in each other's arms for a long time in the summery garden surrounded by fountains, flowers, and butterflies. Surreal. Finally he pulled away and pressed his forehead against mine. That, he said, was amazing. His strong hands gripped my head and kept it from lolling on my shoulder like I'd lost consciousness. Wow. I kept my eyes closed as he cupped my cheeks, struggling for something to say. But there were no words. He was right. That was amazing. I was almost afraid to look into his eyes for fear that I wouldn't see my same utter astonishment reflecting back at me. But when I opened them, there were grin lines around his eyes and on either side of his nose. A dimple in his cheek stood out from how hard he was smiling. His honey eyes melted into mine. Liam Collier smiling big after kissing me. Or wasn't it? He asked, his grin dampening a bit. Yes, I cried, then a bit lower. Yes. I squeezed his hand, running my fingertips along his arms, over the thick veins and tribal tattoos roping over them. I'd kissed a man with tattoos. Good Lord, Abby. Do you want to kiss me again? He asked. It was difficult to suppress the giggle in my throat. Didn't most guys ask if they could kiss you, not if you wanted to kiss them? He put the ball in my court, making sure the decision was mine. I couldn't speak, only nodded, leaning in and stealing the kiss from him this time, putting my signature on it. I was so doomed, it wasn't even funny. I was fairly certain there was no way on earth I would be making it through this entire summer without more of him. A new voice suddenly startled me out of my skin. There you are. I looked up to see a girl, the same girl I'd seen a few times before, with straight brown hair, straight eyebrows, and a look on her face like she was Liam's babysitter and he'd crawled out of his crib again. Liam ripped out of the kiss and whipped his head around. Hey, babe, I'm busy. Babe? I craned my neck. He glanced at me. Helen, we're old friends. Oh. Automatically I stood and he followed my lead. Babe Helen perched her hands on her hips. Sorry, but Robbie's looking for you everywhere. He says you had a pre-show meeting with a fan club at 2, and they're waiting. Have been waiting. Liam's shoulders dropped. He held out his arms in open surrender. Makes the meeting all that more rewarding, doesn't it? He looked at me and winked. Right, Ab? I said nothing, but I wasn't oblivious to the stare I was getting from Babe Helen. Old friends, as in they'd hooked up before? She seemed like a jealous ex-girlfriend to me. A preview, I thought, of things I could look forward to if he and I were to ever be together. So, are you coming? Helen prompted. I'll be right there, Liam said, wisps of annoyance in his voice. Go, just give me a minute. He literally shooed her. Helen's eyes flitted from him to me, then to him again. Then she turned and strolled out of the garden, pausing just outside of it to light a cigarette, glancing back every so often. Liam turned to me again. Sorry about that. Who is she? My best friend. Known her since middle school. Were you a couple once? He shook his head sheepishly. Looks like it, doesn't it? No, we weren't. Well, for someone who is never with you, she watches over you closely. I would have guessed ex-girlfriend or older sister. Either that or she wants you very bad. The thought of that seemed to resonate with him. Maybe. But she's my homie, my home slice, my ninja, my buddy. He laughed. But yeah, she could be my chaperone and grandma too, I guess. I wasn't suggesting otherwise, but I feared I might be showing the twinge of jealousy rearing its ugly head when I had no right to him. She definitely wants you. A sly smile seeped onto his lips. You sure about that? A girl knows. I turned my face from him so he couldn't see the warmth of the blush creeping into my cheeks. A girl knows what? A deeper thought sat just below the surface of that one, and I debated whether or not to say it out loud. However, considering I'd kissed him again, and that had resulted in the most astounding kiss ever, I urged myself to take another chance. Say what you mean, Abby. Say it out loud. Say it strong. It takes a girl who wants a guy to recognize another one hovering, literally, outside the garden gates. Are you saying you want me? He inched closer. My arms reached up and laced around his neck. He lowered his head considerably so I could reach the whole way. I was almost an entire foot shorter than he was. Are you saying you want me? he repeated, this time less like a question, more of a confirmation. Maybe. Maybe you're saying that, or maybe you want me? His mouth hovered just over mine, lingering with proximity and warmth and making me crazy. Maybe I want you, I said, completely breathless, as though the air had been sucked from my lungs. It was true. Whether or not it was the smart thing to do, the fact was I wanted him. Definitely, I want you, I amended. A half-second later, his lips crushed down on mine. I reeled and gripped his shoulders to keep from falling. He held me tightly. There was no way I was going anywhere. I want you too, he said, dotting my nose with one last kiss before pulling away. But right now, you have rehearsal and I have a meeting. I'll look for you later. If I don't see you before the show, I'll see you on stage. He laughed, then did something fabulous, scary, and delicious at the same time. He enveloped my upper body in a big bear hug and squeezed me tight. Thank you, Abby. For what? My face pressed against his chest. I had no choice but to breathe in his scent again through his shirt, that awesome mix of damp skin and spice and sweetness I would never be able to describe well, not even with the most comprehensive dictionary. All I knew was that I had to smell him again, soon. For talking to me, he said. Any time, I said. I'll see you later. Me, Abby Chan, just agreed to see Liam Collier later, to head into dangerous, treacherous territory, despite knowing better. What was wrong with me? Quickly he tromped off, breaking into a little jog. At the garden gates, I heard him talking to Babe Helen. Robbie's not Dad, and you're not my mom, bro. He plucked the cigarette from between her lips, and for a disappointing second, I thought he was going to take a drag from it himself, but he threw it on the ground and stepped on it. And stop with these, they'll kill you. Helen punched his bicep hard. Who's acting like Dad now? Shut up, he said. I thought that was it. He'd be gone without another look my way. But just as he was heading off with Helen leading the way, he turned and walked backward, connecting that amazing smile with my hopeful, grateful eyes once again. He kissed 2 fingertips and raised them in the air toward me. A moment was all it took to understand what women the world over saw in him, the handsome face, the sorcerer of kissery. Embarrassingly, though, I was one of them now, but I refused to see him just for those things. In fact, Liam Collier was already proving himself to be more than a rock and roll playboy. I waved a little goodbye at him. He was a sweet, kind man who made me feel respected every time I saw him. If I could summon up the nerve, I might allow myself to see past the punk cowboy into his real soul. I would explore him, understand him, I might even master him. If I let myself, that is, which I intended to. Chapter 8. Liam. We rocked our first Seattle show right off its hinges. I love this city, and not just because our up-and-coming rock colleagues got their start here. It was always good to musicians of any genre. No, I love Seattle because my grandparents lived here before they died. My brothers and I had visited often when we were kids. Plus our shows went on, rain or shine, and since it rained here like nobody's business, it was not uncommon to do our whole show in the middle of a drizzle, which always made for an awesome vibe. Our fans were like, hey, we're already standing out here in the rain. We may as well party. And they did. And we loved it. Made for some great photography, too. Like me suspended in midair, shaking water droplets off like a dog. Or Corbin soaked from head to toe in his leather pants. Or Tucker smashing the drums, sending spattery drops flying everywhere, backlit by some hot white lights. But what made tonight's show even more awesome was when it was time for the orchestra to come out for their 2 songs. In the darkness, I watched as they shuffled in and took their seats. Richard lifted his conducting baton, then the bright lights spilled all over the string section. Abby was dressed in her black skirt with a different white top, but still wearing her pearls, looking ever so classy. The hot NYC girl. She glanced at me and did a terrible job of holding back a smile. What happened between us earlier in the garden was a shock to me, and yet it wasn't. I'd kissed a lot of women, but they all knew who I was. They'd all listened to our music, and they'd all flocked to me because of it. They wanted me before they'd even met me. With Abby, it was different. I was pretty sure she'd never even heard of Point Break until she arrived in L.A., and I was fairly sure at that crucial moment in the garden, she'd been overcome by the raw need to feel close to me. I'd felt the connection, too. I hadn't wanted to leave her. So what now? I wasn't looking to get married and settle down. I hadn't made that crystal clear to Abby, that I wasn't looking for a relationship. If I didn't, she might expect more. And truthfully, she deserved more. Not to say other girls didn't deserve more, but the other women I'd been with knew the score. And besides, even if Abby agreed to something casual with me, something temporary, I knew it wouldn't be the kind of casual I was used to. For as long as we were together, Abby would demand attention. She wouldn't put up with backstage parties, Tucker, Wes, Corbin, or any of our roadies' shenanigans, for that matter. And yeah, it would have been nice to meet Abby a few years down the line. That way, I could seriously give her everything, but I was only 22, about 2 years younger than I wanted to be when that happened. So I had no choice but to be honest with Abby about where my head was at. I also had to make sure that I really could follow through on whatever limited promises I made her. And I had to believe that when things did end between us, Abby wouldn't be the worse for wear. That maybe she'd even smile as we said goodbye. That she wouldn't collapse. That I wouldn't see her lying on the floor the way I'd seen. No, stop. It wasn't your fault. It was on her, all on her. I couldn't compare Abby to Vanessa. They were completely worlds apart. Abby was older, stronger, and truthfully, she was smarter. She was under no illusions about the life I led. So long as we were honest and upfront from the beginning, there was no reason we couldn't take things one day at a time and explore the intense chemistry between us, starting with another kiss, or 2, or 10, or 20, as soon as possible. After the show, I searched for Abby through the throngs of photographers, celebrity friends, contest winners, and all our tech crew. She was trying to find me too, I could tell, because we kept running circles near each other, only for someone like Helen or Robbie or Wes to spin me around, make me take a pic with someone waiting nearby. Even backstage, the show never ended. Shots all around and liquor flowing freely. The girls, our companions, were let in, the usual ones and a few new ones. For once I would have loved to see some CPA, doctor, or lawyer lady in a suit be admitted backstage for some fun. Anything for variety. Dude! Wes hobbled up to me, downing a bottle of Grey Goose straight from the spout, his arm hanging around some other guy I'd never seen before. This is Ben. Ben went to elementary school with me in Little Rock a long time ago. And now he's in Seattle. Isn't that crazy? Hey, Ben. Good to meet you, I said, shaking hands with the short button-down shirt guy with glasses. Big fan, he said, starstruck and studying me. Right on, dude. Behind him, I spotted Abby waiting in the wings, checking me out every few seconds. That violinist friend of hers, who looked like that Pulp Fiction chick's hot string bean of a daughter, kept stealing glances too. But Wes went on, talking about how he and Ben used to ride bikes down the street, then spend the rest of the day at his older sister's house playing air hockey. A fun time was had by all. That's great, you guys, really great. I patted them both on the back. I gotta go, though. I'll see you around in a bit. Wes locked a grip on my arm. Where you going, man? A worried look crossed his face, and I knew it was because I had almost missed the fan club meeting this afternoon. Wes probably thought I was misusing my Rockstar license or not using it enough. He wanted me to stay and party more. He'd heard about me leaving Robbie's house the night before the tour, too. Not far, just want to go say hi to someone. Abby crept closer, laughing quietly, primly, so out of place. A thing of oddness amid the craziness. Okay, man, just don't be gone too long. He gave me a nod and tousled my hair like I was 2 years old. Whipped cream fights are on schedule. I looked at Abby. A shadowy darkness crossed Abby's face, like she thought maybe she shouldn't be here. Did somebody say whipped cream fight? Corbin charged into us, nearly knocking me off my feet. Yeah, baby, let's do it, he shouted, his presence forcing Abby closer to the wall. Then, in his drunkenness, he wrapped an arm around me and blasted into my ear. Hey, buddy! Barely saw you all afternoon. Helen says you were just sucking face with our cello player. You sure about that, bro? We gotta make sure you keep yourself available for the world's women. I mean, it is a world tour. He laughed like the idiot he was, slapping me hard in the arm. Our cello player is right behind you, dude. Shut up, I whispered. But Corbin was too drunk to hear me or care. I looked over at Abby, and her face said it all. She'd overheard. That's right, Jagger Swagger. Tucker joined us, messing up my hair even more, and a line of photographers formed before us and started shooting, now that we were all here together. Say cheese. Cheese, I said, my arms around Wes and Corbin. Whipped cream. Wes echoed next to me, holding up his vodka bottle. We laughed like idiots because, well, we were. At that precise moment, 4 girls pranced by, pushing 2 shopping carts full of cans of whipped cream. "Gentlemen," one of them said, a gorgeous brunette wearing immaculate makeup, "the cream team is here." Abby was probably watching all of this, not caring to talk to me any more at this point, and when I glanced over to give her an apologetic look, she was gone. A terrible feeling, something that felt very much like guilt, assailed me. Instinctively, I pushed it away. What did I have to feel guilty about? I hadn't said or done anything to betray Abby. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have told Abby I'd see her later, knowing full well that my friends would keep me prisoner after the show. But was that any reason for me to feel bad? Awkward and uncertain and out of place amongst the guys when I never had before. I didn't like it. I stared hard at the place Abby had been, remembered the uneasy look on her face before I'd looked away the last time, and imagined that uneasy look transforming into one of disgust as she listened to us. Suddenly, I heard Helen's voice in my ear shouting, "You don't want to repeat, Liam." It's like the words paralyzed me. My brain told me I was being stupid, that I needed to break away from the guys, to go after Abby, to find her like I'd told her I would, to kiss her again like I'd been jonesing to do all day, to reassure her that the cream team didn't have anything on her, and that while my friends might be idiots sometimes, they'd want me to be happy, and right now what would make me happy was being with Abby. But then again, she'd left. She'd walked away from me. I wasn't going to chase after her like I'd done something wrong. No, if something was going to happen with Abby, and I definitely still wanted something to happen between us, it was going to happen with her knowing exactly what kind of life I led, and with me knowing that she was strong enough to deal with it. Otherwise, I'd just be putting us in a situation that wouldn't be good for either one of us. That's what I told myself. That I stayed away from Abby for her sake as much as mine. But even as I did, I couldn't ignore the tiny voice in my head proclaiming that sometimes I was an idiot. I awoke in my suite to slivers of sunlight filtering through the curtains. I'd had too many drinks last night. I also hadn't gone looking for Abby last night, after I told her I would. Why? I doubted my ability to truly give up my backstage partying for her, even for the short time we might be together, because some part of me doubted that once I got involved with Abby, our time together would be short. The girl did something crazy to me. And despite the fact I'd run from my feelings for her at the first opportunity, I missed her. I'd do anything to turn back time and do things differently. I sat up in bed. The clock told me it was 11, way too early to be awake, but Abby would probably be up already, maybe at the lunch we catered daily, and I had to find her. I had to explain things and beg forgiveness. I pulled on some jeans and threw on my Ramones t-shirt, heading down the elevator. Empty, thank God. And out the back of the hotel. Our security guard, Nathan, gave me a thumbs up. "Morning, Mr. Collier. Will you be needing a car today?" "Nah, gonna walk, man. Thanks." "Just call if you need us to pick you up again," the tall black man said in a deep, uber-cool, rumbling voice. "Ah, yes. Thank you for not letting me live down the incident," I said. During last year's tour in Seattle, some crazed Point Break fangirl had camped outside all night, knowing exactly which hotel we frequented, and accosted me with demands. Her brother was in the hospital, and could I go visit him? Her mother had cancer, and could I go lay my healing hands on her? She went so far as to corner me against a waiting car, shoved me inside when the back door opened, then slid into the passenger seat as her wingman drove 1 block before hotel security blocked their path. She apologized profusely, so I ended up dropping the charges after her father called Robbie to explain that she suffered from some sort of mental illness I'd never heard of before. I had to be on the lookout for her again, just in case. It was partly cloudy as I walked the 3 blocks to the venue, but it was a warm day, perfect for strolling the city. I reached the parking lot, showing the security guard my ID. "Have a pleasant day, Mr. Collier," he said. Everyone was so nice around here. Well, they should be. We were paying them. Trying the sleeper buses first, I went up to the buses one by one, knocking on their doors, waking up half the drivers. "Is Abby here?" I asked each one, feeling like a middle school kid looking for his girlfriend. Only one knew who I was talking about, and he mumbled and pointed to the main venue. "You just missed her. She went inside with that violin case." "Cello?" I said. "Violin, cello, it's all the same to me." "Thanks, man." I saluted him for the tip, pivoting and breaking into a jog toward the back entrance to the venue. Once inside, finding her was easy. I just followed the sounds of sheer awesomeness. Pausing at the doorway to a rehearsal room, I leaned against the doorframe and peered inside. She was there, facing away from me, the only person in the room, the only one rehearsing. Possessed by music, swaying her instrument in time with her song, I wished I knew which piece she was playing. I even thought of using an app that might recognize the song, but she must have sensed me standing there because she stopped and turned her head to the side listening. "That was beautiful. What's it called?" I asked. She said nothing for a long time, and I thought I was pretty much done for. Then she mumbled, "Serenade," without looking at me. "Who's it by?" "Me." "Whoa. You wrote that?" Slowly I stepped into the room. "Yes. Is there a problem with that?" Icy eyes. Yikes. "No, I'm just amazed. Wow, that's talent." I hadn't meant for it to come out sounding overly excited, but I was seriously in awe. "It's a piece I created for my audition for the New York Philharmonic in September," she said, then stopped as if remembering she was supposed to be mad at me. "What do you want?" Her words were darts, tiny, sharp points pressed against my heart. I took tentative, slow steps toward her. "Abby, I'm sorry." "For what?" she hissed. The quintessential girl reply. The number 2 ranking answer when asked if everything was okay after the number 1. "I'm fine." "Well," I said, choosing my words carefully, "because yesterday we had a very nice conversation in the garden, and then last night, as you know, I didn't follow through on finding you." "That's correct," she snarled. "Now if you don't mind, you can go suck it." I spit-laughed. "Abby!" I coughed, pounding my chest to bring air back into it. "Listen, it gets crazy after the show. You have to learn this about us. You shouldn't think anything of it. The mayhem is normal. It's always pure chaos until I return to my room for the night. When it starts to get even more interesting, I'm sure." Her eyebrows did that thing they did when a girl doesn't believe you and she's waiting for you to redeem yourself. "You think so?" I asked, hands on my hips. 2 could play this game. She gripped the neck of the cello hard. Her knuckles were white. "Well, you did have plenty of women to choose from. The cream team. All 5 were beautiful. So why not? First of all," I held up a finger, "none of them were beautiful. None. You're beautiful." She pursed her lips and returned to playing her song. "Listen, Abby," I fought for the right words. "I would have talked to you after the chaos died down, but I don't have your number. We never exchanged. Why don't you text me now so I have it and this won't happen again?" "I don't want you texting me." "Come on. You can't mean that." "Well, I do. If you want to talk to me, I prefer you come see me. Texting is lame and lazy." That made me smile. Here was this girl demanding to be treated with respect. Everyone else got texts. She wanted a physical visit. She was right, and I liked it. But there was more. "I really wanted to see you last night. I want you to know that. You knew where to find me, Liam, just like you knew where to send the flowers and wine back in L.A. So I know you're capable. Do me a favor. Just stick to your cream team, and I'll stick to my life, okay? It's for the best." Her eyes were pained and confused, brimming with tears I knew were betraying her more than I ever had. I wanted to grab hold of her and explain what my life was like, how crazy it could get, even when I didn't want it to be. "Don't be like that. Listen, you're the one who kissed me out of the blue yesterday. I wasn't expecting that any more than you were. You're right. It was a mistake. Now go." She started playing again. She might have been pissed, but I wasn't going to give up that easily. "Abby, I'm sorry. I said I was going to meet up with you after the show, and that's what I should have done. The guys and it's crazy after the show. Some of it is real. Some is made up for the sake of interviewers and publicity to keep our reputation going." She listened. She didn't shut me up or ask me to leave. "I wasn't sure how I felt about you before that kiss, but I want you to know, I talked to 2 of my friends just to try to figure it out." She stopped playing and looked at me. There was genuine interest in her eyes. "But after the kiss in the garden, I knew what I was feeling, and I'll be honest here, it scared me. There's stuff in my past. When I saw you watching us after the show, I knew you'd heard. I knew you'd seen. I felt guilty. And that bothered me. I haven't had to worry how my actions affected someone else for a long time." She shrugged. "If it scares you so much, you don't have to worry about your actions affecting me." For a moment she continued to look hard at me. Then her expression softened slightly. She bit her lip and sighed. "Look, you're right. I kissed you. And even though you were the one who said you'd find me, you didn't make me promises beyond that. What if I want to make you promises?" She shook her head and smiled sadly. "You can't blow me off, tell me you don't want to be responsible for someone else's feelings, Then tell me you want to make me promises, Liam. That's not logical. I clasped my hands around the back of my neck and contemplated the ceiling before releasing a deep breath and dropping my arms. I know, I'm confused, but one thing that's not confusing is how attracted I am to you. You have to believe me. I do, because I'm attracted to you too, and I'm just as confused as you are. The truth is, I like you, Liam, but I'm not sure I should. She waved her bow around slightly. You live in a strange world, with strange people around you constantly, temptation around you constantly. There's no room to breathe, let alone figure out what we could be to each other. So while I was mad, I understand why you didn't come find me last night. Let's just... She was about to end things between us before they'd even started, and panic shot through me. I couldn't let her go yet. I couldn't not explore just a little more what we could be together. But, like she'd said, how could we really do that given the situation we were in? A magical light bulb turned on inside my head, which occasionally did happen. Want to get out of here? I asked, my heart speeding at the thought of my sudden idea. Her eyebrows drew together. What do you mean? I have to practice. These are the only moments I have. But we don't have a show tonight. Today is all downtime. We schedule the tours that way so nobody gets burned out. Let's go into Seattle. I'll rent a car, show you around. We can have a blast, a YOLO, carpe diem. Seize the day shindig. Come on, Ab, please. I pressed my hands together in silent prayer. Look, this is me begging. Abby almost cracked a smile. Liam, she sighed, and finally turned to fully face me. She looked beautiful in a light cotton skirt and tight pink t-shirt, though the mad lines were still on her forehead. I don't think this is going to work out, so let's not even begin. Agreed? She was probably right. The chances of two opposites like us working out for the best were slim. But I had always been a risk-taker, like my parents before me, and they'd made it just fine. I had never taken no for an answer too well either, so it was worth a shot. We were worth a shot. No, I don't agree. Come out with me. If after the day together you still feel we won't work out, so be it, but at least give us the chance to find out in the real world. I held out my hand. She looked at my outstretched palm, then at me, wheels turning inside her brain, working overtime to safeguard herself. I understood her impulse to protect herself against hurt, but without pain, there would be no gain. Without risk, there would be no winning. She had to know this, didn't she? I tried a different approach. I'm your boss. Let's go have fun. That's an order. I smiled. Registering the look on my face and taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and finally spoke. Fine, she sighed, setting the cello gently on its side. Yes, I whispered, cheered. But I have to bring my cello with me, she added. It comes with me everywhere I go. If you want me to come along with you, the cello comes too. If you have a problem with it, you can go alone. Okay, I said, but you might have a hard time bringing it on the helicopter. What? Her eyes flew open wide. I laughed. Quickly I called Nathan at the hotel, pressing the phone to my ear. Hey Nate, I need that car, please. Porsche 911 Carrera 4S, black convertible, leather interior, 7-speed, loudspeakers. Yes, thanks man. I hung up, and she cocked an eyebrow at me. In the real world, huh? I shrugged and grinned. Hey, I am a rock star. It may not be a helicopter, but we're still going to fly. Chapter 9. Abby. When a man with money and the power to sweep you off your feet says, "Let's go for a ride," you don't hesitate. You just go. The back seat of the Porsche had just enough space to fit my cello, and the sun was actually out, so I twisted my hair into a clip, and off we headed into the brightness. Among rock stars, he might not have been the wildest, which was probably for the best, but for me, he was definitely the most spontaneous guy I'd ever met. Money did that to a person, I guess, but my mom and I never had much room for spontaneity. If I needed so much as a new pair of shoes, we planned which budget it would come out of, how much it'd cost to take the train into the city, and which shoe store had the best prices that weekend. But now here I was, riding in a fancy sports car whose engine revved like we were about to race the Indy 500. Maybe I should have been concerned when Liam pulled out of the hotel, cornering the Porsche like it was on rails. Oddly enough, I trusted him. Even though I was still mad, something inside me lifted. He was right, we needed to go out. At the corner, he pressed a button, and the top of the car unhinged, rose over our heads, and disappeared into the back end of the car, where a flap came out of nowhere and closed down over it. "Ready?" he asked. "As ready as a kidnapping victim can ever be," I murmured, gripping the seat handle. He threw his head back and laughed hard. Then he put on a slouch cap and sunglasses and gassed it. For a long time we used no words, just rode through the city, swerving between cars, turning left and right, dodging people waiting to cross the streets, some of whom thought they recognized my driver. Just as they figured him out, though, the light would turn green and we'd be off again. You must get that a lot, I said. All the time. Does it bother you? Not really. Most people are cool about it. Every so often you run across something intense. But that's why I wanted this car, so I can speed off if I have to. You don't need to make up reasons to want this car. I rolled my eyes. You're right. I just want to impress you. Do I? Oh yes, especially in your slouch cap. He laughed. Tough chick. That made me smile, I had to admit. We returned to silence as we drove by art centers, famous theaters, gardens, parks, and fish markets. It was a beautiful day, more gorgeous than I'd ever imagined, and the temperature was a perfect 75 degrees. The whole time I kept thinking about what he said, how this was his life, how some of it was real and some was fake. But mostly, I wondered about what he said about his past. I hated when someone pried into my life, though, so I decided he would tell me if he felt the time was right. Abby, Liam said at a red light, glancing over at me, I want you to know something. When I first saw you at Robbie's house the night before the start of the tour, I loved that you were different. You did your own thing, dressed your own way, and didn't let Tuck intimidate you. I really appreciate that. I definitely could appreciate that too. He liked who I was, just the way I was, even if he wasn't quite sure what to do with me. I hated to admit it, but that gave Liam more points than Samuel in the adoration department. Thank you, but I'm not that different, Liam. Maybe I stick out like a sore thumb in L.A., but in New York, I blend in like anyone else. In fact, most people never, ever notice me. I highly doubt that. He took my hand and looked at me deeply, sincerely. It felt nice, but as soon as the light turned green, he needed to shift gears, so he put my hand over the stick and layered his own hand on top. We drove and held hands at the same time. Abby, I can't promise you anything. Being with me is complicated, but if you're willing, then I'm willing to give things a chance, see where they lead. Does that make sense? I nodded, staring straight ahead. At the very least, he was being honest with me. Yes, it does. I'll think about it. He smiled. We can start with today. I squeezed his hand in acknowledgement. It was enough for the moment. As he drove, I allowed myself to recline the seat and let him lead me. This wasn't unlike ballroom dancing, or getting a massage, I imagined, where you relinquish power and let someone else take control. I wasn't used to the feeling, but I enjoyed it. We drove by the Seattle Center, the Space Needle, even Benaroya Hall, where the Seattle Symphony played. The air had a salty tinge to it as Liam turned down 2nd Avenue, and I knew we were near the famous Pike Place Market. Can we get off here? I rested my cheek against the headrest to look at him. I've always wanted to see this place. Or will that cause too many problems for you? Nah, it'll be fine. He veered into a spot after a car just pulled out. It's only Thursday, so it shouldn't be too crowded. What about my cello? I asked, pointing to my baby. On second thought, maybe I shouldn't have brought it, since it could be seen in the back seat. Trunk space in a Porsche was only big enough for a lunchbox. I don't want to leave it unattended too long. We'll only stay a short while. He pulled his cap further over his head, rolled a scarf around his neck, and turned to me. How do I look? Like a hipster terrorist. Perfect. Let's go. Closing up the car, he climbed out and quickly ran to my side to open my door for me. Are you having fun yet? He asked hopefully. The jury is still out. Man, you are a harsh woman. He feigned being hurt with a palm pressed to his chest, but I was getting to know this little pretending to be offended act of his. Pike Place was kind of touristy, but so was Times Square, yet anyone visiting New York City had to experience it at least once in their lives. We watched the fish being flung around, bought coffee at Starbucks where we stopped so Liam could sign 2 autographs for some quiet older fans, and bought 1 soy candle, 1 jar of beeswax honey, and 1 dozen tulips in assorted colors. Then screeches echoed from down the sidewalk as a flurry of movement rushed our way. Time to go, Liam warned. So this is how it would be if we had a relationship. Hurry, hurry. He grabbed my hand and tugged me along, exiting Pike Place, bolting down the street, and running to the car like 007 and his Bond girl, escaping a deadly explosion in the nick of time. Liam laughed the whole time. Once we were cruising through the streets again, we breathed normally, and at a red light, he turned to me. What about now? Having fun? He asked, chuckling. I smiled, scoffed. Why do you keep asking me that? Because I want to make sure you're happy. You were mad at me last night and this morning, so it's my duty to turn that frown upside down. Liam, it's not your duty. But it is, mademoiselle, he said, adopting a fake French accent. When a man has saddened a woman, it is his complete responsibility to make it up to her. Okay, I forgive you for last night. Liam, it's hard for me, you know. If we start seeing each other, I will need time to get used to your life. I'm not sure I'll be able to be honest. Plus, what? Say it. If we start dating, I'm not sure I'll ever completely trust you. Ugh, it hurt to say that, so wrong and accusing, but it was the truth. How can I ever know that you're being completely faithful? How will I be sure that you're not succumbing to pressure from your bandmates to indulge at all of your wild parties? Abby, right now, we're just getting to know each other. I said if. Okay, and if we start dating, he said, raising his sunglasses so he could see me eye to eye. Despite what happened last night, you can count on me. I would let you know first if it's not working. Besides, there's never any surefire way to know. That's where trust comes in. His eyes darkened and he pressed his lips together in a sad smile. I didn't love his answer, but it was the truth. There was no way to ever know for sure, just like we didn't know when our lives would end. And I didn't know if Yo-Yo Ma would ever grace me with his exalted presence, despite my years of hoping and praying. We headed east on I-90 across the northern edge of Mercer Island, then south along 405. Liam held my hand the whole time, and I was surprised by how comfortable I felt being with him. Hours had gone by, and I hadn't even checked my phone. Hadn't seen him check his either. I thought maybe people would be worried about us, though I texted Rosemary earlier that I'd be back tonight. Where are we going? Call me crazy, but I felt like we were leaving the city. You'll see, he smiled. My brain told me I should feel apprehensive, but my heart told me to shut up and enjoy this gift of attention, free tour, an amazing rain-free day with a guy who actually treated me nicely, for once. We exited the highway at a town called Renton and drove through some residential and commercial areas. Nothing that appeared sightseeing worthy, even when we pulled into a parking lot outside some iron gates. If I didn't know better, I said, I'd say we're at a cemetery. Liam held up a finger. Not just any cemetery. Fear is bubbling within me. Don't let it. He closed up the car, and when we began walking, took me by the hand. This was starting to feel as if we always did this, as if I'd always known him, and at no moment, other than when the fans came running, did I ever feel like I was in the presence of the same man who led an arena of 30,000 people in rock and roll prayer the night before. I felt like I was in the presence of a friend. Entering the gates, I realized we were probably at the gravesite of his grandparents, but as we strolled closer to a memorial with a curved roof and steps leading to a center hub surrounded by columns, I knew it couldn't be. I spotted the glossy, black-lacquered surface of a plaque. On it, the image of rock legend Jimi Hendrix embracing his guitar as words written in what was probably his handwriting floated all around. "Oh, wow," escaped my lips. I wrapped my other hand around Liam's. "Yep," Liam mumbled, staring at the square center stone displaying the legendary guitarist's name and dates of his birth and death. The very one. I had no idea this was here. Most people don't. I only know because my grandparents' house isn't too far from here, so when we visited, my grandfather sometimes brought me here. He was a big fan of Jimmy's. He made me a fan, too. Are you? I'm going to be honest and say that, though rock has never been my thing, I've heard his music, and the man was an artist with his instrument. I've never heard anything like it. He nodded, seemed satisfied with that answer, pulling me into one of those big, sudden Liam bear hugs that scooped me up and squashed me against his delicious-smelling body. My skin prickled from the contact, and I immediately felt guilty for feeling that way on such hallowed ground. I'll have to play my favorite song of his for you sometime. It's called Little Wing. Was the first time Jimmy recorded using a Leslie speaker, which created those wave-like echo sounds he was so famous for. I love it. Liam released his hold on me, except for my arm, and reached out to touch the center stone. "Well, you're making me a fan," I said, loving the way he talked about Jimmy and the speaker. Like a man who knew his craft. I could listen to him explain more if he wanted. Not only of him, but of rock in general. He smiled at me, happy to have an effect on me of some kind. We stayed there for a while, reading the inscriptions, perusing the lyrics, and background information on Jimmy, until the sky overhead became overcast with dark clouds, and a swift wind blew through the cemetery, giving me an awful chill. "We should go before it gets worse," Liam said, leading me down the path away from Jimmy. I looked back one last time at the rock legend's final resting place, thinking how wonderful it must have been to have reached such a wide audience, to have been so deeply appreciated for what he loved to do most. There was nothing better. We jumped into the Porsche just before big raindrops began coming down. This was, by far, a harder rain than during last night's show. Liam drove out of the cemetery, blasting the wipers at high speed, leaning forward on the steering wheel to peer out the windshield. "We should wait this out somewhere," he said. "Where?" "I would tell you, but you would only think bad of me." "Why would I?" "My grandparents' house. It's only 10 minutes from here, in Newcastle." "Oh. Does anyone live there now?" "No. Been empty for a while now. Most of their stuff is in storage, but my parents kept the house, hoping I would want to remodel it and maybe move in one day. It's this great house, just sitting there empty." If I told him it was okay to go, he might think I was open to more with him, which, let's face it, I was. And if I told him I didn't think it was a good idea, he might consider me a nerd and forego talking to me any more. Rosemary would want to know how I felt, what I wanted, and would tell me to ignore what Liam or anyone else thought. The truth was, I would have loved to go to the house with him and just see what happened. For all I knew, the rain might let up soon, and we'd be there a whole of 5 minutes. "Let's go," I said. "You sure? You're not going to think the worst of me?" "I won't, Liam, I promise." "Need to try harder, then," he chuckled to himself, tearing out of first gear, second, third, and on up, back on the road to Newcastle. When he said his grandparents' house, I'd pictured a quaint little cottage with flower beds outside, maybe a big oak tree, and a cute little mailbox. I never expected to see this 6-bedroom, multi-level home on a lake with a dock and a boat shed to go with it. My granddad was big into boating, Liam explained, as though he could hear my thoughts. He pulled into the gravel driveway and waited for the rain to slow, but it only pounded harder. Liam cut the engine, and the Porsche went from lion to lamb in 0.2 seconds. As I thought about the possibilities that awaited us, Liam turned to me, scooped my face into his hot hands, and waited. My breath hung suspended between us. I knew he was waiting for me to make a move again, that he wanted my permission, wanted the impulse to come down from my side. Did I want this? I did. Every inch of me cried out for it, but I had to keep an eye on myself and make sure I didn't go overboard or let only my emotions rule me. I reached up and his warm lips pressed against mine. We kissed for a long time. I would take the consequences when they came. I was prepared. When the rain died to a light drizzle, Liam suggested we make a run for it, so I abandoned all caution, grabbed the cello case, and on the count of 3 opened the door and followed him around the side of the house. Standing before the garage, Liam shook rain off his head and flipped open a panel next to the garage door. He punched in a series of numbers, and suddenly the garage door sprang to life, rolling backward with a heavy groan, as though Liam had awakened a sleeping beast. I couldn't help but chuckle at the significance. The 2-story house was almost clear of furniture or any decoration. Liam showed me the rooms where his grandmother sewed costumes for him and his brothers, where his grandfather took apart computers, then put them back together, where their dog Jax watched the birds outside eat his dog food, and the room where he and his brother slept whenever they visited. Now they were just hollow rooms. The stairs were wooden and spiraled slightly, cherry, same as the floors, and the handrail was some other type of wood. I couldn't think of it right now, because the truth was, I couldn't think straight. At the first room, Liam gently took the cello case from my hand and set it in the middle of the room, next to a single chair. Outside the window, sunset was going on somewhere behind the gray curtain of clouds. Soon it'd be dark in the house, and as far as I could see, there weren't any lights. My heart pounded inside my throat. "What are you doing?" I asked. "Pretend this is your audition," he said, pulling up a chair for me. "Play your song for me. Play Serenade." My tummy fluttered because he so easily remembered the title of my musical composition. He'd been paying attention. It had taken 3 or 4 times before my own mother could remember what it was called. "You want me to play for you?" I clarified. "Now?" "Yes, come on, Miss Chan. Serenade me with Serenade." He smiled, pulled another chair from the corner of the empty bedroom, and whirled it around, straddling it, resting his chin on the backrest. Then he pulled out his phone and held it up to me. "Are you videoing me?" I asked. I remembered the picture he'd taken of me at the party and wanted to ask if he'd kept it, if he'd looked at it, but I instinctively knew he had, that he probably thought of me as much as I thought of him. "Just want to capture your audition, Miss Chan," he smiled. "Now play." "As you wish," I said, pulling out the cello, the bow, and the rosin. I took a seat in the chair, which wasn't the perfect height for playing, but would do fine. Positioning everything, I tried to hold down the butterflies going mad in my belly. I played a quick D major scale, then closed my eyes to bring myself to center. Listening to the sheets of rain pelting the window panes, I let myself be guided by the rhythm of the downpour, listening to the heavy creaks made by a house assaulted by all this humidity, and I used my nervous heart as a metronome. "What brings you here today, Miss Chan?" Liam asked, employing an official, deeper tone. "Principal cello. You want the position?" His voice was sultry, hot honey. "More than anything," I replied, moving apart my knees, positioning the cello perfectly in place, and thinking for the first time how sexy the movement felt. I rested my bow flat against the G string, poised and ready. I launched into the opening notes, lively, allegro, reminiscent of Mozart, and slowed it down right when things got intimate in the musical story. It was haunting, everything I wanted in a good solo piece, one I would have enjoyed with some tea and brandy by the fireplace had someone else been playing it. Halfway through the piece, Liam began humming along, familiar now with the refrains. He shuffled his chair closer to mine, then set it down again. Watching me intently, like bowing strings was the most amazing thing in the world, he hummed the rest of the song. I agreed there was nothing more amazing than breathing life into music, setting it free. I wondered if Jimi Hendrix ever felt that way, like he was only the channel for the music, like the music flowed through him the way electricity moved easily through water. Even through shut lids, I felt Liam coming closer. It was the scent of his skin, the humidity filtering into the room from outside. I would have recognized that scent a mile away. His presence was dizzying, his humming satisfying as he became part of the performance, part of the song. I gave it everything I had. If this had been the actual audition day, I would have gotten the part. Near the end of the piece, his hands found my knees, resting softly so as not to startle me. Gently, he pushed them apart and leaned in close as I continued to play. When he realized I wasn't going to stop anytime soon, he gripped the neck of the instrument, cutting the piece off right at one of the sections I was having trouble with anyway, and set it aside. "No more playing." "No more playing?" I whispered, opening my eyes. He nodded, taking the cello from my hands and gently laying it on its side. "Play me instead," he whispered. Chapter 10. Liam. "I can't make promises, Abby." I pressed my forehead against hers. "I can't make promises either." I stood slowly and held up my hands for her to grasp. "Then come with me." Her longing eyes hesitated a moment, peering up at me. She was probably thinking it was now or never. If she was going to stop this speeding train, now was the time. Instead, she slowly slid her hands into mine, and I helped her to her feet. I led her out of the empty bedroom and down the hall, headed for the guest room, the only room that still had some furniture in it. My mother had wanted it that way, in case they were ever in the area and needed a place to stay. Though my parents could, at this point, spend the night wherever they liked, in any given hotel, they preferred to stay in my grandparents' house, basking in their memory, picking up good luck vibes for a long and happy life together. I never brought anyone here before, not even Vanessa. The place was too close to my heart for just anyone. At the window, I unlocked it, pushing it open to allow rainy breezes to blow in. "What about now, Abby?" I asked. "What do you mean? Are you having fun now?" Chapter 11. Abby. Nightfall came and went, and when I finally woke up, it was morning, and the rain had finally moved on. Lying next to a sleeping Liam, checking out his strange symbolic tattoos on his arms and back, a tribal design with some words elaborately written in cursive, I thought about what I'd done. I was positive my phone was in another room somewhere, its battery dead. There would probably be 100 texts and phone calls waiting on it, too. We hadn't told anyone where we were going as far as I knew, since I hadn't seen Liam use his phone all day yesterday other than to look at his maps. Next to me, he stirred. In just a minute, upon his waking up, everything would be different. One way or another, whether we were now a couple or whether we went back to our regularly scheduled programs, things would never be the same. Even though I had no right to him, I had to admit I would be horribly disappointed if he returned to just being a rock star and a womanizer, no more, no less. It would be painful to see him backstage, going in and out of buses, or anywhere else we might cross paths. Gazing at his back, tracing the lines of the swirling design and thorns, I followed the curve of the scripted letters. Veni, Vidi, Vici. I'd heard of Vici before, somewhere. Suddenly Liam's phone started ringing from the floor. He mumbled, stirred, then sat upright in bed. This beautiful dream was about to end. Perhaps I should have woken him last night and insisted we get back. He dove to the floor for his phone. He found it and pressed it to his ear. Yeah? He listened, running a hand through his hair. I could hear someone's exasperated lecturing on the other end of the line. I know. Trust me, I know. Okay, I'm on my way. He hung up. I'm on my way, not we're. Is everything okay? Robbie's pissed. Because you're not there? Because I hadn't checked in. I can understand that. Can't have a show if the frontman isn't there, can you? I guess, but he had no reason to worry. I'm always there. I should have woken you last night. I'm sorry. He faced me, dropped the clothes on the bed, and took my hands. No, you didn't have to do anything. I loved spending time with you. It was beautiful and perfect. You're perfect. It's just that we have to go now. They're probably looking for you too. He was right, though I didn't want to leave the serenity of this isolated, empty house. Before we go, though, he held up his phone. With you looking so sweet and gorgeous and rumpled, I'd like a selfie. You okay with that? Hesitantly, I nodded. With a grin, he leaned into me, touched his face close to mine, and extended his arm with the orientation of the camera flipped so we could see ourselves on the screen. My breath caught at our image, tousled, intimate, warm. Then he snapped the picture and showed it to me for my approval. My heart tightened as I stared at it. We looked right. We looked happy. I blinked rapidly as tears filled my eyes, and to cover, I gave him a loud smacking kiss on the cheek, then quickly rose, tugging the sheet with me. We better get going, I said, hoping he didn't notice how husky with emotion my voice sounded. We gathered up our things, packed away the cello, which I'd left out all night with this humidity, and ran to the car. Giving the house one last look, in case I never came here again, I climbed into the Porsche, and Liam showed me what the car could do, swerving and flying all the way back to downtown Seattle. He held my hand and stole looks at me often. That was a good sign. He didn't avoid me and was still being sweet. Not an act. I didn't know why I had expected anything otherwise. I just hoped we didn't get stopped for speeding and end up being even more late. Watching the scenery go by, I was keenly aware of one thing. I was grinning from ear to ear. When we were 1 block from the hotel, about to turn the corner to part ways, he pulled to the curb, tucked his hand under my hair, and gave me a long, sweet kiss. Can I see you tonight? He asked. Off stage, that is. Are you sure, Liam? I asked nervously. Neither of us can make promises at this point. That's what we said back at the house. I know, he nodded. I want to make you promises. And I haven't felt that way in a very, very long time. He pressed his lips to each of my cheeks and then my forehead. Let's meet later and decide where to go from here. He smiled big as well, and my stomach turned into 1,000 knots. Okay, I said, against my better judgment. He was returning to his normal life after a day with me. Anything could happen, that was true, but I couldn't be afraid of the what-ifs. Or rather, I couldn't let my fear of what-ifs stop me. No, if I wanted a chance at fulfilling the good what-ifs, the ones that meant I'd see Liam's house again and be in his arms again, I had to face head-on the potentially bad ones with the potentially good. Robbie hadn't killed Liam too badly, just gave him a lengthy tongue-lashing when we pulled into the hotel's back driveway. Rosemary got over her worries quickly when I told her what happened and where I'd been, and when I divulged all in our hotel room. She squealed like a little girl. Abby, you just did what women the world over only dream of doing. So please, kiss and tell. Was it any good? She gave me a hopeful shoulder shrug. Well, not like I have a wealth of experience, but yes. Of course he did, Rosemary cried, throwing a pillow at me. Oh my God, I am so jealous. She screamed until the people next door knocked on our wall to shut us up. Our second Seattle show was on fire, as Liam would say. It was a brilliant, clear night for a rock concert. The crowd ate up all of Liam's antics, which seemed to include more energy, more wildness, more of everything. They sang along to all the songs, which fed his enthusiasm even more, and I got a wonderful response from the audience at the end of my solo for Save Me Tonight. Liam had faced me on stage, bowed to me, and blew me a kiss with a wink right in front of everyone. Rosemary even turned in her seat to give me an all-knowing look. Had us being together last night brought something out in me? I felt like I'd woken up from a long, dark sleep, as if all was right with the world, and Liam was the reason. My mind knew better than to attribute all success and happiness to one person, but I really did feel on top of my game tonight, like everything had changed for the better. Whereas before I was just here for a paycheck, now I was here because I wanted to be. The song was starting to mean a lot more to me. Had I saved Liam last night after he told me he had some darkness in his past? Had he written that song while desperately longing for someone to save his soul? I love to think I was that person, but all dreams must come to an end. After the second set, before the encore, Rosemary felt the need to warn me backstage. "You know we're going to Vancouver next," she said, arching an eyebrow. And that's where his ex-girlfriend is, Giselle Vici, the model. The name stopped me. Sure, I'd heard it before, but this time it sent lead into the pit of my stomach. Vici was part of his tattoo. Was she the reason it was there? Rosemary prattled on. "I've heard people talking about it. They're wondering if he's going to see her, or if she'll show up. Basically, they're placing bets to see if they'll hook up again." Her words were like little daggers to my heart. I wanted to foolishly believe that being with me had changed all that Liam wouldn't be interested in anybody but me at this point, that I'd at least keep him from seeing his ex-girlfriend tomorrow. But I wasn't so sure. And while he'd said he wanted to make promises to me, he hadn't made any. "Although," Rosemary shrugged, "I'm sure it's not going to happen. I mean, now that he has you." She smiled and rubbed at a smudge on her violin case. "Yeah, not very reassuring. I could tell you that much." I had to face it. I was now in direct competition with a world-class supermodel, not to mention women in every city. Well, I'd done my best. I'd been open and natural and myself, and hopefully he appreciated that last night. It was the best I could do. If it wasn't good enough for him, so be it. After the show, it was time to wrap things up and get ready to leave for Vancouver, but Liam and I had agreed to meet backstage, so I should at least show up. He'd warned me about backstage activities during our car ride through Seattle. Beyond that, I'd already seen some of it. I knew to take whatever I saw with a grain of salt. If we were ever going to be together, I would have to learn to trust him. If we were going to be together. Rosemary and I hovered closer to the backstage private rooms where some of the male members of our string section were invited in. Outside the door, girls waited. Some of them looked barely old enough to drive, though they were all ID'd by the security guard manning the door. What would make them clamor to be let into this VIP room? I didn't understand it, and never would. "If he invites you into the room, are you going to go?" Rosemary asked, nervously scanning our increasingly party atmosphere surroundings. People flitted every which way. I felt like a frog trying to cross the street. I scooted back to let a dark, brunette dancer by. Her gold bangle shook as she walked. "I don't know. Not sure I want to see what's in there," I admitted. "I get that, but it would be a tremendous honor, don't you think? Him letting you into his private circle?" Rosemary's eyebrows did that Spock thing. "I suppose so." Just then, Liam's friend Helen strolled by with a few other girls, all wearing Feel the Burn concert t-shirts. She spotted me hovering near the center of the action and gave a gentle scoff, elbowing her friends, who all looked over as well. Great, high school all over again. "Hey," she said, "what's up? Waiting for Liam?" "Not really," I answered, not caring to tell her what was up, though the way she asked the question made me think that Liam had already told her what was up. Besides, why else would I be standing here like a fish out of water, an uncool, nerdy fish, with Rosemary, the Taylor Swift of giraffes, off the prairie? "Oh," she laughed with her friends, "he's probably inside already." Then she mumbled something I couldn't hear, though it didn't take a neurobiologist to understand what she probably said. She gestured toward the VIP room, though I hadn't seen him enter, and I'd been standing here since the last set finished. She pulled out her phone and fiddled with it. Was she texting him? At that very moment, Wes and Corbin strolled by in their ripped jeans, tattoo-covered arms, and open shirts showing off smooth, tan chests. Then I spotted him. Liam and Tucker came running up behind them, bouncing up off the floor and using Wes and Corbin's shoulders as springboards. "Yeah!" Liam cried, landing and sliding along the floor. Tucker tumbled, and Liam helped him up with a strong hand. I looked at Helen. He was inside already, huh? If I hadn't known better, someone was trying to thwart my presence backstage. As expected, she looked away. The four of them were having a moment of brotherhood bonding while Rosemary and I talked about music and pretended not to be privy. But I could clearly hear what Tucker was saying to Liam. "What do you mean, you're not going to hang out with us?" "I'm just tired, dude." "Tired from what? Relaxing all day yesterday? Bro, we didn't see you yesterday. We barely saw you today. And now you're taking off again?" Tucker slapped Liam's arm, urging him to join them for some fun. And secretly I prayed that he'd decline again. I knew it was probably hard for him to tell his buddies no, but I needed to know where I fit into his life, if I fit into it at all. "He doesn't know you're here," Rosemary pointed out over the noise, shielding me. "I know, it's so awkward," I whispered back. "Come on, man," Wes said, taking a long drag from his cigarette. "Just chill with us. Have a drinky drink. It's cool if you're in love." He laughed, bumping elbows with Corbin. "In love? Man, please," Corbin said, taking a hit of what appeared to be weed, judging by the smell of the smoke. "We're almost in Vancouver. That will end like a brick against a wall." "Yeah, man. Wait till Giselle finds out he spent the day with Asian persuasion," Tucker said. "Why would she find out?" Wes asked rhetorically. "Dude, call her Asian persuasion one more time. Just one more time." Liam pushed his face right into Tucker's, and my heart sped up from the sheer adrenaline of his words and the tone of his voice. "You heard that?" Rosemary asked me. "Yes." Nervously, I chugged from my water bottle. "Oh, I'm sorry," Tucker said, putting on sunglasses and walking toward the VIP room. "I forgot you can't take a joke. Perhaps you'd prefer the name Ball and Chain instead." He laughed, bending and shaking his head at his own joke. It happened fast. Liam lunged at Tucker, grabbing him from behind and slamming him against a wall. Tucker fell back and swung out, clocking Liam in the temple, and in the nanosecond it took for Liam's face to rebound back to center, his eyes met mine. Then he went back to pummeling Tucker. Everyone scrambled to stop them, and soon they were surrounded by bandmates, Robbie, and a bunch of roadies trying to stop the fight. Rosemary tugged on my arm in alarm. "They're fighting about you." "What do we do?" I asked. "Did you hear me? They're fighting about you." They were, fighting about me. Liam had stood up on my behalf to his best friend, while Helen, Corbin, Wes, Robbie, and a multitude of others watched in disbelief. He did it for me, because of me. If he didn't care about me, he wouldn't have bothered. He may have even laughed at the joke and brushed it off. I was in awe. Helen materialized from the middle of the crowd. "God, she's right there, loser," she said to Liam, pointing at me. Liam came out of the crowd, his face a scratchy mess with a horizontal bloody mark on his forehead. He ambled toward me, and for a moment, I didn't know what to do, where I belonged. Then I remembered last night, the special time we'd shared. That was real, and something that didn't go away just because the sun came up. "Let's go," he said, taking me by the hand and leading me out of the madness. Rosemary smiled and gave me a thumbs up, and off I went with Liam. 20 minutes later, we were in a private room on the opposite side of the venue, away from the circus madness that was a rock show after-party. Liam locked the door behind us and dropped onto a leather sofa. Inside the lounge was a mirror, 2 more comfy sofas, and several vending machines. I grabbed a washcloth, wet it, and dabbed at his forehead, but the scratch had stopped bleeding. As I tended to him, Liam stared at me. With a sigh, I set the washcloth down. "Are you okay?" I sat down next to him and hugged him tightly. He nodded. "Why does he care if you like me?" "He doesn't care, not really, but he might be scared it'll mean the end of us as buddies, as wingmen, I bet. Don't take it personally, please." His hand smoothed down my hair and back. "I'm not, I don't know what to think." It was frightening to consider that I might be coming between him and his friends. I certainly didn't want to be responsible for friction. "Liam?" I asked, my cheek against his chest. His heartbeat raced within. "What are we doing?" "What do you mean?" Is this what you want? I don't think I fit into your life." "Says who?" He pushed my shoulders back gently to look at me. "Why would you say that? You fit just fine." "Liam, just look at us." You, the highly wanted, high-profile lead singer of a famous rock band, and me, the backup cellist? Your friends are going to make fun of me. Your friend Helen makes fun of me." He shot me a wary eyebrow. "Why do you say that?" "A girl just knows," I sighed, laying my head back down. "What I'm saying is, what if we see more of each other? If that ever happens, it's going to come at a cost." His arms held me tighter. We remained in this tight embrace for a while. I loved the silence that came with us wherever we went, the way we carved out time for each other amid the craziness. But I still sensed some hesitation and fear buried deep in his voice. "Abby, eventually we might have to nail things down. But for right now, let's keep this simple, okay?" I hesitated. Simple? Was he serious? There was nothing simple about us spending time together. Every time we did, I felt for him even more. But saying that would scare him, and I didn't want to scare him. I wanted to give what we could be together a chance. So I said, "Okay." I almost asked him about Giselle, about his plans now that we were going to Vancouver. I needed to know where I stood. It was okay if he wanted to see her, but I needed to safeguard my heart if he did, put up an iron wall and set up lots of cannons. I swore to myself that I wouldn't be mad. I just wanted upfront honesty. Maybe this life did come with an expiration date. Maybe he was getting tired of it all. But that was no reason why a different kind of fun couldn't begin. I raised my chin to kiss him, and he accepted it with an even deeper kiss of his own. Chapter 12. Liam. "Look at me," I said. She did, dark eyes finding mine. "I think I'm falling for you, Abby." She blinked slowly. I thought about how perfect life would be if I had her with me every day to share. But sharing my days on the road, while on tour, making her share me with my bandmates and screaming fans, God, was it even possible? Hearing the voices of others far away, as if in another realm, I thought about how we had to get going, how the venue people would begin cleaning up soon. I wanted so much to bring her with me on the bus ride to Vancouver. Any groupie would have given her right arm to come with us, but it was for that reason Abby probably wouldn't want to. Moreover, she'd probably want to ride with her string section because she wouldn't want to ignore her friend, was sensible and practical, and didn't usually do the obvious, impulsive thing that I so desperately wanted her to. "Ab, I know you might not think it's a good idea, but..." She took my hand and held it close to her face. "Can I stay with you tonight?" Lazily, she cracked open her eyes to peer at me with a gentle smile. "I think I'm falling for you too, Liam." It was late, and the guys were mostly drunk when I slipped Abby onto our sleeper bus. The smuggling did not go unnoticed by Helen, however, who watched from her group of last-minute smokers just outside their ready-to-depart buses. She gave me a quick but obvious glare as I led Abby in, but I couldn't stop to think about it. Helen always seemed to have some problem or another lately. In the feeble light of the bus, Abby pushed her cello case under my bunk and crawled into my bed. I spooned behind her, covering her with my blanket. She settled in for the short ride to Vancouver. We'd arrive in about 3 hours and could move to our hotel suites for the rest of the day if we wanted to, though the band and I sometimes just kept sleeping on the bus like old times. "This feels strange." There was a smile in her voice. "What does?" I breathed in her intoxicating scent, still new and mesmerizing to me. "This. Just last week I imagined myself working your show, spending free time with Rosemary and the others, and getting paid until the tour was over. Get in, get out. And now? And now I'm in the bed of the band's lead singer, someone I never imagined myself ever being with. I thought you'd be brash, bad for me, making poor choices, and being a general..." "What? Say it." "Douchebag." "Ouch. Fine, I'll take it." I smiled into her hair. "But to be fair, I never saw myself with you either." "Is that a good or a bad thing?" "Tell me what you envisioned," she whispered, her voice like a stained glass nightlight in the darkness. "Well, I envisioned getting drunk every night to cover up the fact that, despite people surrounding me at all times when we're on tour, I'm actually pretty lonely." "That's sad, Liam. I'm sorry," she said, stroking my arm with a light touch. "But I feel the same. I mean, aside from Samuel." "Samuel?" "My ex-boyfriend. I was with him for 4 years until a couple of weeks ago. I haven't known any other guy except him. And you want to know the sad thing?" she asked. "I was more lonely when I was with him than when we broke up. I'd just reached a point where I had no idea why I was with him anymore, other than out of habit." I nodded and thought about how familiar that sounded. I agree. My buddies are awesome, don't get me wrong. They'll be there for me if I need them. But there's always that feeling that at the end of the day, the only person you can really count on is yourself. Abby, I don't trust most women I meet. You have to know that. For me to let one this close to my heart is pretty rare. I wanted to think I was strong enough for her. But there was a major difference between my parents falling in love and me falling for Abby. My folks hadn't had this life of fame, money, and excess to thwart their efforts and knock them off the straight and narrow path. I could only hope that if, no when, the time came for me to fight off temptation, I would be strong enough to handle it. In the meantime, I'd cling to Abby for dear life. If I followed her path, she might just lead me. When the sun filtered in through the windows and Tucker's idiotic face peered into the bunk at us, I knew I shouldn't have brought Abby into this mess. "So," Tucker began. "Leave him alone, Tucker," Corbin's deep voice warned from somewhere else. "I'll play nice," he assured them. "So, you an Asian persuasion, huh?" His arms hung on the top bunk. I felt Abby stir awake and curl into me, giving Tucker her back. Good for her. She was learning to ignore him. Once you learned how to not let him under your skin, he wasn't a bad guy. "It's cool. No worries." She's a little defense mechanism to help you before you see the X, to ensure you stay away from her. I get it. He chuckled in the way an evil clown might assault your memories, and I did everything in my power not to let him get to me. "You know," I said carefully, "your face is just within reach of my fist, old buddy." In the background, Wes laughed. "Tell him, bro." Tucker winked at me. "Just kidding, Lee, baby. No need to bring out the claws. I actually like you too. You look real cute. Reminds me of high school again. Hey, Abby, you know your boy here is just a glorified dramagoon, right? Ask him to show you pics sometime of his afro and glasses." "Sounds like a hottie," Abby said, lifting her chin to kiss me long and slow, and deep, full makeout, in front of Tucker. I love this girl's dark side. Sssss. Tucker made a show of shielding his eyes from the sizzling sight, then he walked away, shaking his head. "I don't even know who that dude is. It's like an alien ate Liam." Abby giggled against my kiss. "I made him go away." "Supremely awesome. You make me proud, girl." In the middle of the parking lot, right by our sleeper bus, Abby stretched her hand out toward mine to keep from letting go. "I had a great night with you, Liam." I pressed her hand against my lips. "Me too, Abby. Maybe I'll see you in a few hours." The way she said it was tinged with doubt, like she knew there might be a chance I'd be busy, like she'd heard about the Vancouver danger through the grapevine. I felt confident there was no danger, that I wouldn't hurt her, that I had it in me to be the man she needed, the same man I'd always wanted to become. "Definitely. Have a great rehearsal, Ab. And don't forget to practice Serenade, too. Can't have you not getting into that uppity orchestra, all because of that hot guy who's always distracting you." I winked at her. She smiled, even though I'd called her Philharmonic uppity, and I watched her walk away, hips straight, shoulders square, lugging her case with beauty in her purposeful steps. She glanced back once. I waved, other hand in my pocket, no shirt, feeling the early morning chill, keeping an eye on her. I was just about to turn into the bus and face the buttload of questions I knew I'd be getting from the guys when Helen beat them to it. Severe lines were etched on her face, and her eyes were glassy and hard. She leaned against the bus, smoking what was probably her 10th cigarette of the morning. "I guess you're serious about her, huh?" she asked. "I like her, yeah. Is that a problem?" "You know, Liam," she shook her head and kicked at the asphalt with the toe of her sneaker. "I've been with you every step of the way. I knew you when you drove a beat-up Honda with one door missing. That's what friends are for. I've always been there for you, too. It's why we let you come along with us." "Oh, you let me come along with you?" Her eyebrows flew up in rage. "What? Did I say something wrong? It's true, isn't it? You come with us because you're one of us. We want you here." She scoffed. "Don't do me any favors, Liam." "What are you talking about, bro?" I asked, though I was starting to suspect. "Bro?" she mocked. "God, you're so clueless. It's not even funny." She turned to leave, but I grabbed her arm and spun her around. "What am I so clueless about, Helen? Tell me." If she was going to accuse me of being stupid, I wanted her to at least spell out what it was I was supposed to know. She shoved my hand away. "The fact that you have to ask proves that you are. The fact that you can't, for 1 second, look at me as anything other than one of your bros is what I'm talking about. Her tears betrayed her. They spilled. Then she did the unthinkable. I saw it coming, though I couldn't move or prevent it. It was almost as if I deserved it, so I just stood there, allowing her hand to clock back, then come forward and slap me hard. Thwack. One tight crack. "Are you kidding me right now?" I asked, holding on to my stinging cheek. "I show you. I give to you. I stand by you." She was really bawling now, hurt forcing out all her tears. "All I ever wanted was for you to give me a chance." She was rambling, wiping her eyes, fumbling over words, and drunk, not because she liked to be, but because she was trying not to think of me. Tucker burst out of the bus just then, landing on the asphalt like a pack of firecrackers. "Dude, I told her she didn't want to come here and see things her eyes couldn't take back, but she didn't listen. Helen, just tell him already." "Tell me what?" My eyes flitted back and forth between two of my best friends. "That if she can't marry you and have 10,000 of your babies," Tucker said, wringing his arm around Helen, "then she doesn't want anyone else. Ever." "Is that true?" I crossed my arms facing her. "Why didn't you just tell me that?" "Because a girl shouldn't have to say it." "Well, I don't read minds," I yelled. "I think it's time I leave," she said, turning to Tucker, who threw his hands in the air and disappeared into the bus. "Why?" I said. "You don't have to go, babe." "There's no reason for me to stay, babe," she sniffed, pressing her hands into her face. "The only reason I came along on this year's tour was to tell you that, to see if anything would develop between us. Last thing I expected was that you'd fall for that." She gestured in the direction Abby had walked off. "Thing. Her name is Abby. Whatever her name is." She stormed off toward her bus. Chapter 13. Abby. As my infatuation with Liam grew, so did my stress. We were in Vancouver, home of Giselle Vici. Last tour's flame, was I enough to keep Liam from straying? During our first rehearsal break, my mother called, which surprised me, since she told me before I left NYC that she wouldn't want to bother me, and preferred that I call her instead. Either her patience had failed her, or something was up. "Hi, Mom," I answered, sneaking out of the rehearsal room into the warm sunshine of the venue's back parking lot. "Abby, have you been following news of the tour?" "Ma, I'm on the tour. Why would I be following news if I'm experiencing it? What's up?" "Look at your text, for crying out loud. Look at them," my mother said in that special tone that suggested she was going to bust a gasket if I didn't stop everything I was doing and attend to her matters at once. "Okay, hold on. I was rehearsing. Sorry." I pushed the button to return to the home screen where I could check texts while putting my mom on speaker. Apparently, she had taken a screenshot and sent it, showing a photo of me holding hands with Liam outside his bus. A headline from Buzz News read, "Is Liam Collier romancing new mystery woman?" There wasn't much news attached to the photo, just a basic summary of Point Break being on the North American leg of their world tour, and questions about this mystery woman he was recently seen with. Man, news really did travel fast, but it wasn't an incriminating photo or anything. Ugh, look at my arms. They look like two baby redwood tree trunks. "That's what you have to say? About your thick arms?" "Did I say they were thick, Ma?" My mother mumbled something under her breath. Then, "Abby, you have Samuel here. You don't need to be gallivanting with that punk boy." "Mom, he's not a boy. He's the lead singer of the band and actually very talented. He treats me well, in a way that Samuel never did. Besides, I don't know how long it will last, but that's nobody's business." "It's everybody's business now, Abby. Look at that headline. Abby, you need to be discreet. You need to stay focused." She sighed, regaining control of her emotions. "You have an audition at the end of the summer." I kicked a concrete parking curb. "Like I need reminding." "Ma, I know what I'm doing." "Be careful what you do and in front of whom. That's all I'm asking." "Yes, I know, but I don't see the big deal, especially if I'm having a good time," I said to my own surprise. I was having a good time with Liam, was I? Did I mean that in a superficial way, or was I developing long-term feelings for Liam? "I have to go now. Stop trolling the internet, okay? It'll drive you crazy." "You make me crazy, Abby." I smiled, spotting Rosemary in the doorway, waving at me to let me know the break was over. I gave her a thumbs up. "That's my job. I love you. I'll talk to you again soon." "If you gallivant in front of the paparazzi again, wear a different top that doesn't make your arms look fat. Okay, Abby?" I said nothing. My mother. God love her. I swear. Abby, phone in pocket. I had no idea Vancouver was so beautiful. The sunset view from the hotel room overlooking downtown's West End and Vancouver Harbor was simply amazing. Because we had the night off, Rosemary wanted to stay in and order room service, but I was restless. I thought about trying to find Liam, though he could conceivably be anywhere. It was not a night for staying in. Standing at the window, watching the sun go down, I received a text from unknown. I knew exactly who it was. He must have finally gotten my number from somewhere. He wrote, "Go for a walk? Get a bite to eat? How'd you get my number? Employee payroll. Yes or no?" I bounced on the edge of the bed like a little girl before a big party. Rosemary glanced over my shoulder. "What's that smile for? Is that him?" "Maybe." I swiveled to block her and fired back a reply. "I only walk and dine with famous rock stars. Sorry." The ellipses indicating a reply came on, making my heart skip. He wrote back, "You're in luck then. Meet you downstairs in 10. "Sure." "You're going to dinner with him, aren't you?" Rosemary clucked her tongue. "Abandoning your best friend for a guy. How typical." "Oh, stop," I said, checking my hair in the mirror. I grabbed my purse and sweater. "I promise, I'll be back soon." She gave me a wide-eyed look. "If you come back to this room, I will be sorely disappointed. How am I supposed to live vicariously through you if you're lame? Go, have a good time." I chuckled, smoothing my shirt and pants. "How do I look?" I whirled around to face her. I probably looked ordinary, but the truth was, I hadn't packed any special dresses or outfits, thinking I wouldn't be going out that much. Funny how things changed in a matter of a week. Rosemary, gorgeous in her own right, tilted her head to examine me. A sisterly glow seeped into her melancholy expression, like a woman needing to get away and find love for herself. "Good for you, Abby," she added without any sarcasm whatsoever. She was genuinely happy for me. But had I found love? Much less the love of my life? How could she tell? How did I know this wasn't short-lived infatuation? I didn't have enough experience to perceive the difference, but I knew one thing. Liam made me feel special in a way that Samuel never could in a million years. That alone was worth pursuing. "Thanks." I gave Rosemary a short hug, then blasted out of the hotel room, headed for the elevator, checking my reflection several times while waiting for it to arrive. It occurred to me then that this would be the first real dinner Liam and I would have together. Though we'd spent the day in Seattle and picked up food at the market, we hadn't actually sat down to talk much. My mother would say that was backward, that I should get to know a man thoroughly before ever giving up my gifts. But I wasn't ashamed to say that, after being with Samuel, I first wanted to know how my chemistry was with Liam before proceeding. And so far, the chemistry was superb. "More, please." Downstairs he waited for me beside a column, thumbing through his phone, which he put in his pocket as soon as he saw me. A vision of beauty. He wrapped an arm around my waist and kissed my cheek. He wore dark pants, a light blue, button-down shirt unbuttoned at the top, and a dark jacket over it. He was freshly showered, smelled wonderful, and my stomach did backflips, somersaults, and cartwheels. "Were you looking at our lovely first photo together?" I asked, nodding toward the phone he'd put back in his pocket. "Ah, yes. Was it that obvious?" He shook his head in amusement. "It was a great shot." He gave me an arm to link mine around as he led us out of the back of the hotel and past doormen who nodded and bid us a pleasant evening. "Aren't people going to recognize you if we go out?" I asked, noticing a few curious looks from hotel guests lounging in the lobby. "Maybe, but we'll walk fast. The restaurant is expecting us. There's a private room, and Nathan is nearby in case we need him, so let's go." We walked through the twilight-bathed streets of Vancouver. I felt light on my feet, cautious and vigilant of paparazzi, but happy. Our focus was to get there quickly, not so much conversation at this point, but I also felt like I didn't need to talk constantly. Walking with Liam was like being with someone I'd known forever, a best friend, and that thought made me smile. "Did you practice your piece today?" he asked. I love the fact that he cared this much about my audition. "Yes, many times. It's getting much smoother. It's not an easy composition, quite complex, but I made it that way on purpose. There is nothing simple about you, and your piece should match that enigmatic, unpredictable style that is you." Swoon. Flattery would get him everywhere. "Oh yes, unpredictable, that's me." I often wished I could act more spontaneously, instead of sticking to my tried-and-true ways. We turned the corner and paused before a storefront that had a barrel tile awning. Liam looked up to make sure we had stopped at the right place. "Here we are." Good evening, Mr. Collier. Happy to meet you, sir. The maitre d' of the upscale Cuban restaurant, La Cocina Cubana, ushered us to a semi-private room upstairs in the back, away from gawkers, but close enough so we could still enjoy a view of the dining room, not completely blocked off. Abby, trust me, you're complex, straight-laced but passionate, practical but artistic. That's key to creativity. Nobody can pin you down. I like that about you. I never considered that. You're the same way. I noted the crinkle in his eyes that seemed to appear only when he was with me. 2 peas in a pod. Liam worked my chair back and in again as I sat. Our waiter, Hector, handed us menus and told us about the specials. All around were pieces of art on the walls depicting scenes of Havana and potted palm trees. Romantic and enigmatic, like Liam. Listen, he took my hand. It was hard not to feel like I was in some fairy tale dream. You're more spontaneous than you give yourself credit for. What's your everyday life normally like? Normally? I exhaled slowly, considering the question. Normally, I just practice cello, perform, cook, maybe hang out with Rosemary. Nothing much, really. So maybe you were ready to try on a new skin. I am. I was. And I'm glad I did it with you, Liam. Honestly. I couldn't tell him everything. From all I'd seen in movies and read in novels, once you divulged every last feeling, that's when someone betrayed you. What? He asked. Something in Liam's eyes told me it was okay to talk, though. He was just a person, and I was just a person, and there was nothing to be scared about. There was that word again. Scared. If I seem at times like I'm not sure how to proceed, not sure of what I want, I hope you'll have patience with me. I just came out of a relationship, I said to Silent Eyes regarding me with admiration. It scared me. What was so scary about it? He wanted to get married and you didn't? I shook my head. No way. I wouldn't even think about marriage with him. My mom never married. My father left her while she was pregnant. I was the reason she had to quit the New York Philharmonic. His eyes grew wide in surprise. Your mother played too? Smiling, thinking of Mom, I nodded. The best cello player around. Better than I am. Then I should have hired your mama, Liam said, winking. She wouldn't have come, I smirked. When I was born, she pretty much stopped thinking of herself. Because my dad left, she had to throw it all away to raise a baby. It never would have happened had my father cared for her, provided for her. She might be principal cello now. She might be playing to audiences every other night, like you. I smiled. I'm sorry to hear that. I shrugged. He was already married. My mother began seeing him without knowing he had another family. It's a long story. I won't bore you with it. But he's one of the reasons why I can't allow myself to be too impulsive, because I know it'll lead to heartbreak. It did for my mom. I can't let the same thing happen to me. He watched me for a long time until our plates arrived. Then he snapped out of his trance. Maybe he was thinking how depressing that was. What a pathetic girlfriend I would make. But at least now he knew. There was something else bothering me, though, something on my mind, and I needed to know before I proceeded with him. What about you? You must have some skeletons in your closet. Ghosts of Liam's past. I chuckled from the nerves, more than anything. Me? Nah. What you see is pretty much what you get. That's not what I heard. I gave him the arched eyebrow of disbelief. Is it true you're just a drama geek? He poured black beans onto his rice and mixed the two around. You're not going to make me go there, are you? He laughed. Hey, I went to what scares me. Don't you have anything that scares you, Liam Collier? Keeps you from showing your real feelings sometimes? I asked, propping my chin on one hand, wanting him to confide in me about the something in his past he'd mentioned the other day. Surely you must have some ex-girlfriends or heartbreak in your past. I didn't want to come right out and mention the supermodel I'd heard people talking about, but it appeared I didn't have to. You want me to talk about Giselle? Is that it? He didn't seem happy to discuss it. Maybe this wasn't the best time for it, but I needed to know what I was up against. Well, weren't you two involved last year? And she lives here in Vancouver? I asked. I have to admit it makes me nervous. I hesitated to mention the tribal thorn tattoo on his back. A design that might have been about her. You talking about my ink? He pointed to his back. Because if you are, you don't have to worry. It's not about Giselle. Giselle was a distraction. She was fun to hang around with last year when I was just doing my thing, living life to the fullest, the craziest. She was good for press. She made me the front man everyone wants to see. But she's not who I need in my life. Okay, Because I saw Veni, Vidi, Vici at the bottom and figured it was about Giselle because of her last name. His eyes narrowed a moment as he thought. Then he smiled and shook his head. Oh, God, no. That means I came, I saw, I conquered in Latin, he said. I knew what the phrase meant, but I thought it might also be a double entendre. It's there because of my high school girlfriend, he went on. She told me to live life to the fullest. She's the one who made me come out of my shell, taught me that if I wanted to be someone else, someone bigger, I needed to visualize and become that person, become the change you want to see. Ah, so the tattoo wasn't about Giselle, but it was still about a woman from his past, a woman who'd given him confidence, enriched his life. Gandhi. Exactly, he nodded. And then I broke her heart by breaking up with her. He set down his fork. For a moment he looked lost in the past. He swallowed softly. Why, if she was so special to you, if you don't mind me asking, I said. His eyes focused on me again. Point Break had just taken off, Ab. I felt that being on tour all the time would be a challenge for her and me. I wanted to live the rock and roll lifestyle, make it big. A girlfriend didn't fit into that picture. Ouch, so we'd let her go. You didn't want a ball and chain. He shook his head, seemingly angry at himself. I hate that phrase too. No, that's not it. I didn't want to hurt her when I knew I most likely would. Is that why you got into a fight with Tucker when he called me that? I cocked my head. In part, yeah, but also... He shook his head. I can't believe I'm admitting this, but I feel I've known you a long time, so what the hell? He took a sip of water and set it down again. I carry a lot of guilt, Ab. Just a part of me, I guess. About what? About letting her go. Your high school girlfriend? Yes. But why? It's not like you meant to hurt her. I know, but she was there for me. And then right when she needed me, I bailed on her. The band was starting to get serious attention. Girls were coming out of the woodwork. And I knew. It was a matter of time before I'd succumb to the partying, the playing. I didn't want to cheat on her. Abby, I didn't. His face fell. And then, there was more. I took one of his hands in mine. What? I thought maybe he would pull into his shell and refuse to talk, but he took a deep breath and went on. I found her, on my bathroom floor at my parents' house. She overdosed on sleeping pills. This was after our big fight. He released my hand and pushed it through his hair. She survived, but... Liam shook the memory from his head. She never talked to me again after that. I lost a friend. I caused her to hurt herself. Ah, so that was it. Liam, I'm sorry, I said, taking his hand. That sucks. But that was not your fault. You did the right thing by letting her know ahead of time. By breaking up with her. Instead of betraying her, you told her you weren't ready. That was well done, Liam. More than my own father did with my mom. Now I was the one to drop my head and almost lose it. I hadn't thought about my father much over the years. It was something I just accepted. So I'd moved on and focused on things I could control about my life. But sitting here talking to Liam about it, I guess I hadn't realized just how angry I was. Tears stung my eyes, and I couldn't finish my food. If I had any reservations left about Liam, they disappeared at that moment. I knew if I ever was in the same situation with him, he'd give me fair warning, and that was a huge peace of mind to me. Soft fingers lifted my chin to look at him. Then you have to realize that your mom not getting that cello position wasn't your fault. He peered into my pathetic face, shaking my chin like he was talking to a child. Okay, say okay. A burst of sad laughter escaped me. Okay. Geez, what a downer of a dinner date I am, huh? He grinned, scooped up a forkful of his rice and beans, and extended it across the small table toward my mouth. I opened up, despite my big smile, and he fed me his dinner. Good girl. I could laugh and cry hysterically at the same time. Maybe it was the way he said my name, or the way he took care of me, drove me around, made sure I'd practice my song, given up a forkful of his own meal. Maybe, just maybe, I'd be holding in more than I realized, and all it took was one conversation with Liam to suck it out of me. I had officially crossed that line. I was in deep. If he hurt me now, I might never recover. You know what we need? He slapped his cloth napkin on the table dramatically. After flawn and espresso, of course. What? A relaxing night. No show, no hurrying, no janitors nearby ready to intrude on us in public rooms. What a beautiful smile he had, the way it lit up the darkness of our little corner. I said we go back to my room, take a long bath, and I give you a fantastic massage. A massage? That doesn't sound opportunistic at all. I pursed my lips at him. He folded his hands in front of me like a well-behaved schoolboy. "You don't have to return the favor if you don't want. I just want you happy and relaxed. I can't have my solo cello player messing up during our song, breaking a string, crying, blaming me for it. Next thing you know, we lose the next record deal, the band breaks up, fans the world over want their money back. Complete anarchy." He made a big show of waving his hands and doing a bunch of fake scoffs. I laughed out loud, throwing my head back. Rarely had I laughed this way with Samuel. "I knew you had an ulterior motive, mister." He leaned up and out of his seat just to kiss me. His delicious scent filled my nostrils. "Only to make you happy, Abby. Nothing more, nothing less." And for the first time in my life, I felt not only loved by a man, but adored. Chapter 14. Liam. I don't know why it happened. It couldn't have been waking up to see Abby lying next to me, asleep, peaceful, innocent, and so incredibly beautiful. We'd already been together several times, and none of those previous times had thrown me into a panic. Maybe it was the fact she'd brought up Giselle, or that we'd talked about Vanessa. Whatever the reason, when I woke up with Abby beside me this time, I was overwhelmed by the haunting feeling I'd never be able to stay true to her. Not until I'd been tested, not until I'd proven where I stood with her. And this feeling only magnified when I read the text on her phone. It wasn't like I meant to, but her phone was vibrating right next to mine on the nightstand, all lit up, practically begging me to look at it. Last night she'd texted someone when we first came into my hotel suite. It was a fast and furious exchange, accompanied by lip bites and giggles, so I was sure it was between her and her friend Rosemary. Wondering what they both thought of me, I just happened to glance down at her screen while she snoozed and saw the last several texts from last night, plus the one from this morning. "Seriously, Abby, good for you." "Well, don't be happy for me yet. I'm not sure how I feel about him yet." "I don't blame you. I'd be scared too." I was almost positive it was only girl banter, and like us guys, they said things to each other they really didn't mean, just to keep up appearances. But something in her line, "I'm not sure how I feel about him yet," threw me for a loop. On top of that, now I felt guilty that I looked at her phone when it wasn't my business. Still, was that really where I stood with her? She was on the fence about me? Man, I shouldn't have given it too much thought, but I slipped out of bed, got dressed, and left her a note hastily written on the hotel paper by her bedside. "I have a meeting with Robbie. Stay as long as you like. I'll see you later, L." I didn't have a meeting with Robbie, of course, but I wasn't about to tell her I was freaking out. It wasn't until I was outside the hotel, in the early morning hours with no one around, and the peach glow of sunrise peeking around the buildings, that I was able to take a deep breath and let it out. What was going on? Wasn't Abby what I wanted? Was she not the perfect combination of beauty and brains I always thought I'd marry? Someday? She was. Of course she was. But I wasn't supposed to meet her until 2 or 3 years from now. Plus, there was unfinished business with Helen, and I had to talk to my best friend. Through the pool gate, I edged along the property on the sidewalk and headed toward the venue and buses where the merchandise crew would be setting up. They always came out bright and early to make sure everything was good to go. Then around midday, they lunched, took naps, and shot the breeze, coming back in time for the show. At the corner of Rogers Arena, I pulled my slouch cap tight over my head, narrowly missed a group of fans camping out front to be the first ones let in, and swerved around the building to the back where the buses were parked and most everyone was still sleeping. I could hear the merch girls before I saw them, cackling, gossiping, carrying boxes. I turned the corner and my stomach sank. Helen wasn't there. Wes stood by watching them, smoking a cigarette, blowing kisses, and making the girls laugh with his stupid faces. He was always good about staying friends with them, and it made me feel extra guilty that I rarely hung out with them anymore. In fact, since this tour began, I'd been all about Abby and hadn't spent much time with my tribe. At least last year, Giselle had had more in common with my friends than Abby did now. Wes looked surprised to see me. "Good morning, sunshine." He took a long draw of his cigarette. He was born to be a lead guitarist with the tall, thin, slouchy look he'd had since he was a baby. "What got you out of bed so early?" "Your cigarette morning breath. I walked all the way here just to give you this breath mint." I fake-handed him a breath mint and instead gripped fists with him. He chuckled through the corner of his lips. "Wes, my boy, my man." "Dork." He gave me a slap against the back of my head. "That's Mr. Dork to you." I turned and said hello to the merch crew, who gave me some mumbles and all-around mediocre vibes. There could only be one reason. I turned my back to them, facing Wes. "Hey, have you seen Helen?" Wes shifted his body so his mouth was out of their view. He blew out a puff of smoke. "Dude, she left yesterday after you apparently had some tiff with her." "Where did she go?" "I don't know, but I heard some of the girls over there say that maybe, perhaps, she went to see—" He leaned his messy bedhead toward me and whispered, "Giselle." "What? Why would she do that?" I blurted, lowering my tone right at the end. "Why?" Wes took on the tone of an older, wiser love sage. "Why do frogs cross a busy street? Why does Liam Collier have such a perfect body?" He raised his cigarette into the air poetically. "Wes," I said adamantly, "why did she go see Giselle?" Wes returned to his normal, shrugging self. "You know how chicks are when they get together to talk about you. She probably wanted someone she could bond with. Giselle's had you. Helen wants you. You scorned both of them. That's all." He drew on his cigarette. "In the 10 years I've known Helen, why she has to go and get all clingy on me now, I don't know." Wes shot me a look like I was quite possibly the stupidest, most naive person in Vancouver. "Dude, she's always held a candle for you. You broke her biggest high school rival's heart at the height of her love for you. You douchebag. That left her feeling she had a chance." Wow. Helen had told me she'd always wanted a chance with me. And of course, I'd never considered how her hopes might have been affected by my breakup with Vanessa, or the fact that I'd kept her close to me by offering her the merchandising job. Still, Helen knew I broke things off with Vanessa before things got crazy, because I knew things were going to get crazy. "That is true, my friend," Wes nodded. "But she also knew you wanted to settle down someday. I think she was hoping to make her move on you during this tour. You're not with Giselle anymore. You weren't supposed to be with anyone. Well, until the cello chick." "Abby," I said. "Yeah, her." Wes Smirk smiled at me out of the corner of his eye. "Abby Chan, mystery woman." I smiled, not ignoring the fact that he was respectful instead of calling her names like Tucker. He didn't tell me I shouldn't be seeing her, just acknowledged her real, unavoidable presence in my life. Wes was a good guy that way. "Thanks, man." I bumped shoulders with him and headed off amid the disquieting whispers of the merch crew and Wes's cloud of smoke. "Anytime, buddy, anytime." Against my better judgment, I spent the rest of the morning walking the old downtown streets of Vancouver, taking in the clean summer air and narrowly missing groups of fans wearing Feel the Burn t-shirts. I wondered whether I should show up at Giselle's house to find Helen and tell her I was sorry. I'd never be with her romantically, but the least I could do was offer an apology for being so stupid. It was then, cutting through a park, that I realized what else was bothering me. Maybe the one I'd had the intention of being with, the one I'd had been holding a candle for, was Vanessa. Maybe in the back of my mind, I figured that once my wild side died down, I'd try finding her again, when I was ready, despite the fact she was married. But that all changed when I met Abby. I realized, if my brain would allow me to think of something so painful, that I wanted Helen and Vanessa's forgiveness before deciding which direction to go with Abby. For the longest time, besides my mother, they were the women in my life. Their blessing mattered to me. It was like the time my grandmother was dying in the hospital, and my mother leaned in closer and told her, right there on her deathbed, that she was free to go if she wanted. We would all be okay without her, and so my grandmother sighed her last breath and left us. Vanessa wasn't in my life now, but there were too many unspoken things between Helen and me. It was mostly my fault for turning a blind eye to her. But I loved her, so she needed to know how much I was starting to love Abby, and how much it scared me, too. Was I doing the right thing, or was I leading Abby on? Some might say that Abby would change me, tame me, strip me of my rocker skin, and make me a decent man. Some might say she'd lead me to be someone I am not. And if that happened, who would I be? I'd spent years trying to become Liam Collier, frontman for Point Break, and now that I'd arrived, where had that gotten me? When I finally made it back to the hotel, I crept in through the back, past Nathan, opting to take the stairs. I paused outside my hotel room, taking a deep breath, hoping Abby wouldn't still be inside. I needed my space today. If, after a day without her, after the show tonight, let's say, I still wanted to see her, then I'd take that as a sign. But if I didn't, maybe I was getting myself in too deep, especially if she wasn't sure what she felt for me. Running my keycard through the slot, I heard a voice from down the hall. "Hey, you." It was Ab, looking freshly showered and gorgeous, a weird smile on her face, like she wasn't sure what to think. "I was just going to rehearsal. How was the meeting?" "Huh?" I felt stupid and was sure I looked it too. "The meeting with Robbie, in your note." She paused in front of me, leaning against the hallway wall. When she realized I probably had no meeting with Robbie, her face fell. "Oh, it's fine. Everything's great. Our shows tonight and tomorrow are both sold out." "That's great," she said, chewing her lip. "When you hadn't texted or called all morning, I just—" She glanced away at the colorful pattern of the carpet. Anywhere but at my face, I had to say something. "Abby." I reached out for her hand, squeezing it softly. "Everything's fine. I needed to spend time with the band, so they wouldn't think I was—" "Was what?" Her eyebrows sloped. "Spending too much time with Asian persuasion?" Slowly, she took back her hand and crossed her arms. "What? No, of course not. Listen, I can't talk now. I have to shower, then get to a sound check. But—" "You never make sound checks, Liam. What's going on?" "Nothing." I tried convincing her. "Nothing is going on. I had an amazing time with you last night." Her demeanor shifted slightly, considering the truth to my words. "So please don't think anything is going on. I just need time to myself today, that's all." I knew she was worried about Giselle, about whether I had a double life, just like her father had with her mother. I could see it in her face, but I couldn't tell her with 100% certainty that I could be true to her. Not yet, but soon. She inhaled a deep, cleansing breath. "Take your time, Liam. We're in the same place, you and I." And there it was, the same uncertainty in her text to Rosemary. So it was true. She wasn't sure what to think of me. "Trust me, I get it," I said. She narrowed her eyes. Okay, maybe not the best choice of words. "Like I said, take all the time you need. I'll be sure to do the same." With that, she turned and strolled down the hall, disappearing around the corner, without so much as a glance back my way. The show went amazing, but for the first time in a long time, I felt distracted. It was like I could hear the crowd and see the crowd. I didn't miss any beats, and everything went without a hitch, but it all went down as though I'd performed behind a glass wall. My body went through the motions, but my soul just wasn't there. I never saw Giselle in the front row, thank God, although my reaction to seeing her face would have been a good indication about how true my love for Abby really was. But it was better this way. During Save Me Tonight, Abby's solo rang out smoother and more beautiful than ever, but she only looked at me after the song when I faced her and bowed to her, as usual. She gave me a polite smile and bowed back, and that was it. No lit-up smile, the one that made my chest expand, made my heart ache. Could I live without it? The very thought made me feel sick. After the show, the backstage energy was stronger, louder, and more raucous than ever before. Tucker and Corbin were determined to get me to party, shoving shots in my face, whooping it up, spraying champagne, not relenting until I hit the high notes right along with them. Through the haze of alcohol, I caught Wes's face a few times, his eyes sadly examining me as though he felt sorry for me. I hoped Abby wasn't watching. I was being a jerk, a rock and roll bad boy, and there was a lot that was comforting about that. Being who I was, who I worked hard to be, living the life, the dream, relishing in my earned persona. With Abby, I'd been a much more guarded Liam, a best behavior Liam, which I could do for a while. But could I keep it up forever just for her? I wasn't sure of anything anymore, and my extreme wastedness wasn't helping either. Wes asked if I was okay, and I was, but I wasn't. The only way to know if Abby was the one was to try to drive her out of my brain, be the worst possible Liam I could be, and if at the end of the night she was still on my mind, then I'd have my answer. I was pretty sure that was a stupid move, but vodka ruled me, and nobody tried to stop me. "Dude," Tucker spoke in my ear with his alcohol breath. I slapped him away. "Bro, stop that. It tickles." He cackled, then laid his head on my shoulder and burped, but there was something comforting about that, too. "Come in here, bro." He led me to a closed door and reached for the handle. "Why?" "Just come here. I have a surprise for you." "What is it?" I felt the room spin around me as I fought to maintain even footing. All around, people gathered, watching me carefully, laughing, whispering. I was Liam on parade. "What are you doing, Tuck?" "Nothing but a favor, my man." He threw open the door and shoved me inside another room. "Make me proud, son." He clapped his hand on my shoulder, high-fived Corbin, and began closing the door slowly. Behind him, a pile-up of faces watched the Liam show, like I was a rat being thrown into a snake's tank. I spun around. The room's light clicked on, and there, on a long red sofa, was a vision, an angel. Giselle split into two beaming angels, then back to one again. "Bonjour, Beau," meowed in a perfect lingerie ad voice. "I've missed you." Chapter 15. Abby. How do I look? I stood before Rosemary in all my terrified glory. This afternoon, after my hallway encounter with Liam, I took my first tour paycheck and hit the streets in search of a dress I could wear for him tonight, post-show. If I was going to tip Liam over the edge, make him fall my way over the fence, I had to keep his visual interest. Rosemary's eyes took on a shiny glow. Wow. Is that wow bad or wow good? I glanced down at my red mini dress with black boots laced up to the knee. I had my reservations about the outfit, but when I told the sales lady I'd be wearing it to the Point Break concert tonight without offering any more details, she assured me it would be awesome. "Abby, you look H.O.T. You look theatrical, provocative, a goddess of strings, the complete opposite of stuffiness and boring black and white." She gave me 2 thumbs up. "I approve of this dress. Perfect makeup, too. Go get 'em." "Okay." I breathed out a heavy sigh, grabbing her squarely by the shoulders. "Then wish me luck." "You don't need it. You got this. Liam is going to forget everyone and everything from his pre-Abby days. Giselle? Giselle who?" She hugged me tightly. "You're my best friend," I said. "I think I'll keep you. You sure you don't want to come?" "Nah." She pointed in the general direction of the buses. "It's been a long day. Think I'll go shower and call it a night. Really, I'm fine." She smiled, and I hugged her again. "I'll check in with you later." I headed out of the dressing room and down the hall, closer to the din of festivities coming from the VIP and surrounding rooms. Smiling, I worked the boots, feeling like Sandy from Grease, about to meet Danny Zuko, imagining the gawks I'd get as soon as I reached the band. No doubt Tucker would say something crass. Corbin would probably stare me down like he did at Robbie's house that night, and Wes would sweetly compliment me. And Liam? Hopefully I blew Liam's mind. The partying noises grew closer. My nerves jittered more by the moment. I approached the towering, familiar form standing by the door. "Good evening, Nathan." "Good evening, Miss Chan. You're looking lovely this evening." "Thank you. Is it okay for me to go inside?" I asked, peeking through the space between the double doors, hearing familiar voices within. Liam did say we'd meet after the show. For a split second, he was hesitant. "I'm actually not sure. Sorry to do this." He checked his clipboard while I waited, tapping my purse for approval. "Well, you are on the list of staff, miss, and as Mr. Collier's guest." He smiled, reached for the door, and pulled it wide open for me. "Thank you. Have a good night." "You too, Miss Chan." He beamed his friendly big boy smile. From the millisecond I walked in, everybody's faces snapped toward me. There was Robbie, Wes's friend from grade school, and all the roadies, and the eyes of every man in the room ogled and widened to 3 times their size. Tucker stared when he saw me, too. I watched his hand slip into his pocket. "Hey, Abby." "Hi, Abby." The greetings came from all around. "Hello, Miss Abigail," a tech crew guy said, smiling, running a hand through his hair. Their reactions empowered me. Never had I felt like one of those glossy poolside vixens from Robbie's house back in L.A., but tonight I was a contender. I turned my attention back to Tucker, but he'd moved, and it was hard to find him in the crowd. He was texting. A tall lankiness slid into my path. "Hey, darlin'," Wes said with a smile. "Hi, Wes. Have you seen Liam?" I asked. I have. He nodded, drink in hand. "But he, wasn't feeling well last time I saw him. Maybe you should text him." My eyebrows knotted together. "So he's not here?" A leaded feeling plagued my ribcage, made it hard to breathe. I didn't grow up with brothers, but I was keenly aware of the unspoken rules whereby male buddies covered up for each other. "Afraid not." He laced his arm around my shoulders and ushered me to the side of the room. "He might be on the bus, but I wouldn't go there. He's feeling sick, just wants to sleep, you know? Let him know where you are. Tell him you're looking for him." Something showed in his face, as though he hated the fact that he was lying to me. Maybe he was telling the truth, but things didn't feel right. Then Tucker, sloppy and shirtless, whooshed next to me. "Hey, Abby." "Wow, you called me by my name. Maybe I finally have your respect?" You've always had my respect." He smiled sheepishly, and in that one instant, I liked him a whole lot better than before. "I just joke around too much. Listen." Tucker's green eyes scanned the room, then came back to me, trying intently to make me understand. I felt naive. I felt like an innocent child. "Liam's kind of, figuring out what he needs right now." "What he needs?" I asked for lack of a better response. I was just stunned, scared now. "What he wants, Abby. Out of life." Out of life? I stared ahead. Robbie, managers, agents, and roadies all milled about, drinks in hands, some ignoring the multitude of women walking around, some not. Was this the life I wanted to be a part of? "You only just started seeing each other." Tucker's voice echoed in my ear. "He needs his space today." His eyes tried impressing his warning on me, that I should go away, that I didn't belong here. It didn't matter that I dressed to impress Liam, and fine, maybe all of them. The hard fact was I didn't, and never would, fit in with them. "Needs some space. I understand." There was nothing else to say, and everyone in the room seemed to know what we were talking about, here in the corner. Tucker prattling at me like a boxing coach to his protege, getting me ready to go. At the far end of the room, a closed door called to me. Suddenly Nathan was back, charging toward us with a tentative smile, hand outstretched as if to placate a frightened deer. "Miss Chan, can you come with me? There's some nice drinks and snacks in the other room, waiting for you and Miss Bain." I knew it. I knew he shouldn't have let me in here. It was a mistake. I could tell from the moment I walked in, as those silent danger, danger sirens were blaring in the minds of all of Liam's friends. "I don't want any snacks," I heard myself say. "Oh, no," Corbin muttered, putting down the drink he'd been bringing me. "He's in that room, isn't he?" I stared at the closed door. I didn't need to hear the answer. I already knew. And the worst feeling of all, I knew that I had no right to him. I had none, zero. So we had talked about having feelings for each other. So we had intimate conversations and times involving balconies and bathtubs. Big deal. I was still a nobody to him, apparently. It was why I'd spent the day alone, while he did whatever he wanted, because he could. He was the star of the show, my boss, his own man. He didn't have to answer to anyone, least of all a girlfriend. Of course not. So it wasn't because of any feelings of possession on my part that I cleaved the room in two, charging for the closed door, dressed to kill and ready to expose. It was because I'd been stupid. I was furious, yes, but with myself. I'd been so incredibly naive, so clueless and gullible, to believe that Liam might actually keep his promise to tell me first if he had no plans to be true to me. And to think we could have had anything worthwhile together after only a week. So incredibly stupid. I only wanted him to know that I knew. And yet a part of me hoped I'd be wrong. That I'd find him inside the room sleeping, feeling sick, playing charades, anything. I would much rather take the embarrassment of making a fool out of myself than proving myself right. Liam said I knew it all. It was one of the reasons he liked me. "Let's see if I'm right," I muttered. Abby. Someone called after me. I felt strong hands wrapping around my upper arms. "You don't want to do that." It was Wes, the only person here who truly cared about me, warning me, trying to protect me. Of all these rock stars, Wes was the only one who actually rocked. "Abby, it's not worth it." I reached the door as Tucker and Corbin tried to fend me off, but Wes put out a hand to placate them. "Guys, it's not our problem. Leave her be." He turned a worried expression on me and backed away. "Whatever, bro," Tucker said, throwing his hands up. "It's not like he invited her here," I heard Corbin say as my hand turned the doorknob. "That was your doing, Tucker." "Me?" Tucker and Corbin argued over whose fault this was, but I couldn't pay attention. I turned the knob, hearing the collective silent gasps around the room. Maybe she was just visiting. Maybe they would just be talking, sorting things out. Still, I had to know. I had the right to be there. I let the door fly open. Nightmares do come true, but I had to say, this wasn't my worst nightmare. My worst nightmare would have been my husband doing this to me one day. Luckily, Liam wasn't my husband. Just a mistake that would haunt me for a while. Giselle Vici was kissing my Liam. I wiped my eyes and told myself to shut up. He was never, not now, not ever mine. "This is your own fault, Abby. You didn't listen to your own warnings." I hated him at that moment. Hated myself more for not listening, for letting my heart and body dictate my life. "Nice," I said. One word, that was it. He didn't seem to be too into it. I'd give him that much. But it didn't matter. It didn't matter, because this was over. I would never let anyone into my heart or bed ever again. Liam looked up. The worst case of "oh shit" slid over his face. His jaw dropped open, and he moved his mouth to speak. His hands moved away from Giselle's waist. "Don't." I held back the stream of curse words, dying to be released. Liam stood, pushing Giselle aside. She pouted her lip-glossless lips. "Nothing happened, Abby." The lip gloss was all over his mouth and cheeks. "Yes, I see how absolutely nothing is happening." I turned and fled the room to ohs and ughs from Liam's brotherhood. I never belonged here in the first place. I would call my mom and tell her I was coming home. I would find another way to make a buck that didn't involve heartbreak and humiliation. I ran through the room, blind rage building inside of me. If anyone got in my way and tried to stop me, I would use the few martial arts moves I knew and give them reason to perpetuate the Asian persuasion stereotype. "Abby, come back please," Liam called. "Let's talk about this." I turned the corner where all the equipment was lined up, ready to pack and load onto the buses. I grabbed the first guitar I saw, a red bass propped up next to a row of amplifiers, and lifted it high into the air. "No, not that one," someone cried from somewhere behind me, Corbin, but I couldn't stop, couldn't control the fury in my heart. They were rock stars. They had money. They could buy a new one. Wielding the bass high in the air, I slammed it down with such force the guitar cracked down the middle. But it wasn't enough. I picked it up again and slammed it into the wall, splitting it in half, pieces of wood splintering through the strings. "Nice one, Abster," Tucker cried, lifting his hand to high-five Corbin, only to meet with empty silence. "Yeah, baby." "Shut up," Corbin muttered. "Sorry, bro." Throwing the guitar on the ground, I fought the urge to care, to apologize, righted my purse on my shoulder, and strolled back down the hallway in the direction from which I'd come. What I should have done from the beginning. Chapter 16. Liam. I tried not to think about it, but of course I did. So when I did, I tried focusing not on how devastated Abby had looked when she'd seen me with Giselle, but on how fierce she'd looked when she'd smashed Corbin's guitar. Abby's grand exit had been spectacular. I had to give her mad props for going all Pete Townsend. But I could never stay focused on that moment more than a few seconds before I pictured the hurt on her face again, and felt the pain of my own actions like a dozen Ginsu knives penetrating my chest. What I didn't do was talk about what happened. If I talked about it, if I demanded that Tucker and the guys tell me why they'd felt the need to trap me in a room with Giselle like that, then someone would end up hurt. How great would it have been for publicity and ticket sales to not have one or more of the band on stage because of it? Not. Plus, it was my own fault I was caught in a lip lock with the very person Abby feared most. I was the world's biggest idiot. Immediately after it happened, I took Robbie's advice and cooled down. I only talked to Tucker and Corbin when needed, did my thing on stage, and chilled the rest of the time. In fact, I took the time to work on a song that had started brewing in my head. The lyrics haunted me daily and nightly. A vision flowing in red, she'll demand respect, bring you to your knees, boy, she'll make you bleed. Where it was going, I had no idea. Same as my life. The hardest part about the last several days was missing Abby on stage in Denver and Salt Lake City. Her auditory absence was like a sinkhole in my heart. Robbie hired some cello dude as a stand-in, but he didn't play with the same finesse and soul as Abby did. He butchered the solo, literally chopping it to death with his bow, which he wielded like a samurai sword. I wouldn't sit here and say, poor me, Giselle jumped me and forced me to make out with her. What was I supposed to do? That was a lame excuse, and I knew it. Abby would never put up with that. The honest-to-God truth was I needed to see what I felt. It was an experiment. Giselle was the Garden of Eden, and the snake and heaven and hell all rolled into one. But I could have resisted her. I didn't, though. In part because of Abby's text to Rosemary. I admitted that had thrown my confidence off a bit, but mostly because I needed to see. After years of lying with demons, could an angel save my life? Hell yes, an angel could save my life, but I no longer deserved it. Someone knocked on my hotel room suite door. I went to open it and found Tucker standing there, holding out a vanilla cupcake. I come in peace. You know where you can shove that. I left the door open and walked back to the sofa. Lounging around was becoming my favorite hobby, next to Googling Abby Chan and reading her Juilliard bio over and over again. That is, when I wasn't staring at the pictures and video I'd taken of her. The selfie we'd taken together in Seattle before we'd left my grandparents' house. I felt like I was dying every time I looked at it. Dying, with my only chance of being saved by a woman who'd probably spit on me before she'd raise a finger to help me. And rightly so. I did, which is why it tastes so good. Tucker spoke with his mouth full, clearly having taken a bite of his peace offering. I'm sorry, I threw you into the lion's cage, he said. You knew I was with Abby. You didn't exactly resist her, he countered, talking about Giselle. Did you call her, or did she come on her own? Helen told her to come. Tucker sat on the edge of the sofa to peer down at me like a sick man in a hospital bed. I guess that wasn't too far from the truth. Giselle was planning on staying away, but Helen told her that you missed her and really wanted to see her. I sat up halfway. Why would she do that? Lying back down, I covered my face with a cushion. I'm sick and tired of women and their stupid head games. And yet you want a new one to complicate matters further. He inspected his cuticles, happy to give me a dose of his reality. Abby would never play games like that, I said. It was true. She was way too mature, and suddenly I missed her more than ever. She made me want to be a better man. She made me want to get off of the crazy train. She didn't tame the wild man in me. She made me want to tame myself. For her. You're right. She'd only destroy point-break property. Are you going to sue her for that? He laughed under his breath, headed toward the window, and pulled apart the curtains. Don't be an idiot. I deserved it. She had every right to do what she did. I'll buy Corbin a new bass. A Gibson ES Les Paul semi-hollow gold top, actually. Tucker whirled around, banging out a rhythm on the wall, the coffee table, then the couch as he made his way back to where I was. Yes, I know which one, Tuck. Now go away, please. Fine, whatever. Tucker paused at the door. I just wanted to say I was sorry for anything I did. I know you were really starting to like Abby. I guess I just didn't want to believe it. He sighed, then added, Oh, I also want to let you know that Helen is on her way. On her way where? I started tossing the cushion in the air repeatedly. I thought she left for L.A. She was staying with Giselle a few days, but she came back last night. 3 sharp knocks on the door told me Helen was closer than we'd both thought. Speak of the devil. He opened the door, and we both stared at my friend of 10 years, standing there looking way more innocent than she ought to. Hey. She lifted her hand by way of greeting. I'd never hit a girl in my life, and never would, but I did want to throw her into the hallway and close the door behind her. Tucker slipped out of the room like a thief in the night, leaving me with Lucifer herself. Why would you do that, Helen? Do what, Liam? Don't do what me. You know exactly what I'm talking about. I was shouting. I'd shouted at Tuck before, shouted at my brothers, shouted at Robbie during intense moments of disagreement, but I'd never shouted at Helen before. She dropped her purse on the foyer table and took slow steps toward me. Don't put your purse down because you won't be staying long, I snarled. Her footsteps stopped as she stared at me wide-eyed. Well, that's mature. Mature? You want to talk about mature? I was up off the couch, stalking up to her. She backed away slowly. How about you going to Giselle's to have a pity party about how I'm seeing Abby, rallying the troops, then telling Giselle lies about how I want her, need her, so she'll come to the show. Helen? Huh? Explain to me how mature that is. The pointing in her face wasn't helping. I lowered my finger and turned in a huge huff. That was unnecessary. If you were mad about something, if there was something you wanted to say to me, you could have just told me instead of going behind my back. Me? Going behind your back? If you wanted a loving relationship, Liam, I have been by your side this whole time, waiting for you, hoping you'd realize I deserve your love first before anybody else. Isn't that how it should be? What? I said incredulously. Wow, I didn't know there was a line of people waiting for me to fall in love with them, Helen, and I sure didn't know you were at the front of that line. I never even considered it. Well, now you know. Her brown eyes bore holes into me, but I didn't think I deserved this treatment from her. I was sorry if I'd hurt her, but I'd had no idea. I wasn't a mind reader. I'd never done well with passive-aggressive behavior. Goodbye, Liam. She slammed the door and my mind reeled with a million different thoughts. Whatever, it didn't matter anymore. Abby was gone, and apparently so was Helen. Chapter 17. Abby. Home again at my mom's Windsor Terrace apartment in Brooklyn, with a bowl of chicken noodle soup in my lap and our kitty Jojo curled up on the pillow next to me. I watched reruns of I Love Lucy, occasionally breaking the tiniest of smiles. Not because I was feeling better, but because Lucille Ball was the only actress who could make me crack a smile when I was little, when everyone used to say, "Smile, Abby, turn that frown upside down." "Why the long face, Abby?" "It's my only face," I'd reply. Of course, I was doing everything possible not to think about the VIP room fiasco of almost a week ago now. It hadn't been so much the fact that a veritable goddess was kissing Liam. It was that he hadn't broken things off with me first. Why? Why couldn't he have just told me he was going to do that, like he promised? Why couldn't he have been up front and told me, "I'm sorry, but I'm still going to see Giselle tonight"? It would have hurt, but it would have been the truth. I wouldn't have been blindsided so shortly after he told me that he was falling for me. In any case, it didn't matter. I gathered my stuff up that very night and boarded a plane for JFK. On the flight, I had the untimely misfortune of sitting next to a Point Break fan. I found this out because she asked me what I did for a living, and I told her I was a musician. She got excited, telling me how she'd just come from the Vancouver Point Break concert, how incredible it had been, and how awesome her idol Liam Collier had been on stage. I nearly barfed in her lap. Being in the front row, she'd been in the front row for 5 of their shows, she said. She was almost certain that he had looked at her this time. In excruciating detail, she described how he had crouched right in front of her and reached out to her or someone near her, but she was almost sure it was her. She had reached out too, their fingers almost touching, as he crooned to her. All I wanted was to curl up and sleep against the window, letting the memory of that evening burn away like jet engine fuel. But the older teen prattled on and on about who was cuter, Liam Collier or Tucker Benning, because while Tucker was pretty boy cuter, whatever that meant, she'd heard he was kind of a jerk. I nearly told her how horrible they both were, not to believe the hype, that Liam was really just a two-timing womanizer, and how she should run far, far away if she ever encountered him in person. But I didn't. She only knew the persona, the rock star, the legend, the man who wasn't real. The actual man, the one I had stupidly fallen in love with, was an insecure, talented, geeky drama class thespian singer-actor, whose high school girlfriend had suggested he start a band with a new persona. Then when he finally saw his dreams and hard work coming to fruition, he got a tattoo symbolizing her dedication to him, then promptly dumped her. And I fell for him, thinking he could handle being a one-woman man. Ugh. I Love Lucy was over, so I switched through the channels, stopping briefly on What Not to Wear, watching aghast as Stacy and Clinton transformed an everyday book nerd into a rock, chic diva. They should have just left her alone and called the show Be Who You Really Are. My red mini dress that night had been similar, and while it still lay crumpled in a ball inside my still-packed suitcase, I'd probably burn it in a bonfire atop our brownstone apartment. Then came the worst part about the Point Break fangirl. She went on and on about how Liam Collier and Giselle Vici were on and off boyfriend and girlfriend, how cute it would be if they actually got together and married one day. What a wedding that would be! Yay, I'd said. Though she was jealous, she had to admit. I had to tell her at that point that I was very tired and needed to sleep, which was why I'd gotten a red-eye flight, so I could sulk here against the window. But her post-show high was difficult to come down from, and she added, "But he was seen with that girl, that cello player last week. Did you see those pics?" "No," I'd told her. "I don't follow Point Break gossip." "Well, you kind of look like her," she'd mumbled, pulling out her phone to confirm. I turned my face toward the window at that point, murmuring, "She's not me." Happy Point Break girl thumbed through her phone to summon up the now notorious pic of Liam and me touching hands in the sleeper bus parking lot, tilted her head and said, "Yeah, you're right. You're much prettier." She'd shrugged. "Huh, I wonder what that was all about anyway. Don't think they're together anymore." She got that right. I had no idea what it was either. A blip? A hiccup in my plans? A cruel joke by the universe to see how much I could fall deeply in love with someone who would never be mine. A man who freaked after being with me and scampered off like a baby deer hearing a gunshot. Not nice, universe. Not nice at all. A text chimed, and then another. I ignored them and finished my soup. Chapter 18. Liam. I messed up. I accepted it. I wanted Abby back. I couldn't deny it. I didn't even want to. and this time I wanted her back in my life forever. I wanted a commitment. I wanted to make promises to her and keep them. I was no longer the slightest bit unsure of my ability to do that. I'd known it back when I'd kissed Giselle and thought only of Abby. I'd known it when I saw her face and panicked at the thought of losing her. And I'd known it for the hellish time we'd been apart, missing her with every fiber of my being. I thought of Abby at all hours of the night. I couldn't sleep. I texted her all the time. She ignored me every time. After the Minneapolis show, I raved and ranted and wandered from room to room backstage, looking for anyone who would listen. "Hey, watch it," a woman said as I passed her by in the hallways of the Wherever We Are Today Center. I roamed, arms hung, swinging a bottle of Grey Goose like a gorilla on the loose. "She won't reply," I told some strange dude with fear in his eyes. "She hates me." The guy grinned politely while trying to get around me without getting hurt. "See? Look," I said, showing him my phone and how I texted her again and again, telling her how the show went, telling her how the solo sucked without her. I missed her. She reads it, but she doesn't reply. Why won't she answer? "Maybe because you're drunk," Strange Dude said. Strange Dude was honest and good. I liked him. "You're so right. You are so right. I have to stop this shit. Thanks, man." I kissed Strange Dude on the cheek. I love Strange Dude so much. Ahead was a hallway lined with dressing rooms. I opened door number 1, featuring Tucker with twins. He lifted his head and waved. "Hey, bro, come in." "She won't talk to me," I choked out, closing the door. I walked through door number 2, into a wall of smoke. A multitude of roadies and special effects guys, all shooting the breeze and totally not working, stood around. 2 of them pointed fog machines at the center of the room, while 2 others used lasers as lightsabers, one blue, one red. One of the 2 breathed into a vocoder to make his voice sound deeper. "Luke, I am your father. Give in to the dark side." The other guy cried, "No!" and they fought each other to the death. I closed the door. I hoped Luke won. Who was I looking for? Anyone who would listen? I was so sad right now. The show had gone well, but it wasn't the same. It'd never be the same again. It had started in San Francisco with Abby, and she'd given it that special touch, and now it wouldn't end with her. Would the fans be okay if I canceled the rest of the dates? I tried opening door number 3, but something blocked it, a chair or something. The doorknob felt loose, like maybe it was broken, and the chair wasn't exactly making a great blockade. Throwing my weight against it, I shoved it open. I couldn't believe. I mean, he was one of my very best friends, a true comrade any man could count on. So why hadn't he ever told me? "Wes?" "Hey, Liam." He sat up partway. "Liam, you've met Ben, right?" "What's up, buddy?" Wes said, super casual. She won't talk to me." I sounded pathetic, even to my own drunken ears. "She hates me." Wes looked at Ben, who shrugged and made eyes at him, as though telling him to go ahead and talk to me. He walked to the door, urging me outside gently. "What's going on, brother? You need to get yourself together. We're counting on you." "I know," I said. "But I made a big mistake, Wes. I wanted to see if it would affect me, to see if it would make me stop thinking of Abby." "You love her?" he asked, arm high over his head against the doorframe. I nodded. Yeah, I do. But it's too late, because she left for home, and now she won't answer my calls. She won't answer my texts, Wes. What do? I can't just leave the tour." Wes shook his head, then sighed a huge sigh. He dropped a hand to my shoulder and squeezed it. "Liam, you have to follow whatever is in your heart, bro. If you ignore it, you can force yourself to go in one direction, but the truth will always come back to haunt you. Your feelings for her will reemerge one way or another. Trust me on this. You can't ignore what's meant to be." I loved Wes so much more than Strange Dude and everyone else in this hallway tonight. He was so right. And he would know about facing your destiny and not ignoring what was meant to be. Wes was a pro at facing his fears. "Do the others know?" I asked, peeking inside the room at Ben, who was lying on the sofa going through his texts. He shook his head. "Say no more, brother. Do what makes you happy. I got your back. I love you, man. I really, really love you," I said, hugging him. Wes pressed his forehead into mine. "Remember what I said. Do what makes you happy. Follow that heart of pure gold, Liam. You'll hate yourself if you don't. He patted my back a bunch of times and kissed my cheek. Wes was the best. On the sleeper bus later that night, on our way to Milwaukee, Corbin showed Tucker a video on his phone of one of the roadies playing electric guitar. On cue, I pulled out my phone to look at my pics of Abby, including the one I took of her at Robbie's party, when I couldn't resist how cute she looked, just standing there by that potted plant. For the 100th time, I watched the video of her playing the cello at my grandparents' house. For at least an hour, I watched Abby over and over, swaying to her own music, absorbing her own melody, getting lost in the deep richness of the cello's tones. Her black locks with brown highlights cascaded over her shoulders. Closing my eyes, I listened to her play Serenade and imagined her next to me as the notes washed over me. A vision flowing in red. She'll demand respect. Bring you to your knees, boy. She'll make you bleed. I whispered, my words flowing on the cello's breeze. I missed her. I wanted her. I would work to fix what went wrong, and I would never make the same mistake again. Chapter 19. Abby. Skulking home from the studio, it was hard not to miss Liam, not to miss Rosemary and the whole tour, but I was home now, and home was nice. I spent time with Juilliard friends Kim, Jaden, and Millie, practicing Pachelbel, Canon, and D together for the weekend wedding quartets we were hired to play several times a month. During my downtime, I practiced Serenade and tried not to remember what happened one rainy night in Seattle when I played it for Liam in an empty room. Reaching the top steps of my mom's apartment, I slid in the key and stopped. Inside, my mother spoke to someone, a quiet male voice responding just near the door. My heartbeat pulsed in my throat. Carefully, I pressed my ear to the door, but it was as if they both realized I was standing just outside and quieted. I choked back my nerves, turned the key, and pushed the door open. There stood my mother with a big smile plastered on her face, which silently suggested to me that I ought to fake one too. Next to her was none other than Samuel, short, dark hair, Dockers and polo, my no-nonsense Filipino ex-boyfriend. Hello, Abigail. Samuel, what are you doing here? My mother shot me a look that said, Abby, how rude. Samuel's eyes flared in amusement. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. How are you? I'm fine. I'm just surprised that you're here. You didn't call. I was in the neighborhood. Thought I'd stop by and bring your mother back her casserole dish that you left at my house for our last party. He meant last time together. That night, I told him that Point Break had hired me, and we'd fought over wanting to break up. I'd left in a rush, leaving a few things there. He made a show of handing my mother her clean Pyrex, devoid of Mexican bean dip. Thank you, my mother said. Very nice of you, Samuel. Wasn't that nice of him? Ma directed her question at me. I hated this. How many times had I been tempted to answer my mother's on-the-spot imposition with such snark as, Actually, no, Mother. It was calculated of him. He timed it so he'd accidentally, on purpose, find me here. Oh, yes, very nice, I said, instead setting my purse on the foyer chair and walking past them both. I'm sure they exchanged glances behind my back, but if they were going to gang up on me, then I didn't need to partake in their ambush. In the kitchen, I poured myself a glass of water and drank it down at the counter, wondering if Samuel was here for anything other than to return my mother's kitchenware. His presence entered the kitchen before I saw him. Hi, Abby. I turned to him. Hey, you're mad I'm here. No, you have every right to come by and see my mom, I suppose. I can't tell you where to go. What did I ever do to you? Nothing. You did nothing. Don't worry about it. Can we go somewhere and talk? Not to change your mind. I know you're set with us not being together. He drummed the fingers of one hand on the counter, held fast to the counter with the other. Samuel may not have been the most exciting boyfriend in the world, but he knew me best, and he'd never hurt me like Liam had. Right now, he was looking like the better option. I faced him straight on. Sure, I sighed. Why not? Great. He feigned passing out, relieved at my answer. Moe's Pizza? I'll be ready in 5. Dinner was fine. There was nothing wrong with it. There was nothing right with it either. Samuel mostly talked about the things I'd missed while I was away. The people at his work, the new girl there who so many were making fun of because of her intellectual density, as he put it. If there was one thing that annoyed me about Samuel, it was the way he perceived people of average intelligence. Not stupid people who did stupid, hurtful things to others, I meant harmless people who were for all intents and purposes nice, fun to be around, and perfectly acceptable individuals, but they just weren't the bright crayons in the box. He always talked down about them, how they didn't understand what he explained, how they didn't catch things as quickly as he did. His air of condescension irked me. So whereas before our breakup I listened with an open ear, nodding and smiling at his comments, this time I just stared at him. It was amazing how the distance between us immediately showed me his true colors. We were sharing a cannoli when he wiped his mouth with a napkin and asked, "So?" "So?" I gave him a slack look. "Were you with him?" I nearly choked on my spoon. "With whom?" He adopted a sullen look. "Don't ask me that, Abigail. It really makes you seem clueless. And you know who I'm talking about. Everyone saw your photo with him last week. I'm only asking because I'm curious." "I'm the one asking inappropriate questions," I countered. He sighed and folded his hands, looking elsewhere. "No, of course not," I lied straight to his face. Not because I was embarrassed by having been with Liam, or because I felt the need to hide information from Samuel, but because it wasn't his business. I didn't feel like having a long discussion about it either. We only spent time together and became good friends. That was it. I went back to our dessert. He gave a slight shake of his head, exhaling loudly. "I guess you wouldn't tell me even if you had. The only reason I'm asking is because I wanted to tell you that it doesn't matter." He again folded his hands in front of himself matter-of-factly. "I'm willing to overlook it, if you want. I'll still have you back, even if you've been with him." I set down my spoon and stared at him. "Have me back?" "Yes, I'll overlook it." He shrugged. "We were separated at the time. I won't hold it against you." "Hold it against me?" I repeated. I just couldn't believe what I was hearing. Had I really put up with this? Was I supposed to be feeling guilt over some transgression when we'd clearly broken up 2 months ago? When I'd said that I needed time on my own to see what I felt? "Who says I want to go back with you, Samuel? That's a big assumption." "I said if, Abby." He stared at me a while, then turned to thumb through his phone, then looked around for the waiter, avoiding my gaze at all costs. Would it be so terrible, though, to go back with Samuel? Not for good, just for a distraction. We were from similar backgrounds, we both focused on academics, and we both had similar friends. I hated to admit it, but he would make a good diversion from painful thoughts of Liam. Spending the night with him would help me forget, erase mistakes I'd made. It was worth a try. "Samuel?" "Yes?" "Let's get out of here," I blurted. I wanted to try, just walk through the park at night like we used to, and see if that brought back memories of comfort and familiarity at the very least. Maybe I'd been foolish to let him go. Samuel was a good man with a good job. He'd make an excellent husband and father one day. Not like certain people who made 30,000 hearts break a night with his soulful crooning performance. Some of those hearts hung around backstage after every show, and sometimes those hearts belonged to top-name supermodels. Obviously, I could never compete and shouldn't have even tried. Samuel's eyes blinked rapidly. "Do you mean it?" "Yes, let's walk through the park." Samuel caught the waiter's attention. "Check, please." We took the long way back to my apartment, walking on a moonless night. Brooklyn streets were consoling in their familiarity, as was wringing my arm through Samuel's. He'd been my boyfriend for 4 years. All of this made me feel like I was back where I belonged. "What changed your mind?" he asked as we entered the park's tunnel of summery green trees. I'll be honest with you, we took slow steps along the path. I had always loved walking through gardens, particularly at night. The shadowy shapes lent a distinct air of mystery and intrigue that enlivened my senses. I don't know if I want to get back together, but I'm willing to have a nice time tonight, just to see how I feel. It is possible that I've been confused. "That makes sense," he said quietly. "I appreciate you giving us another try." "Temporarily," I added. "That's fine." Our arm in arm turned to holding hands, and our holding hands turned to his arm around me. I tried not to think about the garden where Liam and I first kissed. Well, where I'd kissed him. So maybe the whole thing had been my fault. If I hadn't started it, he might never have finished it, especially the way he did. He was only trying to get back the life he'd lost for a week because of me. We strolled by a familiar grove of trees, our hidden spot where we used to slip away, hide behind, and kiss. It'd been a long time, 2 or more years since we'd done anything like that, but I was up for it. I had to eradicate recent memories from my mind. Tugging me along, Samuel led me to the group of trees, where I leaned back against one of them and let him hold me close. Whether what happened with Liam was his fault, my fault, or nobody's fault, it didn't prevent me from missing him terribly. As Samuel's mouth dropped over mine and we kissed, I felt tears stinging my eyes, but I couldn't let them spill. Samuel had been up front with his feelings. Samuel had never hurt me like Liam had. I had to keep reminding myself of that. If anyone deserved my love, it was Samuel, not Liam. So why did I feel so horrible? I hated what my brain was doing, how I craved Liam and how he put his whole self into the kiss, how it was much more than a kiss, more like a sweet, slow dance with his soul. Nobody had made me feel the way Liam had. He might be gone now, but I had to live with the memory of him making me feel beautiful, a goddess to be adored, the most wanted and loved woman in the world. He never talked condescendingly to me. He respected me, felt I was talented, wanted more of me. I couldn't comprehend what had gone wrong. For a moment I heard his voice, Liam's voice, in my ear. "I love you, Abby." "Stop, this is wrong." I pulled away, unable to look at Samuel. "I'm sorry." "Are you okay? What is it?" Samuel's eyes implored me in the darkness, his hands clinging to mine. He reached out and wiped my eyes. I have to go, I'm sorry. Thank you for dinner." I tore away, feeling terrible for leading him on, when clearly I was in no condition to be dating anyone, not even him. I walked home with him following close behind, unrelenting, or maybe just to keep me safe. When I reached my mother's apartment building, he waited, one foot on the first step, as I ascended the stairs. At the top, I turned and gave him a small wave. He only sagged against the railing, staring up at me with the most confused expression. I entered the building and jumped up the 3 flights of stairs. Entering the apartment, my mother immediately began playing her nosiness card from her position on the couch watching TV. "So how was dinner? Did you two talk?" "Not now, Ma." I stormed by her in a huff and closed my bedroom door behind me. I set down my purse, kicked off my shoes, and threw myself face down on my bed, letting the buildup of tears behind my eyes spill over. For the first time since I left Vancouver, I cried. Sobbed was more like it. It came in waves, pelting my heart, my pillow, as I held it tightly against my face to keep from screaming. I had the vague sense that my mother was at my door, ear pressed against it. But she'd better not knock, because I couldn't handle it right now. I couldn't handle anything. Maybe it hadn't been Liam's fault, I reasoned. One never knew. I hadn't even given him the benefit of the doubt. The fact that he hadn't stopped texting me since I left had to mean something, didn't it? Why was I being so hard on him by not responding? People made mistakes. Maybe he'd always had plans to meet Giselle Vici in Vancouver, and I interrupted that. Maybe he'd planned on having a grand bachelor time on this tour, and I interrupted that as well. Maybe he hadn't been ready for me any more than I'd been ready for him. Still, that didn't change the fact that a relationship with Liam would have been dangerous. I would always have been contending with the drama that seemed to surround him and the rest of the band. Drama was their lifestyle, their paycheck, and it played no part in my orderly, predictable life. I couldn't let Liam back in if my life depended on it. It would have been only a matter of time before he hurt me again, traumatized me with images of other women while he gazed into their eyes, not mine. I could not deal with that, so I decided that I wouldn't. I reached for my phone and dredged up his name and number, wiping them both clean from my contacts, as though they'd never been there at all. Chapter 20. Liam. Wes and I practiced it all week, and Robbie okayed it, so we went ahead. We added Abby Shines, the new acoustic piece, to the Chicago set. Nobody knew we were going to do it. It was as spontaneous as writing music gets. Originally, I wanted to write lyrics to accompany Abby's serenade, but she wasn't available for me to ask her for the rights to use her song, so I borrowed the dark rhythmic elements from her composition, which had been haunting me, and went from there. Yes, it was similar enough to her original composition that she'd be well within her rights to sue me, but I was willing to take that chance, and so were the others. I was making a statement here, and it had to be a huge one. Wes came up with a chiming guitar riff to go with it, and together with my lyrics, it was about as poignant a piece as anything we'd ever performed. That night, it was hard to sing it without a hitch catching in my throat. I'm sure everyone thought I was just acting, but still, there was no denying that moment when the guitar rang clear, the last note hung suspended, and I moaned out the final, "And she'll never see me again." I ended the last note, pressed 2 fingers to my lips, then held them high against the brightest lights in the stadium. "For you, Ab," and "Kill the lights." It was the last song before our first encore set, and good thing too, because I needed the break to go backstage, lock myself in the bathroom, and remind myself not to text her anymore before returning to wrap up this carnival. I could only hope that some way, somehow, Abby would hear about the song, and she'd see it for what it was, the promise I was finally making her. After the show, I was relaxing in the VIP lounge with Robbie and a couple of our roadies, having a simple beer, munching on nachos, doing my best to stay away from the hard stuff. Though she wasn't there to watch me stay in line, I imagined Abby looking on, approving of my new attitude. My phone rang just then, and pulling it out of my pocket, I saw it was Helen, FaceTiming me. "Hey, I'll be right back," I told Robbie, who watched me tromp off with a careful eye. I left the room to take the call in the hallway, pressing the accept button. "Hey, you." Helen's face was sullen and puffy, and her nose was snotty. "Hey." "What's wrong?" I asked, my instincts to protect her kicking in despite her melodrama weeks ago. "Where are you?" "LA. I'm home." She pressed her hands to her eyes and released them. "Can you talk?" "Yeah. Just finished 20 minutes ago. Was just hanging with Robbie. But I thought you didn't want to talk to me anymore." "Don't give me that, Liam. Just hear me out." She was always pretty, even when she was crying. Right now, she was beautiful. I felt bad for her. Whatever was wrong with her, though I had a suspicion it had to do with me. "Okay, shoot." I turned the corner into a quieter hallway and slid my back down a wall until I was resting on the floor. "Look, this isn't easy for me to say," she began, biting her lip to keep from crying harder. "But I'm sorry for acting like a douche when I was there. The thing is, Liam, I don't think you know how much I love you. Or maybe you do. I don't know." I thought about it. "I do. I mean, I know you love me because I love you too. But I had no idea you feel the way you do. I didn't know to which degree, I mean." "The way I do love you, Liam, still do," she said. Her lip quivered as she fought to control it. Wow, I had no idea it was this bad. "And that's just the problem. I can't be around you anymore. It's hurting me. The more I try to be near you, the more you don't see me. I think I just need to find my own life, do my own thing. I loved managing merchandise, but being so near you when you don't care about me hurts me, Liam." "Who said I don't care about you?" I asked, my tone fierce. "Of course I do. You're my best friend." "That's not what I mean, Liam. You're so dense sometimes." She burst out laughing and crying at the same time, her tears degenerating into a soggy mess of hair and snot. "I'm not going to deny that," I shook my head. "I'm sorry I can be an idiot." She wiped her whole face with a crumpled ball of tissue. "Okay then, listen to me. I just watched the live stream. I heard that acoustic song you did with Wes. Honestly, I'm surprised it took you that long to write one. I knew you would." I smiled. She knew my every move even before I did. We had one live stream camera set up for family and friends on a website whenever they wanted to watch us perform. I honestly hadn't even thought she'd care. "Wow, so you heard that? What'd you think?" She shook her head slowly, and I thought she was going to start wailing because the tears were coming fast. I had never seen Helen cry like this. "It was beautiful, really beautiful. I hate you and love you for it at the same time." She wiped her face, then gave me a serious look. "You have to go see her, Liam." I said nothing. I knew she meant Abby, but she'd been ignoring my texts. That was as good as a sign as any that she didn't want to see me. Going to her in spite of that would seem pushy, wrong, like I didn't respect her enough to know her own mind. "She won't have me, Helen. She's done with me." "No, she loves you. I saw it. Her friend Rosemary saw it. Everyone saw it, Liam. I'm sorry I set Giselle up to go see you, but I was scared. I'd never seen you in love like that before, so I couldn't stop you. I knew Giselle would, but nobody stopped me. I still love Abby. I never told her." Helen's face cleared up just then, and a calm resolve washed over her. "Then you have to go to her. Tell her it was my fault. Tell her you were stupid. Tell her whatever you want, but tell her that you love her." "I did. I wrote her that song," I said. "And it was by far the best love ballad you've ever written. So if you don't show up at her doorstep tomorrow, I'll be hugely disappointed in you," she said. I couldn't speak. I just watched her face pass through an amalgam of emotions. She must really love me to give her blessing like this, considering what she felt for me. Do it for me, Liam. If I can't have your love, then I want Abby to have it. Please. Whoa. She won't talk to me, babe. She will, Lee. She keeps hoping you'll come see her. Trust me on this. Maybe as a woman, she had insight into all this. Maybe she had a point. Liam. Robbie's voice echoed down the opposite hallway. Okay. I nodded at Helen, watching the sheer relief wash over her face. I'll go to her. Thank you, babe. And I do love you. Don't ever doubt that, okay? I air-kissed the camera, which made her smile. We were going to be okay. That's why we were friends to begin with. She hung up, her sad smile burning an image into my brain, and I scrambled to my feet. Robbie rushed around the corner, nearly slamming into me. There you are. Classic Rock is here. I need you in the lounge ready to interview. Apparently they had their nights messed up and came tonight. Be right there, but then, Rob, I gotta go. What do you mean, Lee? A knot formed between his eyebrows. I mean, I have to go to New York for a day, 2 days tops. We don't have a show until Friday in Philly. I'll meet you there when I'm done. Liam? Robbie picked at his temple, his voice taking on an authoritative tone. Don't do anything stupid. We need you here. We can't have a Point Break show without Liam Collier. I can't have you risking your career, especially over a girl. Don't leave, he stressed. I held him by the shoulders and gazed steadily into his eyes. It's personal business. It won't take me long, I swear. Robbie, have I ever let you down before? I asked to no response. Have I? His steel blue eyes and fatherly concern were killing me. Is this about the last-minute song you wrote? He asked. Yes. He nodded. Then go. Do what you must do. I'll see you in Philly by Friday at 10 a.m., now. He nudged me in the direction of the VIP lounge, where an interviewer and photographer patiently waited outside. Go, do your interview, then get out of here. I chartered a private plane to JFK so I wouldn't have to deal with other passengers or take Nathan with me. It was faster, too. Finding out Abby's Brooklyn address wasn't easy. Robbie wouldn't disclose it thanks to her legal personal info rights. Her friend Rosemary wouldn't talk to me at first. Then she talked but said she wouldn't disclose Abby's address, even if I was the Pope himself. Apparently that was just her way of making me suffer, because eventually she told me how beautiful the new song was, gave me Abby's address, and told me Abby loved sunflowers. Thanks for the tip. I hugged her hard and was on my way. It'd been years since I walked through Brooklyn. Vanessa's uncle lived in Brooklyn, and we'd gone out one winter break to visit him. Our favorite place to eat that trip had been Yemen Cafe. We must have eaten there every day, so it was no wonder that the fond memories attacking me just now were all about food. I was starving by the time I reached Abby's brownstone. Hopping up the steps, I paused at apartment 3B and breathed in deep. I rang the doorbell and waited with sunflowers in hand. Hello? A female voice said through the door. Hi, I'm a friend of Abby's, I said, bouncing on my feet. The woman who answered the door could have been Abby's older sister, but I didn't remember her mentioning a sister. As far as I knew, she was an only child and lived with her mother. She's not here, the woman said, reading my face, then eyeing the sunflowers. She's busy at the studio. Some people actually work hard for their money. You're Liam. She said this much the same way she might have said, You are the spawn of Satan? I am, ma'am. I gave her my best smile, trying not to look like the no-good jerk she probably pegged me for. For years, people had wanted to interview me, pick my brain, hear me speak on any ridiculous subject, and for once, here I faced a woman who couldn't care less what I had to say. From the look of it, she already knew what I'd done to Abby. Would you be able to give me the address to the studio? I won't bother her long. She rested an elbow on the doorframe. She was small, thin, but every bit as beautiful as Abby. I could see how a difficult life might have hardened her a bit. What do you want with my daughter? Narrowed eyes shot invisible laser beams at me. I don't want anything from her, Miss Chan, I said, twirling the flowers nervously. It's what I want to give her. Everything. She assessed me up and down, and maybe she noticed something in my face that settled with her just fine. Giving me a sad expression, she said, She's working a wedding, but she'll be by the studio afterwards. 316 Fifth Avenue, 3rd floor. Chapter 21. Abby. The thing about Pachelbel's Canon in D was that though it was a simple, elegant, harmonious piece of music, it was one of the few classical songs people could call by name. So it was one of the only songs I was ever hired to play at weddings, and while I was sick and tired of playing it, it was an easy $125, and I could do it with my eyes closed. Not anywhere near what I'd been making with Point Break, but money was money. At a beach wedding on Long Island, the bride began her slow stroll with her father down the aisle, and though I normally never got emotional at clients' weddings, suddenly all I wanted to do was cry. She gleamed, beautiful and happy, her father looking so proud and sad to be giving his daughter away, and all I could do was bite my lip to keep from losing it. Gigi, one of the 3 violinists, kept glancing over at me to make sure I was okay. I'd probably never find love again, and if I did, I'd never have a father to walk me down the aisle. Some things just weren't in the cards. Playing chamber music had its pros and cons, and right now a very big con was the lack of response from the attendees. We were invisible background music. No one looked at us. Well, except for one face among the row of guests. For the week I'd been on tour, I'd gotten used to high listener response, roaring crowds, and seas of singing fans. It had been an awesome experience I never got to thank the L-named guy for. I'd probably never experience anything like that ever again. That was one thing about rock concerts. Your audience sure made you feel like gods. The last thing I expected at this frou-frou wedding on the beach was for a young woman, a teen wearing a 40s-inspired dress and a nose ring, to come up to me during cocktail hour and ask me if I was the same cellist from Point Break's website and the online pics that had surfaced for a few days. I tried telling her no, same as I'd done with the girl on the plane, but she didn't believe me. "It has to be you. You look exactly like her. Besides, I watched you during the procession. You have a way of swaying with your cello that I recognize from the band's online videos." "I do?" I was taken by surprise that I have a swaying thing. I did not know that. "Yes. Oh, and did you hear that acoustic song that Liam Collier and Wesley Shaw played last night in Chicago? They had the whole place in tears. It was so very emotional." "Who?" I almost asked. I don't know anyone by the name of Liam. "No, which song?" I'd heard them play every song in their set multiple times, and they didn't have any acoustic pieces. "You mean Save Me Tonight?" She shook her head. "Something new," she said. "I never heard it before, but that's typical of Liam Collier to just come up with fresh new songs while on tour and throw them into the mix. Anyway, the whole stadium stilled to listen, then cheered at the end for like 10 straight minutes. You can see it in the video." She produced her phone from her small, thin purse. "Want me to play it for you?" "No, that's okay." I wanted to shake this girl off. I didn't want to hear about Point Break anymore, as nice as she was. "Here, listen." She played it for me anyway, and I just wanted to crawl into a hole. She pushed her reddish curly hair behind her ears while she held the phone horizontally for me so I could watch. I paused in filling my plate with fresh fruit to listen. The song sounded a lot like Serenade, and then I realized it right then. He'd done it on purpose. The words stabbed my heart, "and she'll never see me again." The song was about me. I felt the hot buildup of tears. Why did he have to go and write a song about me? "What's it called?" I whispered, my eyes glued to the shining, kneeling, singing punk cowboy pouring out his heart at center stage. "I think it's called Abby Shines. Cool title, but I don't know what it means. Not sure who Abby is, but..." Suddenly she stopped for a moment and gaped at me, mouth open, fingers touching her lips. "Oh." By the time I returned to the studio, I had cried all the tears I was going to cry. Enough of that. I had a job to do, an audition to prepare for. The last thing I needed was a cocky rock star drawing attention to himself at the expense of others all over again. I slammed into the studio, threw my purse on the ground, and ripped open my cello case. Flipping a seat around to face the window overlooking the city, I sank into the chair and threw my sheet music on my stand, even though I knew the piece by heart and could see the composition with my eyes closed. How dare he use my melody, my notes, from my piece to write his own music? Wasn't there a law against that sort of thing? But it was an homage to you. He wrote a song about me by using music that sounded like me and adding lyrics about me. I admit it was romantic, and no, nobody had ever gone to such an extreme before to show me they loved me. But this was He Who Shall Not Be Named, a drama queen, and he could be acting. I was not falling for that again. I was on fire tonight, eyes closed and feeling myself sway now that that girl had pointed it out. I felt serenade come out of my soul, felt it the way you're supposed to feel a piece such as this, with nothing less than passion, wild abandon, and borderline insanity. I thought my bow would burst into flames as horsehair sprang and rosin flew into a cloud of dust. Suddenly a low voice joined my cello, startling me. She'll do you in, she's fiery as sin. His voice was like smooth, raw honey. My stomach dived. He had come for me. I felt my body awaken in places that hadn't felt alive since I was last with him. I didn't stop to face him. In a rage, I continued dragging my bow across the strings, finishing the piece to the very end, because I was not going to let him interrupt my life again. As the last note played out, echoing in the studio room, I felt his presence creeping closer. I turned half-committedly. Out of the shadows of the foyer stepped a pair of dark brown boots. One thumb was hooked in a belt loop, his shirt half open, a light scarf around his neck. In his other hand were big, beautiful sunflowers. I hated him. Hi, Abby. Sorry to surprise you. What he gave me wasn't really a smile so much as a regretful look, but it was going to take more than looking cute, a few flowers, and smelling amazing to convince me of anything. What are you doing here? I turned, facing the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the street below. I only want to talk to you, love. Love? That was a new one. I wanted to snort. What I did was melt inside, but only for the brief seconds it took me to pull myself together. Leave me alone. You've done enough. I won't take no for an answer. Is that right? I stood suddenly, slinging my bow across the room. It landed in my open case. Well, you better start learning how. You don't get everything you want, Liam Collier. You don't get me. My palm struck my own chest. I didn't come to claim you. I only came to talk to you. Won't you listen? That's all I'm asking. My head dropped, my chest heaved. I sank into the chair and sighed. I'm listening. His presence, his aura, his cloud of Liamness drifted closer until the familiar scent of his skin again filled my senses, torturing me. Just hear me out. He crouched by my feet. I did not meet his eyes, kept my focus on his boots instead. His soft hand gently slid over mine. I fought the urge to fling him away. I'm sorry I hurt you. Giselle means nothing to me. I was trying to figure out how I felt, testing myself to see how much I loved you. Well, I failed that test then, didn't I? No, you didn't. He clutched my hand tighter, pulled me just a tiny bit closer. That's why I'm here. His fingers lifted my chin, and for the first time in almost 2 weeks, I gazed into his light brown eyes. I'm here because you mean everything to me. I haven't stopped thinking about you. I'll stop all shenanigans for you, I swear. They don't mean anything now that you're in my life. I was in your life, Liam. Not anymore. I yanked my hands out of his. His eyebrows drooped at the corners. Don't say that, please. Liam, you don't understand, I said. I can't cope with what I saw. I'm not built for it. How do I know it won't happen again? I can't always be looking over my shoulder, worried that someone prettier is going to come along to tempt you. I can't do it. My eyes squeezed shut, pressing out tears I hadn't even known were brimming. I suspected I loved you before I ruined everything. I know it now, without a doubt. I know we just met, but in just a few days I felt a connection I've never felt in my life. I know we can make it together. You're everything I've always wanted. No, it wasn't possible. We were overtaken by emotions, infatuation. That was all. It felt like love, but it wasn't. I would always be contending with other women and his lifestyle, the very subculture that had built him. A way of life that paid his bills. Who was I to come along and turn him into a good boy, betraying every fan who adored him for the wild man he was? No. I pushed my hand away and moved to the window. It can't work. I live in New York. My dreams are here. Yours are worldwide. You're always on the road. You'll never settle. Just leave me in peace, please. Just then I felt him close the space between us, and he laced his warm arms around me, holding me close, his hands pulling back my shoulders. Instinctively, my head fell back against him. Abby, don't say these things, he said. You're just angry. You have every right to be, but... No, Liam, I ripped myself away. I couldn't give in to him again. Look where that had gotten me. Hurt and humiliated in front of everyone. Abby, he held his arms out at his sides, pleading, hit me. What? No. He rushed up and scooped up my hands. Yes, hit me. Hurt me like I hurt you. I don't want to, I hissed. I'm not like you. Yes, you are. You're just like me. He was practically screaming when he had no right to. You love with all your heart. You hurt with all your soul. You do it all the way or not at all. You, he grabbed my hands and struck his chest with them, are just like me. Now hit me. Leave me alone, I growled. You were just as afraid of me as I was of you. What? I narrowed my eyes at him. That's a lie. I was never afraid of you. Really? Then why did I see a text where you told Rosemary you weren't sure what to think of me yet, huh? Why couldn't you be honest and tell me that? Why are we so alike, huh? He inched closer, and I knew he was trying to push my buttons, but I would not give in. You snooped through my phone? Yes, and I'm sorry. But I had to know what I meant to you, if anything. But I guess the answer is nothing, so if you want, I'll just leave. His pleading look was killing me, those eyes. No, don't go, I heard myself say. What? Why had I said that? What did I want? Wait, I said, backtracking. I didn't mean... He pulled me in, taking my hands and kissing them. People make mistakes, Ab. I made a mistake. I was confused. I was falling for you, but I also had a life. I'm willing to give that up, though, because I want you. I choose you. I wouldn't have come here otherwise. His voice rumbled low. Please don't punish me for being confused. I couldn't listen to him. I understood what he was saying, and I didn't hate him anymore. I wasn't angry at him anymore. I just felt we were wrong for each other. I'm not trying to punish you. I just couldn't allow myself to be in a vulnerable position ever again. It hurt too much. I'm not mad at you, Liam. I forgive you. It's fine. But we won't work. So please. It hurt me to say this more than it would hurt for him to hear it. Just leave. His loaded eyes read mine, scanning for signs of a joke, pleaded with me to change my mind. When I said nothing more, he finally blinked, backed away, slowly letting go of my hands. As you wish. One last soft smile, then he turned and headed to the studio door. My heart broke into a million pieces. Chapter 22. Liam. I had to try. I couldn't have lived with myself if I hadn't come and said my piece. At least now she knew where I stood. All cards had been laid out on the table. I wanted her. If she didn't see the same potential in me, then how could I blame her? I paused at the door. Not to be dramatic, just to wait an extra second. I didn't want to leave without her. I was about to walk out, shut the door behind me, lose her, when she suddenly was running. I turned, and her body pinned mine against the door. Liam, she cried, wait. Ripe, full lips covered mine. She was on fire, full of the kind of confliction and fervor I'd never seen before in anyone. You love me, I told her. I could feel it. It wasn't a lie, and it wasn't infatuation. Tell me you do. I don't. I don't love you. I could hate you right now. She pounded her fists against my chest. But you don't. You want me. It's just physical. Then I'll take whatever you'll give me. I hugged her around the waist, nice and tight. I soaked in her aura, even as she slammed her fists against my chest, sobbing, kissing me at the same time. Abby, what do you want? I pressed my lips against her cheeks, mouth, and ear. I don't know. I don't think I can bear it. I don't want you to go. Her shoulders shook against my chest. Then I won't. I locked the door, lifted her off her feet, and carried her over to the opposite mirrored wall. We kissed with her back pressed against the glass. Abby was on fire. To me, she was always full of passion. I'd seen it firsthand with her cello. Some people saw a prim and proper, classically trained musician, but I saw a woman full of zeal for life. Abby didn't do things halfway. She did things to perfection. Well done or not at all. Go big or go home. Nobody understood that more than I did. It was how I operated on a daily basis. It was why Point Break had come as far as it had. We were more alike than she or anyone thought. I wasn't happy to see her tears, but I was glad they existed, that she felt this strongly about us. I had affected her. The fact that she was hurting this much showed me she cared. She loved me, I was sure of it. I'm so sorry I hurt you, so sorry, I whispered, nibbling her ear. You didn't deserve that. Abby's words seemed to be stuck in her throat, and I still sensed that she didn't know what she wanted. only that she couldn't let me go, just like I couldn't let her. She was it for me. I didn't want to give up hope. Maybe she would come around. Maybe I could keep trying to convince her after I left, got back on the road, slogged through the shows and my life. With some time, she could see what I saw. We stared at each other a moment, and I thought maybe more words were building in a wave against her lips, and she was waiting for them to spill, but she simply went over to her cello and started packing it up along with sheet music, rosin, bow, and other scattered things. I wouldn't be convincing her today. Sighing, I turned to leave, then paused. You know, plans are only to keep you focused, I said, my hand on the door handle. Sometimes new stuff comes into your life, and you have to make room for it, or lose it forever. You have to make exceptions for things that enhance your life, Abby, even if they weren't in your plans to begin with. Her back was turned, her silhouette against the lit window pane outlining the most beautiful girl I'd ever known. Even if she didn't want me, my opinion of her would never change. You don't think I'll enhance your life, do you? I wanted to ask. That's the problem. My mother always told me not to ask questions that might have answers I didn't want to hear, so I kept quiet. I walked up to her one last time, kissed her cheek, and whispered, I love you. Picking up the pieces of my shattered heart, scattered all over the floor by the woman I loved, I tucked them into my pocket and left. Chapter 23. Abby. Most kids probably never dreamed of having lunch by the fountain at Lincoln Center for the Performing Arts on the Upper West Side, but facing Avery Fisher Hall with the satisfaction of knowing that I might work there someday, I did. Then again, I was a freak. When I was little, Ma would bring me here and say that one day, when I was older, I was going to walk into that tall columned building with my cello case. I was going to play here someday, and that dream solidified into a hardcore goal. My mother had always shaped my dreams, either consciously championing me or because I wanted them as badly as she did. So it was no small wonder that as I sat outside in the Lincoln Center courtyard, I got a text from her asking me to wait before going inside to pick up my audition packet. She had something for me. The recently vacated position I was auditioning for was Associate Principal Cello, and maybe that was wishful thinking, but I did graduate from Juilliard with top honors, so even if they gave me back row you suck cello, I wouldn't care. I'd be in. And I wanted my mom to be a part of that moment and every other Philharmonic moment. So I waited. It was a gorgeous Monday afternoon with clear skies and a humid breeze blowing off the river, warming my shoulders, but my heart still felt cold. Had I done the right thing? I wanted to stay on my life track, and I wanted to find my own apartment here. Being with Liam could have brought trouble in the future, so yes, for all intents and purposes, I'd done the right thing by cutting him off. But then, why did I feel so terrible? Why did I wake up every day with a sinkhole in my heart, opening my eyes to a new day only to remember that Liam's smile wouldn't be in it? And that was all because of me. It'll take time, I told myself. You'd miss a painting, too, if someone suddenly took it off the wall and moved it. You can get used to anything not being there, Abby, I reminded myself. Given enough time, I'd get over him. I just needed to stay distracted, which included not looking through recent Point Break concert pics on my phone. I closed my browser. My mother texted me again. Almost there. I looked up the sidewalk and waited for her familiar visage. Finally, after a minute, she rounded the corner, toting a little brown bag. Just seeing that little bag made my heart sparkle. Her smile shone just as brightly. She hurried toward me, then we crashed into a big hug. I couldn't let you go in there without this, could I? She handed the bag to me. I knew something wasn't right. I should have known. I smiled, taking the bag from her. When I opened it, the lovely rich scent of almond oil hit me. Inside was an almond bear claw, and sharing one before going inside to hear the Philharmonic play was our tradition. There were no performances scheduled for today, but we'd be entering the building just the same. Thank you. Planting ourselves on the edge of the fountain's circular stone border, we tore pieces off the pastry and nibbled at them. Beautiful day, isn't it? Ma asked. Very, I said. Best pastry ever. Ma stared into the fountain with a sad smile, remembering. You know, Abby, beautiful days in Manhattan will always be, whether it's raining, snowing, breezy, cloudy, or whatever. I smirked, tilting my head like a dog who's just heard a high-pitched whistle. What are you getting at, Ma? My mom-o-meter knew that she was about to jump atop her soapbox. Frankly, I was a bit frightened. Her frail, thin shoulders shrugged. All I mean is that New York City will be here for you when you get back. Back from what? She faced me, giving me an easy nod. From the tour. I'm not on the tour anymore. Abby, you need to go back. What? Why do I need to go back? I snapped at her. There's no way. I'm here for good. Going in the first place was a mistake. Correction. Getting involved with Liam was a mistake, I scoffed. There are plenty of things I liked about him, Ma, but there's one thing I don't. I put down the piece of bear claw I was about to eat before she started all this, suddenly not hungry. I don't know why I was bordering on anger right now, but I was. And that one thing has the potential to destroy me. My mother listened, but I could tell she was not going to agree. I hated when she wasn't on my side. Abby, she said softly, getting in a car has the potential to hurt you. Walking onto a train has the potential to hurt you. Stepping outside into the world has the potential to hurt you. The wrinkles around her eyes said I needed to listen, but I didn't like where she was going with her typical mom life analogies. The potential to get hurt is everywhere, all the time. Does that mean you shouldn't go outside? I rolled my eyes. It's not the same thing. It is the same thing. You took a risk by taking that job, okay. And you took a risk by letting that boy into your heart, fine. But then the moment something didn't go well, you ran away. I turned, giving her my shoulder. It's not that it didn't go well, he ruined it. He apologized, didn't he? Oh yes, via 100 texts and even via a song. Are you saying I can't come home to you when I need you, Mother? Of course you can. What I'm saying is you need to try again. She took my hands, knocking a piece of bear claw to the ground, an invitation to surrounding pigeons to come and partake. Hurt is everywhere, Abby, but you can't stay in your safe room your whole life. Getting that job with Rosemary was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How many people would give anything for the chance to tour with Point Blank? Point Break. Whatever. She flapped her hand around. The point is, not all fruit is rotten. Not all animals bite. How is that a point? Abby. A rush of breath escaped her lips. She thought quietly for a while I considered all she was saying. I wasn't deliberately trying to challenge her, but she didn't know the whole story. She faced me again, her eyes aglow with wisdom. I could tell that if I didn't listen to her now, she would never speak again on the subject. Tempting. Not everyone is like your father, she said, pausing to let that sink in. I know you're afraid. I know you don't want anything to stop you from becoming principal cello the way life stopped me. But I'm happy, Abby. Life had new plans for me, and those plans were all about you. You were a new route that opened for me, and I was happy for that challenge. Do you understand that? Great, now my eyes began leaking and my mom squeezed my hands to drive her point home. I nodded. Samuel is a good man, she said. I couldn't believe it. This was about Samuel? They were ganging up on me again? Ugh, I couldn't take this. I was about to give her back her bear claw and walk away when she shook my hands again. But Liam will keep you passionate for life. I turned wide eyes on her. What did you say? Liam, my darling, he was here several days ago, yes? How did you know that? My mother's glassy stare pierced through me. Abby, please. He had gone to the apartment first. Yes, of course. How else would he have known where to find me? I'd been so distraught over the whole thing, I hadn't thought through the logistics. What did he say to you? I asked. Abby, there are worse things in this world than a man who brings you flowers and declares his love for you, she said, ignoring my question. It's not that simple, I countered. It is that simple. She reached out to touch my cheek. He loves you. He wants to take care of you, Abby, my love, my silly little daughter. I would have given anything for your father to have had the same look in his eyes as Liam had when he came for you. Ma, I shook my head. Yes, you may get hurt, but isn't the risk worth the love he would give you? So many people never get that chance in their entire lifetime. You don't know him. You don't know what you're saying. I know a good man when I see one, she said almost angrily. Are you sure about that? I twisted my face at her. Oh, sarcasm, I see. Okay. She shifted in her seat, ready for the challenge. No, I didn't at first, you are right, but because of my experience with your father, I do now. Now I know what to look for, better than anyone else. Mm-hmm. What about the Philharmonic? I gestured to Avery Fisher Hall. Let's suppose I do want to go back to Liam. I'm not going to give up on my dream just so he can have me, Mom. I'm not a bauble or a trinket to be won. Like how Samuel treats you? What do you mean? Believe me, Abby, I am not a proponent of Samuel's. Really? Because I couldn't tell from the way you two were the other night. The way you were all chummy-chummy. We weren't chummy-chummy. You were depressed. I wanted to see you get out of the house for one night. He's good for that, at the very least. She folded her hands queen-like in her lap, proud of herself and her actions. Listen, you have the rest of the summer left. Go and see what develops. If it is true that he wants to give you everything, you will have an apartment in this neighborhood before you know it. That will be his doing. And you will have your cello position. That will be your doing. I didn't know what to say. I gazed across the courtyard, hoping sensible words would find their way out of my mouth. My mother had turned into a hopeless romantic. Who knew? And here I was thinking I was my mother's daughter, all work, hardcore to the bone, making a life for myself. Meanwhile, she'd turn into a softie. Well, she was right about one thing. Risk was everywhere, and I couldn't hide in the safety of my world any longer to avoid it. But did that mean I should actively invite danger into my world? It was a tough choice, one that might take having the actual audition packet in my hand to help me make it. I need to go inside now and get the audition packet, I said, standing and slinging my purse onto my shoulder. Though I didn't know what good it would do me to be accepted into the symphony orchestra and be happy about it if I had no one except my mom to share the good news with. Good, Ma said, pulling out her cooking magazine. You go, I'll wait here. Chapter 24. Liam. Good evening, Philadelphia! The stadium roared under darkening clouds, spattered with quiet, spidery lightning. How y'all feeling tonight? I cried into the mic, then aimed it at the audience for a resounding reply. Are you ready to rock? The whole stadium rumbled like an enormous beast emerging from the bowels of inner earth. Camera flashes sparkled across the blanket of undulating hands. These were my people. They loved and accepted me. I loved them back. But it wasn't the same as my love for Abby. Never had I thought that the one person whose respect and validation I wanted most wouldn't want me in return. It was a fact I was going to have to live with. I'd made a mistake. Now I'd pay for it. Accepted. Not only was I out one incredible woman in my life, but the fans were out a great cello player too. And little did they know, but they were about to lose a recently beloved song too. We wouldn't be performing Abby Shines tonight. I'd scratched it off the set list this morning. It hurt too much to sing it. Let's do this, I shouted, and the energetic opening of Feel the Burn began, fueling the excitement, the fever, and pulse of the entire stadium. This was the biggest reason I did what I did. The connection with our fans over the music. That's what it was all about. The legions of women who'd come to see us over the years didn't get that. They thought it was about the glitz, the glam, money, cars, houses, and boats. It wasn't. I leaped, holding the mic stand, landing on my knees right as Wes's guitar riff pounded. Abby understood, but Abby wasn't here. She'd said she didn't belong in my life, that it would change me from notorious wild frontman to someone I wasn't, someone the fans didn't want to see me become. She couldn't bear the responsibility of causing that. Had she forgotten, though? Before I became a singer, before my image was spattered on the cover of magazines, before my tattoos wove the story of my life, I was a drama geek, an actor. And act I would. All I wanted the next morning was a bagel. I dragged myself out of bed at 8:30 a.m., earlier than sin, and ambled downstairs to the hotel meeting room for the mid-tour breakfast buffet we were hosting for all of our staff. I'd asked Robbie if I could take a rain check, but he'd said I needed to be there. I scraped my feet along the floor, still wearing my robe, beauty mask perched on my forehead, and ran into Nathan, who pointed me in the right direction. I saluted him with my rolled-up copy of the New York Times, which I had no intention of reading, but I looked cool holding it. Everyone was there already, bright and chipper. I wanted to smack every last one of them with the newspaper. No one should be so happy this early in the morning. Wes and Robbie and Corbin were there, but not Tucker. Not yet, anyway. All the roadies, the lighting crew, and the string section, including Abby's friend Rosemary, were there. Her friend wavered at the end by the fruit bowl, glancing at me every so often. She gave me one of those smiles where you know she's thinking, "Look at you, you jerk, you poor depressed goon." Actually, at a second glance, she looked like maybe she wanted to talk to me, but didn't know what to say. Maybe it was better if I stayed away from her. I couldn't take another difficult conversation so close to the last one. Yes, I know I'm the bad guy here, my eyes told her. Don't rub it in. I finally found the bagels, toasted, and slathered mine with cream cheese. I felt a hard pat on my back. Nice outfit, Robbie said. I see you're proud of your review. He pointed his chin at the newspaper under my arm. What review? I was only holding this to look well-rounded and intellectual. Stop joking around, Liam, he whispered, his eyes falling on the newspaper. Turn to the arts section. Huh? I did as he said, unfolding the paper and delving deeper into the review section. I rarely read the actual newspaper, except for the times my mom used to make me clip the coupons, considering all the stories were all online anyway. I found the article with the headline, Feel the Meh. Yikes. Yeah. Robbie's lips turned into a thin line, the kind of quiet scold my dad would have done. Keep reading. The reviewer, some jerk I remember seeing last night backstage, said I'd given a lackluster performance. He said that for a 22-year-old, I should have had more energy. My moves were all there, and I'd hit all the right notes, but something was missing. He said I sounded like I was suffering from hemorrhoids, and that his 7-year-old son could have written better lyrics to save me tonight. Too bad former cellist Abby Chan, who left the tour for unknown reasons, wasn't there to save the show, I read to myself. Save the show? But the worst part of the review was this line. As if all this weren't enough, the band decided to omit a recent addition to their set list, an acoustic ditty by the name of Abby Shines, presumably about Collier's recent love interest and cellist, leading fans in attendance to express their extreme disappointment on social media. Shizzle. Lovely, isn't it? Robbie said, a hard eye turned on me. You need to get things in order, Liam. You think? I looked up from the offensive paper. Robbie stood, one hand on his hip, one wrapped around a glass of orange juice. It was like I was being scolded by my PE coach in front of the entire team. I refolded the paper. Don't need to tell me twice. I started off toward the coffee, but he held onto my arm. I yanked it away. You're a big dog now. No more holes in the walls, pubs and bars, my friend. You cannot let people down. This is your career, and every step of the way needs to be on point. I hear you, I said through clenched teeth. Shaking my head, I sighed. I just got caught up, Rob, but I know what to do. It was true. I always had. Despite my reputation, I wasn't really a wild man. I only pretended to be. Fact was, I'd been a professional from the very beginning. Everything I did, from the song lyrics, to the clothes I wore, to the boys I'd put together as my bandmates, to the album covers and videos, everything was a strategic move designed to move up the ranks and get noticed. I was as determined to reach my goals as any other entertainer. I'm allowed to have one meh performance, Robbie. I'm not a robot, but I'll get back on track. I shook my head, tossing the paper into the trash. Good man. He slapped my back and offered me some orange juice. Suddenly I was accosted in a group hug. It was Corbin and Tucker. Dudes, you guys need to shower before you show up to these things, I said smugly. Yes, Mom. Tucker kissed my cheek as I slapped him away. You smell worse than us, Corbin said, sniffing my hair like my mom used to. Like sadness and heartbreak and rejection. Grabbing a cup and pouring myself some coffee from the big silver decanter, I shrugged. The show must go on. I lifted a spoon into the air dramatically. So it does, my friend. Tucker handed me 2 packets of sugar. Listen, bro. We know you've been feeling bad about Asian persuasion. I shot him a look. Don't, Tucker. I have 0 tolerance right now. Dude, I get it. Okay. Abby. Can I say her name? I thought actually hearing it would make things worse. He drummed out a beat against my shoulder. It was true that it was difficult for me to hear her name, but it also brought me great memories. I loved the way it sounded, the way our names sounded together, actually. Liam and Abby. Corbin plucked a spoon from the white linen tablecloth and stirred my coffee for me. But we wanted to say that, though we understand you were in love and got your heart broken, maybe it's time for you to lie back now and enjoy the single life, the life you've built for yourself, all of this. He gestured to the opulent hotel meeting room all around us. Because who knows how long our stays at the Ritz are going to last. One day we're here, next day we're gone, you know? I nodded. Deep, Corbin, deep. But it's not like I'm not trying. I started by taking Abby Shines off the set list, and look what happened there. The life I wanted ended up being my undoing. I pounded back my coffee. Where was a fifth of whiskey when you needed one? Not your undoing, your curse, maybe, Corbin said. They say that the road ain't no place to start a family. Tucker sang the old familiar lyrics poetically, palm to his chest. Can you shut up with that already? Corbin asked him, then turned to me. He's been singing that since yesterday. Dude, Tucker shook his head. You can't shut up Journey. Tuning out Tucker and Corbin's antics, I took out my phone and opened up our fan page on Facebook, which I hadn't done since that pic of me and Abby emerged. I needed to see the social media commentary that the reviewer had written about. Robbie's assistant had posted a pic of us on stage in the middle of a jump, all high energy, but the comments sucked. Next time, please play Abby Shines, please. Awesome show. We missed that new song, though. Thought you were going to play it. I was there, sick, but they took out Abby Shines and my girlfriend was super pissed. Suggest you guys bring it back for tonight's show before there's a riot. I guess he's over her. Whoa, I had no idea people love that song so much. A huge problem was we were playing it or not playing it on a whim, whenever I felt like it. And while I may have felt inspired to write the music, once it was out there, it didn't belong to me anymore. It belonged to them, our fans. And as a frontman, it was my responsibility to give them what they wanted. Another thought occurred to me. If Abby checked up on us, if she read social media comments, if she read reviews and saw that I hadn't played Abby Shines last night, she might think, like the fans, that I was over her. I had to bring it back. I had to keep playing it as long as it took to bring her home. To me. I always wanted a good woman, I mumbled, a line from the song. What? Tucker tried following my gaze. You said something? I gripped him by the shoulders. We're adding Abby Shines back to the set list, and when we're done with the tour, it's going on the next album. I hugged him and Corbin, feeling excited for the first time in days. Tell Wes when you see him. It was our last night in Philly before one day of rest and then NYC's Madison Square Garden. I was sure Abby wouldn't be there, but maybe, if I thought about her hard enough, she'd hear me all the way in Brooklyn. Maybe she'd be at Carnegie Hall, or wherever her beloved New York Philharmonic played, and she'd hear me in her soul, press her hand to her heart, and come back to me. Stupid, I knew, but hey, as long as it helped me sing her song, right? We went through the first 8 songs of the night, playing to a crowd buzzing and burning with zeal. They shouted their love to us. They threw flowers and drawings. It was time for Abby Shines. I gave the guys a nod as the stage turned dark. Wes came out, sitting on a stool with his acoustic guitar. My heart pounded inside of my ribcage. I knew the crowd was going to roar, so I sang one long note at a time, let them get their cheers and whistles out of the way. Then I came in with the first lines. As I sang, I closed my eyes and thought of nothing but Abby. I remembered her at the party in L.A., across the pool holding her purse, looking scared and excited and nervous all at the same time. I imagined her in the garden where she took me by surprise with her kiss. I thought of her in Seattle, caught in the rain, inside the house, playing her cello. I thought of her in her elite New York studio, and I thought of her in a dress in front of a minister holding hands with me on a warm spring day. I didn't realize I was crying during the last words until Wes tapped me on the shoulder, and cheers brought me back to life after the few minutes I disappeared. Because I hadn't been there on stage, in the moment like I usually was, I'd been with her again. And if this song was the only way I could ever be with her again, I'd sing it every night. When the backlights gradually came on and the first notes of Save Me Tonight rang throughout the venue, I saw the ocean of hands swaying back and forth. The fans sang with me. They held my hands, they rocked with me, and they cried with me. I was never alone. Our fans had been following my sadness all along. It'd be hard to hear the instrumental bridge again with Abby's substitute taking her solo, but suddenly, the vibrant tenor tones of a different cello rang out. And even without a spotlight on the cellist, I knew right away this wasn't the same understudy. It wasn't a new one either. Turning to gaze into the darkness, I spotted her swaying body, felt the passion in her deep strokes, saw her wide, gorgeous smile in my mind's eye without having to look at her at all. The stadium went wild, wilder than they would have for me or Corbin or Tuck or Wes or all of us put together. They cheered for Abby Chan. They knew her well and they welcomed her home. And when the light finally grew and spotlighted her, She was more than herself. She was elevated, a goddess in flowing yellow, gracing our stage. I smiled at her, my tired eyes spilling over, singing the last verse along with her, like we had in weeks before, only better. Abby played the song. She was the song. And together we rocked it. Chapter 25. Abby. When Liam Collier, the Liam Collier, hands you the key to your new apartment off Riverside Boulevard on your way to your first live audition for the New York Philharmonic, you don't question his sanity. Not when you're so crazy in love with him, and you can't imagine that ever changing. What you do is, you wave at the doorman, wring your arm through your boyfriend's arm, smile as he escorts you out on a blustery autumn walk through New York's Upper West Side, and count your blessings. That's what I did anyway. At the end of the North American leg of the Feel the Burn tour, the band returned to L.A. to rest a while before deciding on revised dates for the rest of the world tour. Insisting he needed to spend some time with me, Liam had put the band's tour on hold. He returned home for less than a week to visit his friend Garrick Mays and tie up some loose ends before flying here to NYC to pay the rent on the first few months of my apartment. He would have flat out bought it, or flat out paid an entire year if I'd let him, but I didn't want him to. It was my place, and I needed to pay for it myself. Still, a booster first 6 months wouldn't hurt. He was spending those months with me, making sure I was settled in, happy, fed, and generally well taken care of. When he wasn't doing those things, he was writing songs, visiting The Tonight Show, The View, Good Morning America, and taking walks with me through Central Park. Liam loved New York, being with me, putting on a big show for me and my mom with all the flowers he bought, groceries he fetched, cooking he did, and even neighbors' dogs he walked, just for fun. The best, though, was when he popped open that pricey bottle of wine for us, the one he'd gifted me back in L.A. I'd saved it for a special occasion. Well, this was it, the eve of my audition. What more could a girl ask for? When we turned left at West 66th Street on our way to Lincoln Center, it all hit me at once. The pure blessed luckiness of it. I stopped on the sidewalk to take it all in. Liam stopped too, looking over my cello case perched on his shoulder. What happened? I stared ahead, unblinking. You gave up your dream to give me mine. He blinked a few times, then smiled and slowly shook his head. Abby, we've been over this. Not really. I've reached some of my career goals, yeah, but there are always going to be new ones. Life is forever changing. For now, my goal is making sure you reach yours. After that, we can figure out a way for our careers to work together, okay? Now let's walk. This thing weighs a ton. He held out his hand for me to take. Lightweight. I slipped my hand into his warm one. He chuckled. This just didn't happen to anyone. I was acutely aware of that. It wasn't every day that a girl like me found a man who was not only sexy and sweet, but also talented and understood just how much my music meant to me. A man who would make me practice serenade every night until bedtime and every morning before breakfast. A man who made my coffee for me, tucked me in bed, and put me first above everything else. No, chances like this were few and far between. I'd already achieved something my mom never got to have. Whether or not I ever made principal cello, I'd captured the love and dedication of a wonderful man. Ma was thrilled beyond words. Now I had to capture the love and dedication of the Philharmonic's audition committee. You've got this. Liam led me up the steps of Avery Fisher Hall and handed me my cello. He kissed my cheek. Go easy on the Mab. He smiled, that awesome, wide grin of his. I captured the moment from my mental scrapbook. I love you, I told him. I love you more. Inside the hall, I followed signs along the tall palatial windows to the stage door where auditions were taking place. The moment I walked in, I spotted the judges, musicians whose online and program bios I'd read 1,000 times. They were sitting at a long table in the orchestra pit. A single chair sat on stage with a music stand. I took the music stand and set it aside. I wouldn't be using it. The piece was perfectly memorized in my head. Good morning, one of the women said. Good morning, Mrs. Mandolin. I returned her smile with my own, confident one. My name is Abigail Chan, and I am auditioning today for the part of cello. My nerves rose in my throat, but I swallowed to make them go away. Deep breaths, Abby, deep breaths. Wonderful, Miss Chan, Peter Curtis Bennett said with a nod. Your resume and transcripts are quite impressive. a Juilliard graduate student, master of music. He slid my papers over to Victor Cho, who took one quick glance and apparently saw all he needed to see, judging from his approving nod. I understand you also played on tour this summer. Yes, as solo cellist with the rock band Point Break. All three gave easy, impressed smiles. Wonderful, we're delighted to have you here, Victor Cho said. What will you be playing for us today? A composition of my own entitled Serenade. I hope you enjoy it. I bowed. I sat up, positioned my cello, reviewed 5 seconds of the intro in my head, then took a long, cleansing breath. Whatever happened here today, I had already won. I had my whole life ahead of me to make this dream come true, and it already seemed like they liked me. Here goes nothing. I pressed the bow across the strings and pulled out the first note, a burst of rosin cloud rising into the air. As the first measures of the opening allegro melody echoed throughout the hall, I closed my eyes and imagined my first audience already there, my mom in the middle, Liam at her side. His voice rang in my head. It's in the bag, love. And indeed, it was. This has been Tempting the Rockstar, Rock Candy Series Book 1 by Virna DePaul, narrated by Christina Renault. Copyright 2015 by Virna DePaul. Production copyright 2023 by Virna DePaul.